Chapter 33-21. Millions of years of suppression had weakened his strength. But even so, he still had the strength of an Emperor Realm expert. How strong was he before this? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel shocked. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. An expert that was above the Emperor Realm, how terrifying was that? I could suppress you back then. I Fuxi can still do it now. Even though I'm only a remnant soul now. Fuxi said with a faint smile. He was still brimming with confidence. Ha ha ha. What a fool's dream. You managed to suppress me back then with your little tricks. Let's see how you're going to fight me now that you're only a remnant soul. The boundless demon lord laughed maniacally. He might only have the strength of an emperor, but he wasn't afraid of Fuxi's remnant soul. Then let's see who'll have the last laugh. Fuxi's gaze turned solemn. He stretched his hand out and a white jade zither appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger and terrifying waves of air surged out, sending countless boulders flying. The heavens and earth were in chaos. Storms gathered in the void. It was a terrifying scene. Jiang Chen could only retreat quickly. At this moment, everyone was as though they were facing a great enemy. The battle between the two was a clash between Emperor Realm experts. The slightest mistake could send them flying or even kill them. The Emperor Realm was the most terrifying existence in the entire divine world. From what they knew, Emperor Realm experts had long gone extinct. Thousands of years ago, the last Emperor Realm experts in the divine world were the 5 great emperors. Only Jiang Chen knew that the 5 incomparably powerful Emperor Realm experts were only the guardians of the ancient Yuan clan. From that moment onwards, Jiang Chen knew that the entire world, the entire divine world, was much bigger than he had imagined. Emperor Realm experts weren't the only ones. Just as the boundless demon lord had said, even though his strength had been suppressed for countless years, causing his strength to degenerate to the Emperor Realm, he was still not someone that anyone could go against. Jiang Chen knew that the moment the Emperor Realm expert, the limitless demon lord, stepped out of the gates of the divine court, it would be the greatest calamity in the history of the divine world. Insignificant tricks. Your Fuxi zither is no longer as glorious as it was back then. You want to suppress me with a damaged divine weapon? Ha ha ha, what an idiot. The boundless demon lord roared and struck out with his palm. The mountains and rivers shattered, the wind blew, rocks flew, and the rain hit the duckweed. The entire gate of the divine court seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The battle between the emperors was clear to see. The two of them clashed with each other and unleashed their ultimate techniques. At this moment, everyone could see that the Fuxi ancestral god's figure was getting dimmer and dimmer. However, the boundless demon lord was getting stronger and stronger. It was clear that the boundless demon lord was the one who was the stronger one. A broken soul, a broken weapon. How are you going to fight against me? The boundless demon lord struck out 9 palm strikes in a row. The sky darkened and the wind and rain swayed. Jiang Chen and the others were pushed back again and again. The oppressive might of an emperor expert had shocked them greatly. Jiang Chen, Yu Jingxian, and even Songzan and Kongying knew very well that if the Fuxi ancestral god lost this battle, they would vanish from the divine court's gate and the world would descend into chaos. Don't come to a conclusion so easily until the very end. A broken soul is enough to seal you for 500 years. Fuxi said in a deep voice. You want to wait for the next reincarnation? Haha, then I shall prepare myself before the reincarnation of heaven and earth. I shall not destroy the reincarnation. Reincarnation shall not be able to do anything to me. The boundless demon lord roared in anger. He punched out with his fist, creating a huge crater in the ground. The Fuxi celestial race was pushed back again and again. Where is Zhong Hun? Suppress him. Fuxi clenched his fist and a dragon's soul descended from the skies. It was a gigantic golden dragon that descended from the sky, piercing through the layers of clouds and roaring. However, the golden dragon looked deeply at Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. Why was the dragon's soul looking at him? Divine weapon soul? Was it this move again? Even if you have the soul of the divine weapon and your broken weapon, it's impossible to suppress me. The limitless demon lord broke through the suppression of the dragon's soul once more, wreaking havoc in the skies as he struck out consecutively. The dragon's soul was severely injured by the limitless demon lord as it smashed heavily onto the mountain ridge. A deafening rumble rang out as the body of the dragon's soul was already riddled with wounds. Breaking the zither with a single finger. Fuxi roared in anger. The Fuxi zither in his hand changed several times. Invisible strands of zither intent turned into flowing lights and colorful rainbows that filled the skies, enveloping the boundless demon lord completely. The seas are silent, the earth is boundless. Who can do anything to me? The boundless demon lord broke through the net of zither and shot up into the skies, his aura shaking the heavens. The boundless demon lord's unparalleled demonic might finally force the Xueqi celestial race to retreat. I've said it before. You're not my match. The era of the gods has ended. I, boundless demon lord, shall reign supreme from now on. Ha ha ha. Boundless demon lord slammed down with his palm. He wanted to destroy the last remnant soul of the Xueqi celestial race. Lad, lend me your divine weapon. Bell, cauldron. At this moment, Xueqi looked at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen was stunned. He knew what the ancestor god Xueqi was referring to. At this moment, Jiang Chen was not stingy at all. If the ancestor god Xueqi couldn't suppress the boundless demon lord, they would all die without a burial ground. Hence, there was nothing he couldn't give up. Take the cauldron. Jiang Chen waved his hands. The myriad chi cauldron and the bell of the Eastern Emperor appeared in Jiang Chen's hands. Although he was extremely shocked that Xueqi knew about the existence of the myriad chi cauldron, he didn't have time to care about it at this moment. The golden dragon shall return. The Eastern Emperor shall come. Xueqi bellowed. The golden dragon let out a roar and flew up to the 9 heavens, fusing with the bell of the Eastern Emperor. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. So, that golden dragon was the spirit of the bell of the Eastern Emperor. The moment the golden dragon and the bell of the Eastern Emperor fused together, Xueqi's eyes lit up. He kept the myriad chi cauldron and the bell of the Eastern Emperor. With the divine weapon in his hand, he struck out forcefully. The divine cauldron was unparalleled, blotting out the sky. The divine bell was extinct, piercing through the ages. The cauldron and the bell completely suppressed the boundless demon lord. At this moment, the boundless demon lord's face turned extremely ugly. He cried out in shock and wanted to escape. However, it was already too late. The Xueqi zither in Xueqi's hand had already smashed down from the sky. 3 divine weapons. How is this possible? How is this possible? I can't accept this. Xueqi, if you have the ability, fight me for 500 rounds. Chapter 33-22. The divine weapons descended from the heavens. The 3 peerless divine weapons completely suppressed the boundless demon lord. It was impossible for him to break through the dome of the heavens. The 3 divine weapons glowed with golden light and layers of gravity, pushing the boundless demon lord back into the 5 Fingers Mountain. Xueqi, you bastard! You can't kill me. You can only suppress me. You hypocrite! I'll fight you to the death. The boundless demon lord's roars rang out incessantly, but Xueqi didn't give him a chance to resist. He wasn't in the mood to fight with him either. Xueqi's figure grew dimmer and dimmer. 500 years from now, the cycle of reincarnation will begin. It'll all depend on your luck then. Xueqi chuckled, but the boundless demon lord was already struggling to breathe under the pressure. 500 years. 500 years. In 500 years, I, the boundless demon lord, will return to the world. The heavens will never be able to hide my eyes again. The boundless demon lord's enraged voice reverberated through the void. At this moment, Louis, Tianchen and the others were completely dumbfounded. The boundless demon lord that they were so proud of was actually being suppressed once again. This was simply too dramatic. They originally thought that the demon race of the Forbidden Land would have the chance to charge out of the Divine Continent and into the Central Region Divine Land. But from the looks of it now, it seemed that as the demon race grew, the Tao grew 10 feet. Their boundless demon lord was still being sealed once again. It's over. The demon lord has been sealed once again. Our hopes have been dashed. Louis Tianchen's face was ashen. Their initial hopes had been dashed. They had wanted to follow the demon lord and charge out of the divine race Forbidden Land to achieve unparalleled feats. But now, everything was gone. What accompanied them was an incomparably terrifying attack. Xueqi's expression was solemn. He held the 3 divine weapons in his hands and looked at Jiang Chen said, I'll use the last strand of my soul and the Xueqi zither to seal boundless demon lord for 500 years. I'll return the Shennon cauldron to you, and the bell spirit of the Eastern Emperor bell will be your reward. Kid, not bad. You've condensed a strand of Tao now. I hope that you'll be able to come back in 500 years and seal him again. I believe that you'll be able to do it in 500 years. Fuxi looked at the sky with a smile, and his figure gradually became blurry. Two divine weapons flew directly towards Jiang Chen. The myriad Qi cauldron and the Eastern Emperor bell instantly appeared, attracting the attention of everyone. Those were peerless divine weapons that even ancestor gods feared. They were peerless weapons that could suppress the boundless devil lord. How could anyone not be moved by them? Fuxi ancestral god, why is my myriad Qi cauldron called the Shen Nong cauldron? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with confusion. He looked solemnly at Fuxi's figure, but Fuxi and the Fuxi zither were already gradually merging together. No one answered him. Jiang Chen frowned. What was the relationship between the myriad Qi cauldron and the Shen Nong cauldron? The bell spirit of the Eastern Emperor bell had already returned. However, Jiang Chen knew that the current Eastern Emperor bell had yet to reach its peak power. That was because this bell spirit seemed to be only half of it. As for where the other half was, even Jiang Chen had no idea. In the end, Fuxi defeated the boundless devil lord and sealed him again. Jiang Chen knew that the black submerged flag was no longer of any use to him. Now it was time for him to own it. However, he had too many questions that he wanted to ask Fuxi. However, things didn't go as he wished. The disappearance of Fuxi also caused the situation in the gate of the divine court to become delicate again. Can the two of you lend me a hand to kill this bastard? No matter where you are from, I, Songzon Kongying, will not pursue this matter. After all, Mr. Fuxi had helped my ancestor to seal the ancient devil lord. I, Songzon Kongying, am very grateful for your kindness. Songzon Kongying said with a solemn expression. Jiang Chen nodded. He had long since found Louis Tianchen to be an eyesore. He had almost died at the hands of this bastard, and had almost allowed the ancient devil to reappear in the world. All of this had been caused by this bastard, and if he wasn't killed, it would be difficult to appease the common people. Instantly, Louis Tiancheng and the others' faces fell, because they knew that this half-step divine emperor fella had two divine weapons protecting him. Those two divine weapons could suppress the ancient giant demon. How could they not be afraid? Not only that, they had also witnessed the might of the divine weapon earlier. Although they coveted it in their hearts, the current situation was no longer something they could control. Not to mention that Songzon, Kongying and the others were also eyeing them covetously. This battle was going to be a tough one. You want to kill me? It's too simple. Humph. Louis Tianchen snorted coldly. The four brothers glanced at each other and instantly fled. However, at this moment, Louis Tianchen and Jiang Chen had already caught up. You want to leave? Don't even think about it. This is the ancestral land of our divine race. It's not a place where you can come and go as you please. Songzon Kongying shouted angrily and charged forward. At this time, both of them understood that this battle was unavoidable. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already launched an attack with the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand. Without any hesitation, the divine golden bell enveloped Songzon Kongying. Although Jiang Chen's strength had not reached the divine emperor realm, it was enough to shake a divine emperor realm expert. Even Songzon Kongying didn't expect this half-step divine emperor to be so terrifying. He was also silently speculating about the background of this person. How could he possess such shocking means and two divine weapons? Who wouldn't be envious of him? However, they knew that they should fight against the enemy together. They would never let Louis Tianchen and the others leave safely. Once they knew that there were pioneers of the demon race in the gate of the divine palace, they would definitely not let it go. They might even launch a large-scale attack. At that time, the demon race of the Forbidden Land would launch a full-scale attack. This would definitely be a terrifying thing for the war between the demon race and the divine race of the Forbidden Land. Therefore, Songzon Kongying, Wu Yu and the others had already made up their minds to not let them leave this place. Even Jiang Chen was shocked. He did not expect Songzon Kongying and the others to be so desperate to kill Louis Tianchen and the others. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand. Compared to Songzon Kongying, he was not any weaker. Under the attack of the two, how could Louis Tianchen survive? In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Jiang Chen, Songzon Kongying and the others had completely annihilated Louis Tianchen and the others in the gate of the divine palace. All of them had suffered different degrees of injuries. For a moment, the atmosphere in the gate of the divine palace became extremely cold. Chapter 33-23. Thank you for your help, mister. I was able to kill Louis Tianchen and the others. But the black submerged flag in mister's hand seems to belong to our forbidden land divine race. I hope mister can return it. Songzon Kongying said with a smile, his eyes filled with arrogance. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that Songzon Kongying would turn hostile faster than flipping a page. He had just helped him kill Louis Tianchen, and now he was asking for the black submerged flag. It was ridiculous. The black submerged flag already has an owner. Plus, it doesn't belong to your forbidden land divine race. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Jiang Chen said faintly. Undoubtedly, it was a declaration of war against Songzon Kongying, implying that if Songzon Kongying wanted it, it would depend on his own ability. Since mister is so stubborn, then I will have to ask for it. Songzon Kongying took a step forward, closing in on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand and unleashed the God Sealing Formation, sealing Songzon Kongying's movements. Songzon Kongying didn't gain the upper hand in this short exchange of blows. Ha, mister, good move. Songzon just wanted to befriend mister. Please don't be offended. Please don't be offended. Songzon Kongying said with a smile, completely different from before. He knew that it was impossible for him to defeat this half-step divine emperor in a short period of time. His heart was filled with fear. If he fought with Jiang Chen to the death, then the situation would be out of his control. Therefore, he could only watch the black submerged flag being handed over to Jiang Chen. However, he was thoroughly shocked after entering the gate of the divine court this time. He even saw the battle between the Emperor realm experts and found out about his ancestor. What worried him the most was the ancient giant demon that was once again sealed under the ground. 500 years. His ancestor only sealed him for 500 years. What would happen after 500 years? The entire Forbidden Land divine race might fall into a state of panic. Mister, would you be willing to return to the Forbidden Land's divine clan for a chat? Songzon should thank you for saving his life. The Forbidden Land's divine clan and the common people of the world are all reliant on mister's efforts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to seal such a peerless demon. Songzon Kongying's face was plastered with smiles, but how could Jiang Chen not know what he was up to? Let me stabilize myself first. Perhaps the black submerged flag in my hands, the myriad chi cauldron and the Eastern Emperor Bell are the things that he really cares about? There's no need. I like peace and quiet. Jiang Chen said faintly and quickly left the forbidden area with Yu Jingxian. Brother Songzon, do you think this person will betray us? Jiang Mingho said in a low voice, looking at Jiang Chen's back with some suspicion. I don't think so. I hope he can be reasonable. Let's not talk about this matter for the time being. Since he could help Fuxi ancestor god to suppress the demons, he shouldn't be related to the Forbidden Land's devil clan. As long as he doesn't affect our great plan, it's fine. Songzon Kongying waved her hand and said. In fact, the main reason was that they had no means to deal with Jiang Chen. Otherwise, how could he let go of the treasure that was already in his mouth? At this moment, Songzon Kongying's heart was bleeding. However, this matter could not be disobeyed. What he should be thinking about the most should be what they should do after 500 years. Time passed like a song, and the lantern was always lit. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Their future was now an unknown. At the foot of the myriad Saint Mountain, Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen's back silently. Her eyes were filled with confusion and she couldn't tell what it was. Why did you lie to me? My beloved Mr. Jiang? Yu Jingxian's words were like pearls. Her eyes were filled with tears. She bit her red lips tightly and her body was trembling. Jiang Chen sighed. Even though he tried his best to cover himself up, he was still exposed in front of Yu Jingxian. All of this did not mean much to him, but he did not want to hurt Yu Jingxian any further. Why didn't you show your true face to me? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why didn't you say a word to me even though you were by my side? The furthest distance in the world should be when you were by my side, but you refused to rely on me, right? Answer me why. Do you really like to run away? But why did you come back to me? Why do you want to bring back my memories? Jiang Chen was speechless. He knew that in terms of friendship, he did not owe Yu Jingxian anything. However, in terms of love, he was just a humble practitioner. The things that he carried on his back were not something that Yu Jingxian could understand. He did not want to put pressure on her. However, could all of this really be over? Perhaps from the beginning, when Jiang Chen left without saying goodbye, it was already irreversible for Yu Jingxian. But now, she finally understood what an ill-fated relationship was. It was the sorrow of separation. If it was love, it should be in his heart. If it was hate, he should blame her for abandoning him. If it was the sorrow of separation, it should be over after so many years. Are you still hating me? Hating me for leaving you alone? I'm sorry. Jiang Chen understood Yu Jingxian's helplessness. However, the self-blame in her heart would never disappear. In order to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart and to save her father, she had abandoned Jiang Chen. Although he survived, the person who had been through life and death with her, Jiang Chen, whom she could trust with her back, would never be here again. It was because she had betrayed him. Yu Jingxian had always been looking for Jiang Chen. She wanted to apologize to Jiang Chen. At this moment, she finally let out all the suppressed feelings that she had accumulated for many years. That kind of carefree and sorrowful feeling was constantly intertwined. The pain of separation was something that she did not want to experience again in her life. She loved him but she could not help herself. She understood him but she hid it well. Yu Jingxian cried like a tearful person. Ever since Jiang Chen left the clan, she had been chasing after him. She had been asking questions and searching for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Finally, she became the princess of the Green Feather clan. Because she was the descendant of the 9 generations of Yu clan, her strength was very strong. She had been breaking through constantly. She thought that she would finally have the chance to find Jiang Chen. However, she did not expect that he would be by her side. Chapter 33-24. Yu Jingxian could not understand, but she believed that as long as she kept thinking about it, there would be an echo. After a long separation, their hearts were connected. Jiang Chen's indifference and calmness made her realize how sad and ridiculous she was. But she knew that it was all her own fault. If it was her, perhaps the hatred would be engraved in her heart for the rest of her life. Jiang Chen trusted her the best, but she gave him the cruelest way to kill him. Yu Jingxian knew how painful it must be for him to be reborn from the ashes, to be completely disheartened. This was something that she had never experienced before, but Jiang Chen knew it very well. Yu Jingxian's heart was filled with torment. She knew that no matter what she said now, it would be useless. Jiang Chen shouldn't have forgiven her. She should be the one to bear the consequences of her wrongdoings. Actually, I don't hate you anymore. Jiang Chen shook his head and said in a low voice. He felt lonely and depressed. He could not bear to see a woman cry. Yu Jingxian's words made him ask himself again and again. Was his heart really as still as water? Han Yan asked him to look for Yu Jingxian. Did he not have any hope in his heart? Jiang Chen should have thought of this earlier. Paper could never keep fire. He would expose himself sooner or later, especially in front of the meticulous Yu Jingxian. Jiang Chen knew that everything was wrong from the beginning. The moment the two of them met again, they were destined to be entangled with each other forever. Jiang Chen didn't know that Yu Jingxian was right. Really? Yu Jingxian was shocked. She did not ask for too much. She only wanted to look at him quietly from afar. She would be satisfied if he really did not hate her anymore. Everything she did was worth it. She would have no complaints and no regrets. Yu Jingxian knew that she wouldn't be so magnanimous if she was in Jiang Chen's shoes. It wasn't easy for Jiang Chen to bury the hatchet with her. She knew that it was a gift from the heavens for him to appear in her life again. Ever since I found out that you had a life and death duel with me for your father, I no longer hated you. Everyone has their own path in life, and everyone has their own beliefs and pride. When I went to your family, if it wasn't for you, perhaps I wouldn't have stayed there. But life is never perfect. Even now, I am still the same. I have too much hatred that I need to resolve. I have too many debts that I need to make. I have too many relatives that I need to find. If I could live a peaceful life, who would be willing to wander from place to place? Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. The bitterness at the corner of his mouth made people feel helpless. Yu Jingxian knew that she still did not understand Jiang Chen. But she was willing to use the rest of her life to change for Jiang Chen. If you love someone, you must be willing to sacrifice yourself. I am willing to wait for you until the end of time, until the sun never rises, until you and I are never separated. Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. Her eyes were full of determination. Since she had made up her mind, she would chase after him at all costs. Her fate had been determined when she left her family. In this life, she must find Jiang Chen, no matter where he was or whether she would be separated by life or death. That day, I don't know when it will be. I hope that you can wait until that day. I hope that I can reach that day. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and saw Yu Jingxian's tearful face. He opened his arms and gently embraced her. At that moment, Yu Jingxian cried tears of joy. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. She could not believe it. At that moment, she felt like she was dreaming. She really threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. At that moment, she did not care even if the sky fell and the earth collapsed. Jiang Chen knew that she was carrying too many things on her back. He could not make a promise to Yu Jingxian. He could not let Yu Jingxian go through life and death with him. If that was the case, he would look very selfish. After a long time, they finally separated. Yu Jingxian could not help but ask, "You must have a purpose for coming here. Is it related to the divine race in the forbidden area?" Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "No, I'm here to look for the heavenly thunder." "You mean the mother and son?" "I just found out about the mother and son not long ago. My purpose is the heavenly thunder. I want to fuse with the heavenly thunder. However, the heavenly thunder is guarded by 2 divine emperor experts and there's an ancient formation. It's almost impossible to break through it in a short time. If the entire divine race in the forbidden area is attracted, I won't be able to turn the situation around." Jiang Chen sighed. "I know. So you thought of me. You want to follow me to the divine race in the forbidden area to find a way to enter the land of heavenly thunder." Yu Jingxian's eyes lit up. "That's right. I hope that Songzhan Kongying can enter the land of heavenly thunder as soon as possible to find the mother and son. I'll need to rely on you for that." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "All right. I won't let you down." The corner of Yu Jingxian's mouth curled up, revealing a playful expression. The most important person in her life was already here. Even if it was a matter of life and death, she would not hesitate at all. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go back as soon as possible. I think the entire divine race in the forbidden area is in danger now. Songzhan Kongying will not let us go easily. He will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly," Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. The two looked at each other and no longer hesitated. They quickly rushed back to the forbidden area. In the tomb of the god of sin, countless divine souls and countless corpses were crawling out of their graves. Countless demons were fighting for supremacy. The entire northernmost area of the tomb of the god of sin seemed to have experienced an unparalleled war. However, after the divine tomb trembled for a long time, everything returned to normal. The gate of the divine hall was completely sealed, but there were some things that had already appeared. Once it was opened, there might not be any way to reverse it. Countless demons rose from the ground. The old and hunchbacked tomb guard silently watched all of this. His mission was to guard the divine tomb in this barren land. However, the sudden change made him surprised and shocked. Another epoch. Another reincarnation cycle. We can't hide from it. It looks like the world is destined to become interesting again. Even if the vast expanse divine mausoleum can hold on for another 100 years, so what? During the reincarnation, I'm afraid that no one can escape the judgment of the heavens. The divine tomb should be silent forever. Forever, the old man murmured. But at this moment, his figure turned into ashes and was blown away by a gust of cold wind in the divine tomb, disappearing from the divine tomb. Chapter 33-25. In the forbidden land of the divine race, Jiang Chen opened up a cave and started to refine a divine tool in the middle of a mountain. Jiang Chen held the black submerged flag in his hand and a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. The black submerged flag was much more powerful than the divine submerged flag. Moreover, the majestic feeling it gave off was shocking. Although there was a dense demonic aura lingering around it, it was undeniable that it was a true divine artifact. The black submerged flag had completely reached the level of a primal origin treasure, and it had surpassed a mid-grade primal origin treasure. It was much more powerful than an ordinary primal origin treasure. Jiang Chen liked it more and more the more he looked at it. However, it was impossible for him to alter the black submerged flag with his current ability. However, he could alter the divine submerged flag a little. At the very least, he could increase the quality of the divine submerged flag. With the black submerged flag, the power of his formation would be more effective. Otherwise, Jiang Chen's divine submerged flag would be useless. The 33 divine submerged flags. Jiang Chen had already made the best preparations. It was not an easy task to increase the quality of all 33 divine submerged flags from a heavenly god artifact to an origin god artifact. Even to the current Jiang Chen, it was rather strenuous. Because the divine submerged flag was not a pure divine artifact refined by himself, it was a demonic artifact used for sacrificial rituals in ancient times. Hence, if Jiang Chen wanted to completely increase the quality of the divine submerged flag to an origin god artifact, it would depend on whether the divine submerged flag could withstand the test of the heavenly lightning and earthly fire. Jiang Chen was in the depths of the Zulong Tower. The flow of time was relatively slow, which was very beneficial to Jiang Chen's long and boring process of forging. Through the continuous refinement of the 3 types of heavenly lightning and the azure lotus starfire, the 33 divine submerged flags were finally refined to a peak origin god artifact. However, only Jiang Chen knew the pain and suffering he had gone through during this period of time. The black submerged flag moved and the 33 divine submerged flags rose with the wind. In an instant, Jiang Chen's formation changed again. Black submerged whirlwind formation. It was not inferior to the Azura sword formation. Once the black submerged whirlwind formation was formed, there would be an unparalleled hurricane that would constantly blow. The world would spin, as if it was the end of the world. The hurricane would wreak havoc. Although it was only a preliminary formation, Jiang Chen could already feel how terrifying the black submerged whirlwind formation was. Even I am unable to fully control this black submerged whirlwind formation. The evil aura within the black submerged flag and the divine submerged flag is too strong. Looks like suppressing it will be an arduous task. Jiang Chen murmured. Although the black submerged flag and the divine submerged flag were divine weapons, the terrifying submerged evil chi was also extremely powerful. Once the 34 flags were activated, the formation would change. The submerged evil chi would rise to the sky, just like a peerless demon appearing in the world. Jiang Chen would be easily mistaken as a member of the demon race. Moreover, the submerged evil chi would greatly affect Jiang Chen's cultivation. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use the black submerged flag and the black whirlwind formation. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and held the 3 parchment scrolls tightly. The 3 galloping thunder diagrams were completely held in Jiang Chen's hand. However, he could not figure out what the secret of the galloping thunder diagram was. However, he knew that with the galloping thunder diagram in his hand, he would definitely benefit greatly in the fight for the sky lightning. Just as Jiang Chen was carefully observing the 3 galloping thunder diagrams, the 3 galloping thunder diagrams merged into one and finally formed an invisible web. This invisible web was similar to a spider web. Moreover, there were tiny lightning snakes on the spider web. As the lightning snakes flickered, they were faintly discernible. Jiang Chen did not know why, but this spider web must be of great use. After keeping the spider web formed by the 3 galloping thunder diagrams, Jiang Chen received a message from Yu Jingxian the moment he came out from his seclusion. She said that Songzhan Kong Ying was ready to enter the Sky Lightning Grounds and had invited her along. Needless to say, the purpose of this invitation was for the sake of Lei and his mother. What I want really comes true. I must obtain the 1,000 flame annihilation lightning. Jiang Chen directly followed Yu Jingxian and the others to the Sky Lightning Grounds. For Jiang Chen, he was already somewhat impatient. As long as he entered the Sky Lightning Grounds, he would have the opportunity to obtain the 1,000 flame annihilation lightning. Once the 4 types of sky lightning were merged, Jiang Chen would be able to erupt an extremely terrifying power. Moreover, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. At this moment, within a towering mountain forest in the surroundings of the Sky Lightning Grounds, a purple-robed man with a golden crown on his head had a drastic change in expression as he abruptly stood up. The surrounding green stones and ancient trees were instantly turned into dust. The 3 people around him were also forced to retreat. Their faces were solemn as they looked at the purple-robed man before them with slight disbelief. "Third Prince, what's the matter? Why are you so angry?" Kong Ledi asked in shock. Louis Zhani's expression was extremely ugly. Kong Ledi had to pluck up his courage to ask this question. If the 3rd Prince was enraged, he would have to retreat and be severely injured. Han Yen and Lang Qianqian looked at each other. Both of them were confused as well. They had no idea why Louise Hen would be so furious. They couldn't figure it out. Louis Zhani took a deep breath and said word by word with a solemn expression. Tian Chen and the others died in the forbidden area of the divine clan. Father is furious and he wants me to investigate this matter thoroughly. I must find out who killed Tian Chen and the others. Louis Zhani's words made the three people's expressions change drastically. This news was simply too shocking for them. The four of them were not ordinary people. Four divine Emperor realm experts, and they were the princes of the Devil clan in the forbidden area. However, they were killed mercilessly. This news was indeed very sad for Louis Zhani. Even they were extremely shocked after hearing it. How powerful must the person be to be able to kill four divine Emperor realm experts? Only the most powerful experts of the divine clan in the forbidden area could do it. Ordinary people would not be able to find them. Prince Tian Chen, Prince Di Chen, Prince Shen Chen, Prince Huang Chen. The third prince, and I will definitely avenge you. Kong Ledi said while gritting his teeth. His expression was quite unpleasant at this moment. Even if he was putting on an act, he still had to act extremely sad. Han Yan's eyes were filled with disdain. This Kong Ledi was just a henchman. Chapter 33-26. Although Han Yan thought of Jiang Chen, there were four divine Emperor realm experts after all. Even Jiang Chen might not be able to kill them. After all, they were no longer in the 9 regions immortal world. The gap between experts was getting smaller and smaller. Especially after reaching the divine Emperor realm, there was a chance for them to step into the Emperor realm. No divine Emperor realm expert could be killed so easily. The most eye-catching existence below the Emperor realm was definitely not an ordinary person. This is not a trivial matter. It seems that the news of us entering the land of heavenly lightning has been leaked. Lang Qianqian said in a low voice. They didn't know whether the other princes would leak the news of them entering the land of heavenly lightning or not. Even if it wasn't leaked, the fact that the 4 princes were killed in the territory of the divine clan in the forbidden area was definitely worth considering. Qianqian is right. Your Highness, it seems that we have to be more careful. Kong Ledi agreed while Han Yan looked indifferent. He had never been a talkative person. Not to mention the third prince, even the patriarch of the Devil clan, Louis XVII of the forbidden area might not be able to make Han Yan talk so much. This was his nature. He would only open his heart completely when he was with Jiang Chen. Don't let me find out who he is. Otherwise I, Louis Zhani, will crush you to pieces even if I have to give up my cultivation. Louis Zhani reached out his hand and crushed the supreme grade jade stone that he had been playing with for dozens of years. It showed how furious he was at the moment. The death of Louis Tianchen and the other 3 princes was a great sorrow for Louis Zhani. It was also a matter of the glory of the Devil clan in the forbidden area. Louis Zhani would never allow such a thing to happen again. Furthermore, his father had ordered him to investigate this matter thoroughly. He would spare no effort to find the culprit and make him suffer the greatest pain in the world. Lang Amo, go and guard the entrance of the land of heavenly lightning. Report to me immediately if there is any disturbance. Louis Zhani glanced at Han Yan and said in a low voice. All right. Han Yan didn't say much and turned to leave. This matter was a great blow to Louis Zhani, and it was related to the glory of the Louis family and the direction of the war against the demon race. Han Yan couldn't be bothered to discuss these things with them. I'll go too. After Lang Qianqian finished speaking, she quickly caught up with Han Yan. This bastard. Louis Zhani was very angry. Han Yan even dared to steal the woman he liked. Although Han Yan didn't really fight with him, he always looked at him with disdain, which made Louis Zhani very unhappy. Lang Qianqian liked him, so how could Louis Zhani not be angry? In the forest, Han Yan walked carefully in the Thunder Rush mountain range outside the Sky Thundergrounds. Lang Qianqian caught up with Han Yan and followed beside him. Is there something on your mind? Lang Qianqian asked. How could I have anything on my mind? Han Yan shrugged his shoulders. His face was as calm and indifferent as ever. Don't doubt a woman's 6th sense. It's very accurate. Lang Qianqian smiled faintly. She rarely smiled, but her smile was enough to topple a city. Han Yan was startled and his face turned red. He looked at her and shook his head. Maybe we are not from the same world. Han Yan's words made Lang Qianqian even more confused. They were both from the Forbidden Land, grew up together, and worked together for the Louis family. If they weren't from the same world, then who could be? Are you worried about Louis Zhani? Don't worry, he won't interfere with us. Even if he's the prince of the Forbidden Land, he can't. Lang Chanqian said in a low voice. I hope so. Han Yen also smiled faintly. Lang Chanqian rarely saw Han Yen smile. Ever since he started cultivating in the Forbidden Land, he had only seen it 3 times. If I betray the Forbidden Land one day, will you think that I'm an ungrateful person? Why do you ask? We were both saved by Demon Lord Louis of the Forbidden Land. Isn't the Forbidden Land good? Why do we have to betray him? The Demon Lord treats you better than anyone else, and it's the same for me. Even the third prince is jealous. I don't know how big the outside world is, but the Forbidden Land's devil race is my forever home. Why are you thinking so much? Life and death, love and hate, shouldn't they all just be a part of our lives? If we live, we must live to the fullest. Who cares about our reputation? Lang Chanqian smiled elegantly. In her heart, the Forbidden Land's devil race was her home, and Han Yen was her love. It was that simple. The outside world is very exciting, but it's also very helpless. Ha ha ha, I hope that day won't come. Han Yen laughed. His whole person became incomparably free and easy. He seemed to have understood something. Lang Chanqian's words had given him a great inspiration. For the Forbidden Land's devil race, Han Yen didn't have an unbreakable love, but an irreparable friendship. Louis XVII had saved him, so he had done many things for the Forbidden Land's devil race all these years that he was unwilling to do. Now that little Chunzi had come, his life path had begun to fluctuate. He had to go to the outside world eventually. The Forbidden Land's devil race was just a small place. It couldn't trap him. However, Han Yen was a person who valued friendship. He couldn't do something like cutting off his friendship. At least in these years, Louis XVII had put him in an important position. For Han Yen, he had to distinguish the gratitude of saving his life. He had done enough for the Forbidden Land's devil race all these years. It was time for him to leave this place. Han Yen glanced at Lang Chanqian. To him, love was too extravagant. He didn't know if there would be a day when he would spend the rest of his life with the one he loved. The Forbidden Land's devil race's schemes and his yearning for the outside world had made him turn a blind eye to Lang Chanqian's love. Han Yen was afraid that once he left, he would never return. He was afraid that he would become a fetter in her life. The Forbidden Land's devil race was a worry that they couldn't get rid of. At this moment, Han Yen slowly stopped in the vicinity of the Sky Thundergrounds. More than 10 figures were constantly descending from the void. Among those figures, Han Yen also felt a trace of familiar aura. Someone's coming. Chapter 33-27. Lang Chanqian and Han Yen looked at each other. Both of them could feel that there were people closing in on them, and their strength was definitely not ordinary. Go and tell the third prince that I'm here waiting for him, Han Yen said in a low voice. All right. Han Yen and Lang Chanqian's eyes met. They brushed past each other and went their separate ways. At this moment, Han Yen also felt Jiang Chen's presence. There were 4 divine emperors and the rest were half-step divine emperors. There were 11 of them, including Jiang Chen and the princess of the Green Feather clan that he met previously. Looks like little Chenzi is not in a good situation this time, Han Yen thought. There were 4 divine emperor experts. Besides him and the princess of the Green Feather clan, the rest were from the Forbidden Land. It would not be easy for Jiang Chen to obtain the heavenly lightning. This time, he must rely on Han Yen's strength. Although Han Yen could not change the situation by himself, he was from the Forbidden Land. It would be easy for him to start a fight since he was from the Devil Race. Your Highness, this is the land of heavenly lightning that was guarded by the Forbidden Land during the era of the Divine Race. There is a terrifying heavenly lightning here. The lightning mother and child are formed once every 1,000,000 years. They are comparable to a divine-grade pill. Songzan Kong Ing said with a smile. At this moment, 3 silhouettes appeared not far from them. They were the 3 divine emperor experts that Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian had seen at the gate of the divine court: Wu Yu, Zhu Chanqian and Jiang Mingho. At this moment, Jiang Chen's countenance slightly changed. This fella really wanted to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Not only did he bring 3 divine emperor elders from his clan, he even brought Zhu Chanqian and the others here. It seemed like he was determined to get the mother and son this time. Or perhaps, he did not intend to give the mother and son to Yu Jingxian at all. He just wanted to show her how powerful the divine clan of the Forbidden Land was. Yu Jingxian glanced at Jiang Chen. Both of them knew that it was impossible for them to get the Lightning Mother and Child with Songzon Kongying's current situation. 7 Divine Emperor Experts and 7 half-step Divine Emperor Experts. This force could even do whatever they wanted in the Central Region Divine Land. It seems like your highness is not confident in getting the Lightning Mother and Child. You actually sent so many people here. Yu Jingxian covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes were filled with a hint of mockery. Ha ha ha. Your highness, you might not know that the Lightning Mother and Child are not that easy to get. If you make a mistake, you might lose your life in the land of heavenly lightning. Songzon Kongying laughed and ignored Yu Jingxian's words. He brought Yu Jingxian here to teach her a good lesson, to let her know how powerful the divine race was. He also wanted her to understand that the mother and son would never be given to her. However, if she wanted to marry into the Songzon clan, she could consider it. Songzon Kongying laughed. Oppressing others with force. That was what Songzon Kongying meant. While they were talking, a group of more than 10 people had arrived at the land of heavenly lightning. Other than Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian, the rest were all from the Forbidden Land. 9 of them were from the Infant Earth clan. Wu Yu and the other 2 were just here to support them. Greetings, Old Ancestor Songzon, Old Ancestor Zhu Ming. Songzon Kongying stepped forward and clasped his hands to greet the Old Ancestor. A million years passed by in the blink of an eye. To think that you've grown so big. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Songzon Kongying, did your father say when he would come out from his closed-door cultivation? A white-haired old man stepped out from the void, his eyes burning like torches as they landed on Songzon Kongying. Reporting to Old Ancestor Songzon. My father is still in closed-door cultivation. He did not say when he would come out. Thank you for your concern. Songzon Kongying said. Your father is a peerless martial maniac. I wonder if he can break through the shackles this time. Looks like he's determined. It's rare for him to go into closed-door cultivation. Old Ancestor Songzon nodded and said with a solemn expression. Since you're here, let's start. Get ready. The Lightning Mother and Child will be condensed in half a day. At that time, the 2 of us will suppress the heavenly lightning. You just need to take the Lightning Mother and Child. Old Ancestor Zhu Ming said. Yes, I will follow the Old Ancestor's order. Songzon Kongying said solemnly. He was only 1 realm away from the 2 Old Ancestors. However, this realm was something that some people might not be able to cross in their lifetime. The Mid-Divine Emperor realm was an unparalleled realm that Songzon Kongying had always looked up to. He had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm for more than 300,000 years, but it was extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. Not to mention the Mid-Divine Emperor realm, he couldn't even reach the peak of early Divine Emperor realm. From this, it could be seen that the 2 Mid-Divine Emperor realm Old Ancestors were unreachable. When Jiang Chen saw the 2 of them again, he felt a great pressure. He might have a chance against one of them, but if he had to face 2 Old Ancestors who guarded the heavenly lightning grounds at the same time, Jiang Chen knew that he wouldn't have the confidence to win. There must be a reason why the 2 of them could guard this place for millions of years. They were powerful and loyal. At this moment, the lightning snake spider web in Jiang Chen's hand trembled a little. A terrifying aura could be felt from the canyon in the distance. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that direction. It was like a huge furnace that could explode at any time. Even Songzon Kongying and the others were extremely cautious, not daring to make any movements. Among the group of people, only Old Ancestor Songzon and Old Ancestor Zhu Ming could maintain their composure. The 2 of them had been guarding this place all year round and had a deep understanding of the heavenly lightning. Everything has a spirit. The heavenly lightning has already developed a spirit of its own. Its strength is terrifying. If it wasn't for the ancient formation that trapped it and the fact that it was heavily injured in the past billions of years, it wouldn't be able to stay here quietly. Old Ancestor Zhu Ming said in a deep voice. There was a tinge of fear in his voice. It was imaginable how terrifying the heavenly lightning was. Even a mid-divine Emperor realm expert had to keep it a secret. How long has the heavenly lightning been here? Yu Jingxian couldn't help asking. Old Ancestor Zhu Ming glanced at Yu Jingxian and said in a low voice. Chapter 33-28. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and was shocked. This heavenly lightning had existed for hundreds of millions of years. In other words, this heavenly lightning grounds had existed for a very long time. The ancient formation here was extremely strange. Even Jiang Chen couldn't see what was so special about it. It seemed like it was left behind during the ancient times to seal the heavenly lightning. Otherwise, the heavenly lightning would have already charged out like a wild horse. Half a day later, the lay mother and son will be completely formed. You must be careful and not be reckless. There was once a disciple of my clan who lost his life while trying to snatch the lay mother and son because he was anxious. This is not a legend. Ancestor Songzon's eyes were cold as he said solemnly. Jiang Chen looked around and saw that the people around him were all ready for battle. It was almost impossible for him to strike now. It seemed like Songzon Kongying was well prepared and there wouldn't be any accidents. Jiang Chen glanced around and saw that the people around him were all ready to fight. At this moment, Yu Jingxian glanced at Jiang Chen with a sigh in her eyes. She transmitted her voice to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, don't act rashly. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape with so many people around you. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Yu Jingxian was also worried that Jiang Chen would act rashly. If that happened, he would definitely be buried in this heavenly lightning grounds. However, Jiang Chen wasn't that impulsive. Without absolute confidence, Jiang Chen wouldn't act. Jiang Chen could only wait silently for an opportunity. He had already sensed Han Yan's presence. His soul power spread out. The soul of an Emperor Realm expert was definitely stronger than any of them. Jiang Chen discovered Louis Zheni and the others. However, Louis Zheni didn't notice Jiang Chen's presence at all. Tell the prince of Louis clan that Louis Tianchen and his brothers were killed by Songzon Kongying. Wu Yu, Zhu Chanqian, and Jiang Mingho are all here. You should know what to do, right? Ayan. Jiang Chen said through his spiritual sense. The corner of Han Yan's mouth curved into a smile. What Jiang Chen meant was to let them fight each other. Only then would he be able to reap the benefits. With Jiang Chen's strength, it was naturally impossible for him to face these people head-on. Whether it was the divine race or the devil race, he had no chance of winning. Therefore, he could only let them kill each other. The death of Lu Yi, Tianchen and the others was the best catalyst. Once both sides were enraged, the entire land of heavenly lightning would become an excellent battlefield. At that time, the heavenly thunder and earthly fire would be ignited, and both sides would not give in or retreat. The true chaotic battle would definitely begin at that moment. Han Yan didn't disappoint them. Before he could turn back to help Lung Chanqian and the others, they had already rushed over. Did you find anything? Langmo Louis Zheni glanced at Han Yan indifferently. There's a major discovery. I don't know if Lung Mo should say it. Han Yan whispered. Louis Zheni frowned and said coldly, haven't you always been known for your outspokenness? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so wishy-washy. It's not the style of the devil race in the Forbidden Land. I heard those people talking about Prince Tianchen's death. Louis Zheni's face darkened when he heard Han Yan's words. He stared at Han Yan and said, go on. Among these people are the murderers of the Tianchen fourth prince. They are Songzon Kongying from the Earth Infant tribe, Wu Yu from the Earth Bull tribe, Zhu Chenjin from the Wuming tribe, and Jiang Mingho from the Earth House tribe. Han Yan said word by word. His expression was calm and composed. Did you hear it clearly? Louis Zheni continued to ask. Their eyes met. Han Yan was not afraid at all. Absolutely. Good. Songzon Kongying, the divine race of the Forbidden Land. So it's you. Looks like we'll have to fight to the death today. Louis Zheni said while gritting his teeth. His purple cloud cloak was fluttering and the golden crown on his head was trembling. The murderous intent in his eyes was terrifying. Even so, don't forget that the two guardians of the heavenly lightning land are mid-divine Emperor Realm experts. We're not sure if we can take them down, Kong Ledi said while gritting his teeth. At this moment, he became more quick-witted. As long as the mother and son are mature, the two mid-divine Emperor Realm guardians will definitely resist the heavenly lightning and let the people of the divine clan of the Forbidden Land take it. That will be the best time for us to take action. Han Yan said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Are you trying to send me to my death? Even so, if the two mid-divine emperors were to turn their spears around, wouldn't we be dead for sure? We must take revenge for Prince Tianchen and the others, but we must know how to judge the situation and not act rashly. Kong Ledi said with dissatisfaction. His eyes flickered coldly across Han Yan. It's hard to achieve great things if you're afraid of the slightest thing. Are we going to be cowards? Once the two guardians go to suppress the heavenly lightning, They won't be able to get away in a short period of time. If we don't strike now, it'll be more and more difficult to make a decision. The opportunity is right in front of us. Do you think there's a better chance for us to strike now? Furthermore, the mother and son are right in front of us. I think the third prince is determined to get them. As long as we kill Songzon Kongying, the infant Earth tribe will lose their leader. The entire divine race of the Forbidden Land will definitely fall into chaos. That's what the Devil Lord wants. As for the mother and son, they're just a bonus in his heart. Han Yan's expression was as clear as a mirror as he said indifferently. Louis Zhenyi's eyes lit up. He couldn't help taking another glance at Han Yan and nodded. You're worthy of being the Emperor Father's most trusted subordinate. It's not unreasonable for Father to trust you. It's a rare opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But, Kong Ledi wanted to say something but was interrupted by Louis Zhenyi. Lang Mo is right. This is our only chance. Get ready for battle. Once the two guardians go to suppress the heavenly lightning, it'll be our time to strike. Tianchen, I'll definitely take revenge for you today. Louis Zhenyi closed his eyes and his expression was cold. Han Yan, Lang Qianqian and even Kong Ledi knew that revenge was inevitable. However, the most important thing was to achieve something at this moment. Only then would they be able to gain the merits and achievements of the devil race in the Forbidden Land in the future. Louis Zhenyi would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Kong Ledi's heart was beating like a drum. However, Lang Mo's words were reasonable and he couldn't refute him. It seemed like this revenge battle was inevitable. Chapter 33-29. Kong Ledi was very depressed because Louise Hen didn't believe him and didn't listen to his advice at all. But then again, Lang Mo's suggestion wasn't bad, but he felt that he should be more cautious and not be too reckless. However, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once Songzon Kongying and the others were killed, the devil race of the Forbidden Land would definitely sound the horn to counterattack. At that time, the infant Earth tribe would be like a group of dragons without a leader, and the divine race of the Forbidden Land would be in deep trouble. Then, the devil race of the Forbidden Land would definitely take the opportunity to sweep away all the obstacles and occupy every inch of the divine land. Although Louise Hen was very strong and smart, the only thing he had was his desire for grandiose achievements. No one else had such a good opportunity, but he got it. If he went deep into the enemy's territory and fought desperately, it would definitely be effective. Although he didn't like Lang Mo, he had to admit that Lang Mo's suggestion was very good. And it was exactly what he wanted. Lang Mo. Once we succeed, I'll remember your great merit, Louise Hen said in a deep voice. Kong Ledi glanced at Lang Mo and felt a little uncomfortable. But now that Louise Hen had made up his mind, he couldn't change the situation. Thank you, Third Prince, Han Yan said faintly. He had always been like this. However, in Kong Ledi's eyes, this guy was obviously trying to mystify things, and he might even be feeling complacent in his heart. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. We must seize it. Listen to my command. You must kill Songzon Kongying. He's the first. If there's a chance, then we'll kill them all. My father will definitely be shocked. Ha ha ha. Louis Zhenyi strode forward calmly and confidently. In this battle, he would definitely make a name for himself. In order to inherit the throne of the devil race in the Forbidden Land in the future, Louis Zhenyi would definitely become the king of this battle at all costs. Once the stalemate between the devil race and the divine race in the Forbidden Land was broken, he would become the pioneer of the devil race in the Forbidden Land. He would be remembered as the pioneer of the devil race in the Forbidden Land. After all, the two races had been fighting in the divine land for countless years, but they had never been able to break the balance. Lang Qianqian followed behind Han Yan. At that moment, Han Yan's expression was calm. He knew that he had achieved his goal. Now it was time for them to fight. However, they still had to wait for the Forbidden Land's Protoss to reveal themselves before Louis Zhenyi could rush forward. This kind of opportunity was indeed hard to come by. If it wasn't for Han Yan and Jiang Chen adding fuel to the fire, then the result would be unpredictable. At this moment, in the Sky Thunderfield, the roar of the Sky Thunderfield became louder and louder. The entire canyon seemed to be filled with deafening thunder. Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Zhu Ming glanced at each other. Then the two of them soared into the sky and headed straight towards the Sky Thunder Canyon. Are mother and son finally going to come out? Jiang Chen murmured. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now, it was time to see how messy they could make this place. The more chaotic they were, the faster the devil race would come. At that time, Jiang Chen would be able to retreat and reap the benefits. He must obtain mother and son. It would definitely be a great help for him to fuse with the sky thunder. Jiang Chen already had a slight understanding of the thousand-flame destruction thunder. However, its terror was self-evident. Even with the suppression of the ancient formation and 2 mid-divine Emperor realm experts, they could barely control the situation. It was imaginable that it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to devour the sky thunder. "Protect me. I'll go get mother and son," Songzan Kong-ing said in a low voice. The people of the Songzan clan and Wu Yu's group of 3 were on guard, fearing that something might happen. Songzan Kong-ing had so many experts to protect him. He wasn't worried that the princess of the Cyan Feather clan would take action because she was too weak. She wouldn't be of any help at all. He asked her to come here to have a look. He wanted her to witness his strength and the strength of the Infant Earth clan. "Don't get close to them later. If it doesn't work, we'll just avoid them. These guys are not easy to deal with. What I'm most worried about is the sky thunder that has turned into a spirit." Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Jingxian and said with a telepathic message. He couldn't help but feel a little worried, or it could be said that his great divination art had an ominous premonition. He didn't know what would happen at this time. However, according to Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Zhu Ming, they were sure that they would win. After all, they had been guarding the sky thunder field for millions of years. "I know. You have to be careful too." Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen. She didn't care about the mother and son anymore. As long as she could live well with Jiang Chen, it was all up to God's will. She had found her true love. Everything else was just fleeting clouds. Rumble, rumble, the sound of thunder rolled thousands of miles away. Everyone's heart was incomparably heavy, especially Songzan Kong-ing. This was the first time he came to take the mother and son. He didn't know how dangerous it would be. However, the 2 ancestors told him to be careful. This meant that it wouldn't be as easy as he had imagined. Up in the sky, Ancestor Zhu Ming and Ancestor Songzan had already rushed into the Sky Thunder Canyon. Bolts of lightning pierced through the sky. The 2 ancestors continuously forced the lightning back, shrinking the space where the lightning could strike. The terrifying power of the sky thunder made even Jiang Chen feel incomparably serious. Even he didn't dare to underestimate it. It seemed that the sky thunder was much stronger than he had imagined. "Hurry up and take the mother and son. What are you waiting for if not now?" Ancestor Songzan roared. Songzan Kong-ing didn't dare to be careless and quickly rushed into the Sky Thunder Canyon. At that moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the canyon. Songzan Kong-ing was especially excited. In the middle of the canyon, there was a place with the densest thunderbolts. Lightning spiderwebs filled the gaps and an oval blue gem the size of an egg appeared in front of Songzan Kong-ing. Songzan Kong-ing's face lit up with joy, and her eyes were filled with excitement. "I found it, Ancestor." Chapter 33:30. Songzan Kong-ing tried to make a move several times, but was blocked every time. The terrifying electrocution descended from the sky, causing Songzan Kong-ing to be in a difficult situation. Songzan Kong-ing tried to make a move several times, but was repelled by the heavenly lightning. The blue gemstone, which was the lightning mother and son, was clearly right in front of her, but it was so far away that Songzan Kong-ing couldn't get her hands on it. Layers upon layers of heavenly lightning curtains spanned across the valley, blocking Songzan Kong-ing completely outside, making it difficult for her to move forward. "Don't be afraid. You must break through the heavenly lightning barrier to obtain the lightning mother and son. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Only by enduring hardship can you achieve great things." Old Ancestor Songzan's voice echoed in the canyon, causing Songzan Kong-ing's expression to turn even more solemn. He clenched his teeth and charged into the heavenly lightning barrier. That was because Songzan Kong-ing knew that he had to obtain the lightning mother and son in order for the entire Infant Earth tribe to stand above the Forbidden Land, the Divine Continent, and even establish his prestige among the Forbidden Land's divine clans. He had to take this step. Even if he was seriously injured, he wouldn't hesitate. Moreover, with so many people protecting him, what was there for him to worry about? What a terrifying heavenly lightning barrier. Songzan Kong-ing is going to suffer a little, Jiang Chen said with a smile. The heavenly lightning barrier had completely isolated the space between him and the lightning mother and son. How could it be that easy to break through the heavenly lightning barrier? Even Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to say that he could snatch the lightning mother and son without any resistance, let alone Songzhan Kongying, who didn't have any strong resistance against the heavenly lightning barrier. Songzhan Kongying tried to break through the barrier several times, but he was struck by the heavenly lightning barrier. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but the heavenly lightning barrier was still in front of him. It didn't change at all. Songzhan Kongying's expression became more and more unsightly. He even thought of retreating. However, he didn't want to give up. He knew that he couldn't take the risk himself. He needed everyone's strength to break through the heavenly lightning barrier. That way, he would have a greater chance of snatching the lightning mother and son away. Wu Yu, the rest of you, come over here. Help me block the lightning. Songzhan Kongying said in a deep voice. Wu Yu and the other two changed their expressions. However, they had no other choice. If they chose to retreat at this time, they would undoubtedly betray Songzhan Kongying and their days in the future wouldn't be good. They still needed Songzhan Kongying's help in the future to occupy the throne of their respective clans. If they lost Songzhan Kongying of the Infant Earth Tribe, they would definitely fall into a predicament as the second-in-command of the Infant Earth Tribe. Collusion of benefits was often the most trustworthy. Songzhan Kongying knew that they would definitely make a move, no matter how unwilling they were. The four divine emperors took action at the same time and charged into the lightning barrier. The three of them blocked several bolts of lightning in succession and guarded the first step for Songzhan Kongying. However, the terrifying lightning was also extremely dangerous for the three of them. Any slight mistake could cause them to fall into eternal damnation. Therefore, they were extremely careful. Now's the time. Songzhan Kongying squinted his eyes. The pressure on Songzhan Kongying was reduced a lot after the three of them blocked the impact of the lightning barrier. Although there were still bolts of lightning striking down, it wouldn't be a problem for her to resist them for a short while. Songzhan Kongying gritted his teeth and reached out to grab the lightning mother and son. At this moment, the aqua-blue lightning mother and son became overflowing with colorful flowing lights like rippling water. Songzhan Kongying didn't have much time to think and directly grabbed the lightning mother and son. However, 9 bolts of lightning struck down furiously, severely injuring Songzhan Kongying and the other 3. The scene was hair-raising. Although Songzhan Kongying had seized the lightning mother and son, he felt that all the lightning in the entire canyon seemed to be pouring down towards him. The tide-like attack made Songzhan Kongying's expression change. Run! Songzhan Kongying's eyes almost popped out. Wu Yu and the other two naturally wouldn't stay here and wait to be struck by the lightning. Songzhan Kongying rushed out for the first time, but the lightning seemed to have locked onto him. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky and locked onto Songzhan Kongying. Fuck my ancestor. Isn't this too fucking weird? Songzhan Kongying wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, Wu Yu and the other two had already retreated from the boundary of the Sky Thunder Canyon, but Songzhan Kongying couldn't move an inch. Holding the lightning mother and son in his hands, Songzhan Kongying's heart was filled with anger. He had risked his life to get them. He would never leave them behind. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian looked at each other with a smile on their faces. At this moment, Songzhan Kongying was in great pain. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his embarrassing situation. However, his eyes were still on Songzhan Kongying's hands because the lightning mother and son were there. Old ancestor, I can't hold on any longer. Songzhan Kongying shouted in a deep voice. The heavenly lightning had completely blocked his way out. The bolts of lightning were like punishment from the heavens, leaving Songzhan Kongying with no way out. Old Ancestor Zhu Ming and Old Ancestor Songzhan were also in a difficult situation at this moment because they were also entangled by the heavenly lightning. They wanted to retreat, but they realized that there was no way out. The two mid-divine emperor experts had fallen into a passive situation. Their situation was even more terrifying than Songzhan Kongying's. This damn thing's strength is much stronger than it was back then. Old Ancestor Zhu Ming exclaimed. The seal of the ancient formation must have weakened. That's why this fella is so unscrupulous. It wants to trap and kill us here. Old Ancestor Songzhan's face became more and more gloomy. They originally wanted to resist the attack of the heavenly lightning and let Songzhan Kongying find a chance to seize the lightning mother and son. But now, they were in a dilemma and the situation was extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. His chance was not far away. I will take the lightning mother and son from Songzhan Kongying later. Be careful. We are not the only ones here. Yu Jingxian was stunned by Jiang Chen's words. She immediately understood what Jiang Chen meant. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although she did not know who it was, the battle had just begun. Hurry up and help me resist the heavenly lightning, Songzan Kongying said with a pale face. At this moment, everyone had joined the battle, including the half-step divine emperors, Wu Yu and the other two. Except for Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian, everyone else had joined the battle to help Songzan Kongying block the terrifying heavenly lightning. Otherwise, Songzan Kongying would probably be trapped in a difficult situation. Old Ancestor Songzan and Old Ancestor Zhu Ming were controlled by the thousand-flame destructive lightning. Songzan Kongying and the others were also in danger. At this moment, the entire Sky Thunder Canyon became cold and solemn. Here's our chance. Qianqian and Lang Mo, you two go and seize the Lightning Mother and Son from Songzan Kongying. It's time for us to start a massacre. Humph. Chapter 33-31. Songzan Kongying was powerful, but she was still troubled by the heavenly lightning barrier even though she had joined hands with several divine emperor experts. Everyone's faces turned pale as they fell into a passive situation. They did not know how to deal with the terrifying heavenly lightning at all. Fortunately, the two old ancestors were keeping the heavenly lightning spirit busy. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated here at any time. At this moment, although Songzan Kongying and the others were in a dangerous situation, they were finally stabilized. The only people that they needed to worry about were Old Ancestor Songzan and Old Ancestor Zhu Ming. They were originally fighting against the heavenly lightning spirit, but now, they were being suppressed by the heavenly lightning spirit. It was easy to imagine the fury of the heavenly thunder spirit that its million-year-old crystal had been stolen. Moreover, with the passage of time, a crack had appeared in the ancient formation. As a result, the power and methods that the heavenly thunder spirit could use had become increasingly terrifying. That was why Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Zhu Ming had been trapped by the heavenly thunder spirit. They had fallen into a deadlock for a time, unable to advance or retreat. Will the two old ancestors be devoured by the heavenly lightning spirit? Yeah, I'm also worried that the old ancestors will be in danger. Don't talk nonsense. The two old ancestors' strength has reached the peak. We can't be compared to them. As long as we escape from here, they will definitely break free immediately. That's not necessarily true. I think the two old ancestors are also in a very difficult situation. Everyone was incomparably worried, but right now, it could be said that they couldn't even protect themselves. This result was completely unexpected, even for the two old ancestors. They didn't know that a crack had appeared in the ancient formation. After a million years, the heavenly thunder spirit had become a lot stronger than before. That was why they were trapped in the formation and couldn't get out of it in a short period of time. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian were just sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Both of them were too weak, only at the half-step divine emperor realm. Therefore, Songzan Kongying didn't care about them at all. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Compared to her, the princess of the Green Feather Clan was just a little girl. Why would Songzan Kongying care about her? Songzan Kongying, how have you been? Ha ha ha, Louise Hen am here. A deafening roar reverberated through the void. The surrounding heaven and earth seemed to have darkened. Demonic chi rose up, and sorcery clouds covered the sun. The atmosphere was heavy. Songzan Kongying's expression changed. He had never expected that the devil race would appear at this time. He had been very secretive, but the news was still leaked in the end. Songzan Kongying couldn't help feeling gloomy. They were in a predicament now. The appearance of Louise Hen was more terrifying than the heavenly lightning. In the past, Songzan Kongying had fought with Louise Zheni. If the two of them weren't almost the same in strength, Songzan Kongying would have won the battle. In the end, both of them suffered heavy losses and were forced to retreat 3,000 li. Both of them were old acquaintances. Therefore, from the moment Louise Zheni appeared, Songzan Kongying knew that he would have a hard time today. Louise Zheni was not a hothead. Songzan Kongying had never been able to gain the upper hand against him. Now that Louise Zheni was waiting for an opportunity to ambush him, Songzan Kongying knew that Louise Zheni must have been prepared for this. It's you. You're really cunning. You even came to the heavenly lightning land. Aren't you afraid of being consigned to eternal damnation? Humph. Songzan Kongying shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were sharp and unforgiving. Haha, I'm afraid that it's someone else who will be consigned to eternal damnation today. Now that you're in such a sorry state, it's time for me to take over this battle. Louise Hen stood proudly and stared at Songzon Kong Ing. Those people were all heavily injured, so it was impossible for them to escape from the attack of Louise Hen and Kong Ing. Louise Hen, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Don't forget what kind of place this heavenly lightning land is. It's the territory of our divine clan. When our people come, I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape. Songzon Kong Ing said in a deep voice. He had no confidence in dealing with Louise Hen. Is that so? I'd like to see where your reinforcements are. Haha, when they come, I'm afraid that you'll all be dead by then. Are you trying to play tricks with me? You're still too young. I thought that the two old ancestors of your divine clan would be able to fight against the heavenly lightning, but I didn't expect that the two old ancestors of your divine clan would be wrapped up by the heavenly lightning and lose their chance. Are you going to wait for them to come and save you? Right now, they should be like clay bodhisattvas crossing the river, unable to protect themselves, right? Luizen's eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice. Since he had come here, he was determined to kill Songzon Kong Ing. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the infant Earth tribe. Louise Hen, how dare you? Once the two old ancestors come out, all of you will die. Songzon Kong Ing took a step forward and shouted fiercely. In my opinion, you're just a paper tiger. You should know better than anyone else that you don't stand a chance anymore. Luizen's lips curled up slightly. Everyone's expression became extremely ugly. Luizen's current strength was indeed enough to defeat them. Under the impact of the heavenly lightning, he had lost most of his combat strength. Now that Louise Hen had come, they could only try their best to deal with him. Attack! Kill without mercy! As soon as Luizen's voice fell, Kong Ledi, Lang Chanqian and Han Yen immediately took action. Although the three of them were only half-step divine emperors, Songzon Kong Ing and the others were shocked the moment they took action. Even Wu Yu and the others were dumbfounded. The three of them were definitely comparable to divine emperors. Even if they were at their peak, their chances of winning would not be more than 50%. Therefore, this battle had become extremely difficult. The show is finally about to begin. Zhang Chen smiled faintly. Louise Hen and the other three immediately rushed into the battle. Even though there was a heavenly lightning barrier in front of them, they were not afraid at all. They only had one goal: to rush into the heavenly lightning barrier and kill the two half-step divine emperors of the infant Earth tribe. They didn't care who the heavenly lightning would strike, as long as it didn't strike them. Under the heavenly lightning barrier, Songzon Kong Ing and the others were extremely cautious in their attacks. Louise Hen held his spear in one hand and his body was like a hook, treading across the sky and killing two half-step divine emperors from the infant Earth race. Fresh blood sprayed across the sky, splashing onto Songzon Kong Ing's face. He knew that this was going to be a tough battle, and their chances of winning were slim. Now, he could only hope that the two ancestors could break through the encirclement of the heavenly lightning as soon as possible. Only then would they have hope. Han Yen and Zhang Chen looked at each other and smiled. They then moved toward Songzon Kong Ing together with Lang Chanqian. They only had one goal: to take Lei and his mother away. Chapter 33-32. The dreadful heavenly lightning was still striking down unceasingly. Blood-curdling screams resounded incessantly in the entire Sky Thunder Canyon. The experts of the infant Earth tribe couldn't withstand Louis Zhani's dreadful attacks at all. They were all heavily injured. Louis Zhani, who was at the Divine Emperor realm, had crushed everyone. Adding on to the fact that all of them were heavily injured, it was a one-sided battle for Louis Zhani. No one could compete with him. On the other side, Han Yen and Lang Chanqian had already rushed towards Songzon Kong Ing. The two of them quickly took action. Songzon Kong Ing's expression changed. He quickly retreated and wanted to dodge. However, Han Yen and Lang Chanqian had already prepared for this. How could they let him escape? Han Yan's strength was on par with Zhang Chen in a bare-handed battle. It was enough to show how dreadful he was. Even if he hadn't reached the Divine Emperor realm, his strength wasn't inferior to Zhang Chen's. Lang Chanqian had also cooperated with Han Yen countless times. The tacit understanding between them was needless to say. She directly blocked Songzon Kong Ing's way of retreat. Under the pincer attack of the two, Songzon Kong Ing was in a dilemma. Han Yan's terrifying fist aura was like Mount Tai pressing down on Songzon Kong Ing. Songzon Kong Ing was being suppressed by Han Yan's terrifying fist aura. Leng Qianqian took advantage of the situation to chase after Songzon Kong Ing, causing her to suffer unspeakably. As for the people of the infant Earth tribe, it was even more difficult. Even with Wu Yu and Zhu Qianqian fighting against Louis Zhenyi, they were still in a passive position. Bastard! You bunch of evil scum of the demon race. Songzon Kongying, will definitely kill you all. Songzon Kongying roared in anger. However, he still couldn't resist Han Yan's storm-like pressure. He was in a difficult situation. His face was pale as he held the mother and son tightly. They were his last hope. Now, Songzon Kongying could only place his hope on the two old ancestors. He didn't know how they were doing. If they were also unable to resist the heavenly lightning spirit, he might really die here today. Han Yan and Leng Qianqian were like a hot knife cutting through butter. Even Songzon Kongying at his peak might not be a match for them. Not to mention that he was already at the end of his tether after enduring the round after round of heavenly lightning strikes. Songzon Kongying's entire body trembled as his injuries worsened. Furthermore, the lightning mother and son pair were also pushed back by Leng Qianqian and were snatched away by Han Yan. Songzon Kongying's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His face was ashen as he continued to retaliate, trying to charge out of the divine lightning region. Being attacked from both front and back, the surging lightning made it extremely difficult for him. Lei and his mother were already in his hands, but Han Yan was not in a hurry at this moment. Instead, he and Leng Qianqian continued to fight against Songzon Kongying and the others. Although Louis Zhenyi was defeated, he still needed to be careful when facing 6 early divine emperors alone. After all, it was extremely difficult for him to fight against 6 early divine emperors alone. A divine emperor was not to be underestimated. How could they be underestimated? Louis Zhenyi's peerless godly spear was unstoppable. He was able to deal with the 6 divine emperor realm experts with ease. Wu Yu and the others were in great pain. 2 divine emperor realm experts were completely defeated by Louis Zhenyi. They could barely fight back. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Now was not the best time for him to take action. Only when Han Yan betrayed them would it be the best time for him to take action. At this moment, he would let them exhaust each other. Luosan's side had the absolute upper hand. Jiang Chen did not know whether the 2 old ancestors would be able to walk out alive. However, if the 2 mid-divine emperors were to die, Jiang Chen would have to think about whether he would be able to devour the 1,000-flame destructive lightning. Although Jiang Chen was full of expectation and excitement, he would not act blindly. Judging from the current situation, the 2 old ancestors would not be able to gain any advantage over the heavenly thunder spirit. Therefore, Jiang Chen should be more clear-headed and understand that the battle was far from over. He must preserve his strength. Yu Jingxian was a little anxious. She looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Isn't that the young Master Leng Emo that we met before? He's here too. Shouldn't we take action now?" "Don't worry. That young Master Leng Emo is definitely not a match for me," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "But that divine emperor expert is too powerful. We might not be able to achieve the best result if we take action now," Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. Jiang Chen did not take any action. She just stood behind him quietly. Time passed by. Kong Ledi also attacked aggressively and killed all the half-step divine emperors. At this moment, Songzon Kongying was already panicking. The 3 divine emperors were killed by Louis Zhenyi. Although he was gradually stabilizing the situation, it was almost certain death for him. "Ancestor, oh ancestor, when will you come out?" Songzon Kongying was struggling in her heart. If all the people of the Earth Infant tribe, including herself, were to die here, it would be the day when the Devil clan of the Forbidden Land would attack. Now, it was equivalent to her controlling the fate of the Divine clan of the Forbidden Land. The reason why the Earth Infant tribe had never been defeated was because of her. If she was killed, the Earth Infant tribe would be in chaos and the Devil clan of the Forbidden Land would be in chaos. "It's impossible for the 2 of you to kill me." Songzon Kongying rushed out of the heavenly lightning grounds. Her fight with Han Yan and Leng Qianqian became a lot easier. The heavenly lightning grounds gradually thinned, and Songzon Kongying became more at ease when facing the 2 of them. After all, she was the substitute clan leader of the Earth Infant tribe. If she didn't have the strength, how could she be the leader? Although his position was not stable yet, his father was in closed-door cultivation and his big brother had yet to return. He was the only pillar of the Earth Infant tribe. Han Yen and Lang Qianqian's expressions didn't change either. Songzhan Kongying, who had broken free from the suppression of the heavenly lightning, finally displayed her terrifying power. No wonder she was an expert on par with Louis Zheni. The young experts of the Forbidden Land's divine race weren't weak either, and Songzhan Kongying was one of them. Get out of here! Songzhan Kongying held the serpent spear and attacked the peak of the firmament. Han Yen and Lang Qianqian retreated. He was unstoppable. He was determined to take back the mother and son from Han Yen. Kong Ledi, come and help! Lang Qianqian shouted. Kong Ledi had just arrived. The three of them joined forces to fight against Songzhan Kongying. Songzhan Kongying fell into a difficult battle. Chapter 33-33. Songzhan Kongying, to think that you would have such a day. Ha! The Forbidden Land's divine clan will definitely tremble under the feet of my demon clan. You so-called descendants of the gods are just a joke. Luozin's spear was boundless and domineering as he pointed it at Songzhan Kongying. Songzhan Kongying's face changed drastically. Everyone had been killed, and he was the only one left. He couldn't do anything by himself. Effed! Songzhan Kongying's qi and blood were tumbling in his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale to the extreme. He was so flustered that he was forced to retreat again and again by the three of them. Although he was still able to stabilize the situation, Luozin's bloodthirsty spear had already locked onto him. Even if I die, I will drag you guys down with me. Songzhan Kongying was covered in blood. He was furious. It was impossible for him to kneel down and beg for mercy. All right, then I will fulfill your wish. From today onwards, the Infant Earth clan will no longer have a patriarch. Ha! Louis Hen roared as he raised his spear. Facing Songzhan Kongying, he slammed his spear down without any hesitation. The sky darkened. Brat, how dare you! A loud roar resounded from the sky as an aura rippled. Two figures instantly appeared and blocked the spear. They were Ancestor Songzhan and Ancestor Zhu Ming. However, the two of them had clearly suffered heavy injuries. They had used all their strength to barely escape from the heavenly lightning spirit. They were already heavily injured. Even if they managed to block Luozin's spear, their situation was still extremely dangerous. Old Ancestor! You guys are finally back. Songzhan Kongying cried tears of joy. The two old ancestors had finally escaped from the heavenly lightning canyon when he was at his most desperate moment. However, the two old ancestors had clearly suffered heavy injuries and the situation did not look good. But to Songzhan Kongying, the current situation was pretty good. At least he did not need to fight alone anymore. The two mid-divine Emperor Realm old ancestors were definitely not that weak. As long as they were here, there was still a chance to turn the situation around. Those two old farts are actually still alive? Haha, looks like you guys are really lucky. However, you guys are already like arrows at the end of your flight. Even if you survive, what can you do? Lu Yizheni looked down on the crowd. His heroic spirit did not diminish. He faced Ancestor Songzhan and Ancestor Zhu Ming without any fear. Kid, you talk big at such a young age. Even if your ancestor, Louis XVII, was here, he wouldn't dare to say such words. Today, you dare to start a massacre in my Forbidden Lands territory, so you should understand that no one can save you. Ancestor Songzhan bellowed. Is that so? I would also like to see if the two patriarchs are as powerful as the rumors say. Luozinii said proudly. If our strength hadn't been damaged, would you still dare to say such words? But even so, I don't need to go through much trouble to deal with you. Ancestor Zhu Ming said with a gloomy expression. The smile on Jiang Chen's face became even more gratified because the two of them were able to escape from the heavenly lightning spirit. This meant that the heavenly lightning spirit strength should not be stronger than theirs. Now that the two of them were seriously injured, the heavenly lightning spirit would definitely not be in a good state. Otherwise, the heavenly lightning wouldn't have weakened. Jiang Chen knew that his chance had finally come. Compared to the mother and son, he was more interested in the heavenly lightning. As long as he could obtain the heavenly lightning spirit, the mother and son were not as important as the heavenly lightning spirit. However, Jiang Chen had other plans for the mother and son. Now that everything was ready, he only needed one thing. As long as the crisis here was resolved, he could rush into the Sky Thunder Canyon without fear. At that time, Whether or not he could resist the Sky Thunder Spirit would depend on his luck. Jiang Chen had to take this step, even if he knew that the Sky Thunder Canyon was full of danger and that he might not be able to return. Heavenly Lightning Spirit, you must be mine. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His face was cold and indifferent, but his heart was filled with emotions. This kind of opportunity was very beneficial to him. The facts have proven that the two of you are still alive. You still want to fight with me? Ha ha ha, you're dreaming. Louis Zhenyi was not afraid of them at all. They were seriously injured. If he still did not dare to fight with them, then he would have lost today's battle. As long as Songzhan Kongying did not die, then everything would be in vain. Louis Zhenyi was very clear that if the two of them had the ability to kill him, then it wouldn't have been as simple as blocking his spear just now. They would have definitely suppressed him with a thunderous method. The facts prove that they must have suffered considerable injuries, which was why they became so timid. Boy, it seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Today, I will definitely turn your bones into ashes. You're a survivor of the Devil Clan in the Forbidden Area. Ancestor Zhu Ming Lung said. Louis Zhenyi raised his saber and said in a deep voice, I'll accompany you to the end. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Ancestor Songzhan sneered. After all, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Although their strength had been greatly reduced, they were still mid-divine emperor experts. Although they were not as strong as before, they were still mid-divine emperor experts. Songzhan Kongying was looking forward to the result. If the two old ancestors could not defeat Louis Zhenyi now, then he would definitely die. The reason why Louis Zhenyi dared to act so arrogantly was because the two old ancestors had lost their strength. Otherwise, he would have already escaped far away. However, Songzhan Kongying still trusted the two old ancestors. The difference between a mid-divine emperor and an early divine emperor was like night and day. Only a true expert would be able to understand just how great the gap between the two of them was. Louis Zhenyi's heart was also incomparably heavy. He was fighting against two mid-divine emperors at the same time, but he was still nervous. He hoped that they were injured and no longer as brave as they were in the past. Otherwise, he would only be able to escape. The three of them clashed in an instant. Louis Zhenyi, Ancestor Songzhan and Ancestor Zhu Ming began to probe each other's strength because they didn't have the confidence to kill each other. However, their strengths were almost on par with each other. Both of them could only retreat at the last moment. This was the result that Jiang Chen wanted to see. Chapter 33-34. For Jiang Chen, the final outcome would be a lose-lose situation. He had already made a foolproof plan. As long as one of them was defeated, it would be time for him to display his might. No one could stop him from pursuing the heavenly lightning, not even a god. Louis Zhenyi was extremely courageous. He did not slack off when facing the two mid-divine emperor realm experts. After all, they were severely injured and their strength was almost at their peak. At this moment, Louis Zhenyi was fighting against two mid-divine emperor realm experts at the same time. Songzhan and Kongying were extremely worried, but they did not dare to slack off. Facing Han Yan, Lang Qianqian and Kong Ledi, any small mistake could cause them to be beaten up or even be severely injured. Old Ancestor, oh old Ancestor, you must hold on. The infant Earth Clan cannot be defeated. The divine clan of the Forbidden Land cannot fall. Songzhan Kongying was extremely sorrowful. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see the fox grieving for the rabbit's death. Every inch of the Forbidden Land of the divine race seemed to be dyed in blood. Everyone had despair in their eyes as they helplessly looked at the sky. Overlord Purple Golden Spear. Luosan's chi soared into the Milky Way. His divine spear was matchless. His terrifying might swept across the sky. On the summit of the valley, Old Ancestor Songzhan and Old Ancestor Zhu Ming could only defend passively. However, the two of them were extremely stable at this moment. Even if they were being suppressed, they were still able to deal with the situation with ease. After all, they were mid-divine emperor experts. Their battle prowess and means were superior. Therefore, even if they were heavily injured, it would not be easy for Louis Hen to defeat them. In the darkness, two silhouettes flashed continuously. Their eyes were filled with incomparable cold-blooded light. Looks like we've come at the right time. We're just in time for the final battle. The matter between the Divine Clan and the Devil Clan of the Forbidden Land is not something that we can interfere in. A silver-haired man said faintly with a hint of disdain. His entire body was shrouded in darkness, fusing with the rocks in the valley, hiding in the void. Hee hee. Can these few fellows be considered as real experts? It was a little shabby. However, the battle between the Forbidden Lands divine race and the Forbidden Lands devil race has indeed been going on for many years. Those two old fellows aren't weak, but it's a pity that their strength has already been depleted. Even if it's 2 against 1, they won't be able to gain the slightest advantage against that brat from the Forbidden Lands devil race. We just have to sit back and reap the benefits. The other yellow-haired man said calmly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. These few fellows can only be considered to be clowns. The thing that they want is likely that so-called lay mother and son. The young man pondered for a moment before saying, that should be the case. With their abilities, wanting to move the heavenly thunder spirit is just wishful thinking. It's completely impossible. Sun Jian, you keep an eye on them. Our goal is to kill all of them. Their existence will only become our stepping stones. The yellow-haired youth said in a low voice. Got it. Brother Yuan, don't worry. These few fellows can't do much. They're just a bunch of kids playing house. Ha! If it wasn't for you stopping me, I would have beaten them up long ago. Sun Jian said with a smile and shook his head. His eyes were filled with disdain. Don't act rashly. Although those two old fellows have lost their strength, they're still mid-divine emperor experts. We should be careful to avoid any accidents. Our goal must not change in the slightest. Otherwise, it won't be something that you and I can control. This time, the heavenly thunder spirit is what we should be concerned about. We don't want to care about the matters between the Forbidden Lands divine race and the Forbidden Lands devil race. However, none of the people here can leave alive. Sun Yuan said quietly. The sharpness in his eyes was also filled with killing intent. His goal was to get rid of all the obstacles here at this moment. At this moment, the battle between Louis Zheni and Old Ancestor Songzan and Old Ancestor Zhu Ming had reached its climax. Although Louis Zheni's strength was not bad, he was not on the same level as the two divine emperor experts. The two old fellows had recovered some of their strength through the battle. At this moment, Louis Zheni had fallen into a passive position. The battle between the three of them became more and more intense. The valley was filled with dust. Louis Zheni's expression became more and more unsightly. On the other side, Songzan and Kong Ying had fallen into a desperate situation. Han Yen, Songzan, come and get me. Louis Zheni shouted in a deep voice. He was already in a desperate situation. If he didn't seek help now, he would definitely die. All right. Kong Ledi's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately responded to Louis Zheni's call and quickly went to help. Songzan Kong Ying finally took a deep breath. However, facing the attack of the two mid-divine emperor experts, even with the help of Han Yen and the others, the two mid-divine emperor experts were still as stable as Mount Tai. Damn it. These two old fellows are really cunning. They actually fell into his trap. Louis Zheni was defeated one after another. He was already on the verge of a crisis. They can't fight against the two old ancestors after all. Songzan Kong Ying let out a long breath. At this moment, he was finally able to get rid of the desperate situation. Otherwise, he would be the one in the most danger. Your Highness, these two old farts are too strong. We can't fight against them. Kong Ledi's expression changed. It was difficult for the four of them to fight against the two mid-divine emperor experts. The balance of victory was gradually tilting towards the Forbidden Lands side. We can't go against them. Let's go. Louis Zheni's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth tightly. He could feel the crisis at this moment. If he dragged it on, they would be the ones who would lose. Moreover, he might even die here with a grievance. For the sake of the overall situation, he could only retreat temporarily. Songzan Kong Ying was the substitute patriarch of the Earth Infant clan of the Forbidden Land. It wouldn't be easy for him to kill him. Louis Zheni could only blame it on his bad luck. If the heavenly lightning spirit could kill the two old farts or make them lose their fighting strength, he would be the biggest winner today. Chapter 33-35. Want to leave? Hee hee, it won't be that easy. You're not qualified to destroy the bloodline of the divine clan in the forbidden area. Old Ancestor Songzan sneered. The two of them retreated in order to advance, using the battle to nurture the battle, completely delaying Louis Zheni. As the saying goes, the older the wiser. At this moment, the sinister and cunning of these two old fellas were completely revealed. Zhu Ming. Let them see who is the real expert. Old Ancestor Songzan looked at Old Ancestor Zhu Ming with a cold and decisive gaze. The two of them looked at each other and a terrifying aura spread out, covering everyone. Shit! Run! Louis Zhani and the others' expression changed, but it was already too late. Old Ancestor Songzan and Old Ancestor Zhu suppressed many people with their peerless aura. Even Han Yen was affected, but Louis Zhani was the first to be affected. Louis Zhani's body trembled as he was attacked by the two old fellas. A terrifying gale swept up the sky, causing the entire space to freeze. Louis Zhani pierced the void with his spear. The surrounding void was shattered, but he still couldn't escape from Old Ancestor Songzan and Old Ancestor Zhu's hands. Louis Zhani's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He wanted to break free, but his spear had already been crushed under the suppression of the two old fellas. Even his divine soul was severely injured. No! The shock in Louis Zhani's eyes was also completely replaced by fear. In the next moment, he could already feel the aura of death filling his entire body. There was not the slightest bit of life force that could allow him to escape. Your Royal Highness! Kong Ledi's body trembled. He, Han Yen, and Lang Chanqian were sent hundreds of zhang away. All of them were severely injured. The two old fellas immediately attacked Louis Zhani. Louis Zhani's divine soul was destroyed in an instant. Han Yen held Lang Chanqian's hand as they were severely injured by the two mid-divine Emperor Realm old men. On the other side, Kong Ledi was completely dumbfounded. His master was dead and he was scared out of his wits. These two old men were too terrifying. Kong Ledi spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was cold, and his entire body was trembling. At this moment, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If the person that the two old ancestors were dealing with was him, even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't be able to survive. Even so, Kong Ledi and the other two old ancestors' expressions were extremely unsightly. Their strength was greatly reduced, and it was impossible for them to continue. Ancestor is mighty. Songzan Kongying's eyes lit up. Louis Zhani's death was undoubtedly the greatest benefit to him. The reputation of the God clan in the Forbidden Land was preserved, and their territory was protected. As long as he was there, the infant Earth clan would never fall. Patriarch Songzan and Patriarch Zhu Ming looked at each other and let out a long sigh of relief. Killing Louis Zhani had greatly damaged their strength and caused their faces to turn pale. The summit of the canyon had become extremely messy. Dust was flying everywhere, rocks were flying everywhere, and the sky was dark and gloomy. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Now, it's time for us to show up." Yu Jingxian smiled elegantly. Her smile was as beautiful as the blooming flowers of the 4 seasons. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The heavens will not disappoint those who wait. Finally, it's time to reap the rewards. Yu Jingxian and Jiang Chen stood side by side. At this moment, the two of them soared into the sky. On the other side, there were also 2 figures that turned into a ray of light and flashed across the void. Jiang Chen was stunned. He actually met 2 people head-on. When the 2 of them saw Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian, they were slightly startled. The 4 of them looked at each other. Jiang Chen thought, "Shit, these 2 should have been waiting for a long time." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They seem to have come out a little too early. 2 half-step divine emperors. How dare you appear here? You're courting death. Get lost. Sun Zhan roared in anger and struck out his palm, colliding with Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. Both of them stared at each other across the sky. 10 miles of the sky was filled with explosions. Be careful, Jiang Chen. Although Yu Jingxian knew that Jiang Chen was strong, she was still worried about his safety. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Sun Zhan were equally matched. Both of them took a step back. Sun Zhan's face was filled with shock. He didn't expect that his punch wouldn't be able to kill this reckless kid. Instead, he was forced to take a step back by the impact. Such a terrifying half-step divine emperor. Sun Zhan's heart shuddered. He had used at least 80% of his strength when he punched Jiang Chen. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen with a single strike, but the final result was unbelievable to him. It's him? Old Ancestor Songzan and Old Ancestor Zhu Ming were shocked. They recognized Jiang Chen. This fellow wanted to enter the land of heavenly lightning, but he was forced to retreat by them. They did not expect this fella to want a share of the Thunder Rush Mountain Range. At this moment, the Thunder Rush Mountain Range was truly a gathering of heroes. This kid is so terrifying, Songzan Kongying said with incomparable shock. She had originally thought that he was just a small attendant of the princess of the Cyan Feather Clan. But from the looks of it now, she was gravely mistaken. The Cyan Feather Clan definitely had a huge conspiracy and had long since wanted to seize Lei and his mother. No matter how many calculations we made, we did not expect this fella to be here. The Green Feather Clan is really cunning, Songzan Kongying murmured. However, he no longer had the strength to fight back. Even the two old ancestors could only lament their incompetence. Given their current situation, they could be killed at any time. The two Divine Emperor realm experts were stronger than Louis Zhini. This half-step Divine Emperor had hidden his strength very well. No matter who they were, they all wanted to take the initiative. Then, the war would not stop for a second. Sun Yuan squinted his eyes. Lang Lang said, "Little fella, interesting. To be able to take a punch from Sun Zhan. Seems like an interesting person." Jiang Chen stood proudly without backing down. Although he had come out a little too early, if he didn't deal with these two men, he was afraid that he would be killed by them sooner or later. "Who are you? This is not a place where you should be. A half-step Divine Emperor. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the Thunder Rush Mountain Range?" Sun Yuan said faintly. "At least, no one can take away what I want," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Such arrogance. Are you not afraid of losing your tongue? Do you really think that you can escape from here? No one dares to be so arrogant in front of me." Chapter 33-36. Boasting shamelessly in front of me. Looks like you're tired of living and want to die. Do you think that you can touch the things here? Do you really think that you're a deity from the 9 heavens? Sun Zhan's face was filled with coldness. That punch just now had made him extremely unhappy. This fellow was able to block his punch. He did have some ability. However, this fellow was not qualified to be on the same level as him. What you want should be the heavenly lightning soul, right? I also have the same intention. If you leave now, I can treat it as if nothing has happened. Otherwise, I will not be lenient towards you." Jiang Chen said with a faint smile and crossed his arms. "How did you know? Could it be that you also want the heavenly thunder spirit?" Sun Zhan squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. Sun Yuan remained calm and collected. At this moment, Jiang Chen's words had obviously shocked them. The heavenly thunder spirit was extremely terrifying. They did not have absolute confidence. Yet, Jiang Chen dared to be so arrogant, aiming for the heavenly thunder spirit. Was he not afraid of being struck into ashes by the heavenly thunder spirit? Even Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Zhu Ming were heavily injured. Even Sun Zhan did not dare to say that he was their opponent. Yet, Jiang Chen still dared to say that he wanted the heavenly thunder spirit. Sun Zhan felt like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Your courage is commendable. However, you don't have the qualification nor the ability to do so. Arrogance is a very sad thing." Sun Yuan looked at Jiang Chen and said with a faint smile. "The arrogant one might be you," Jiang Chen said coldly. These two were not weak, but Jiang Chen was confident that he could fight against them. This was not arrogance, but confidence. "Sun Zhan, I'll leave him to you. After he dies, he will understand how stupid he is," Sun Yuan said. He did not want to fight against an arrogant person like Jiang Chen. He had more important things to do. "You're still so flirtatious, still so strong." Han Yen smiled and said in a low voice. "What did you say?" Lang Qianqian's expression changed slightly. She had originally thought that they were doomed. However, it seemed that Lang Mo's surprise was not just limited to this. "It's nothing." Han Yen shook his head. "To be able to die together with you, I, Lang Qianqian, am satisfied," Lang Qianqian said in a low voice as she bit her red lips. All these years, she had always wanted to tell Lang Mo something from the bottom of her heart. However, she found it difficult to say it. After all, she was a woman. Moreover, if she revealed her love for Lang Mo, he would definitely be besieged by many geniuses of the demon race. Therefore, she would rather bury her love in the bottom of her heart. However, Lang Mo had always ignored her. Although the two of them were in love with each other, neither of them had managed to break through that layer of window paper. However, to Lang Qianqian, This was a matter of life and death. Her life was hanging by a thread. She had already sunk into despair. She would no longer continue to hide this love of hers. Who said that we will definitely die? Han Yen narrowed his smile. At this moment, Han Yen knew that he could no longer conceal his love for Lang Qianqian. Moreover, the girl had already expressed her love for him to such an extent. If he continued to pretend to be indifferent, he would perhaps regret it for the rest of his life. Han Yen knew that although he yearned to pursue the path of a supreme expert, he gradually understood that at this moment, he was the only one left in Lang Qianqian's eyes. He could no longer ignore Lang Qianqian's tenderness. The human heart was made of flesh, and his own love could no longer suppress the obsession in his heart. The reason why humans were human was because they had 7 emotions and 6 desires. No one was perfect. A truly emotionless person would never be able to reach the pinnacle. Because, even if he did reach the pinnacle one day, if he looked around and there was no one who could share it with him, it would be an indescribable feeling of desolation. At this moment, the cold and emotionless Han Yen also had a chivalrous and tender side. Are we really not going to die? Lang Qianqian's body trembled. She was not afraid of death. It was her last wish to die with Lang Mo. However, who would be willing to die if they could live? Even an ant would want to live. Because he's my brother. Han Yen looked at Jiang Chen and the smile on his face became brighter. At this moment, Lang Qianqian was completely stunned. That half-step Divine Emperor Realm man, the one who shook a Divine Emperor Realm expert with a single punch, was actually his brother. Wasn't he unattached and alone in the world? Lang Qianqian's heart was filled with questions. She had never seen Han Yen smiling so happily before. Lang Qianqian felt that the current Lang Mo was a real person with flesh and blood. The current Lang Mo was worthy of her pursuing for the rest of her life. Lang Qianqian looked at Lang Mo with a passionate gaze. The love between them had reached a new level at this moment. The two of them looked at each other. Although they didn't say a lot, they could see the adoration and appreciation in each other's eyes. As long as Jiang Chen is here, everything is possible. He has never let me down. He's my good brother for life. Han Yen held Lang Qianqian's hand and said softly. Lang Qianqian blushed as she looked at Jiang Chen. That man with his arms crossed gave off an unparalleled domineering aura. Although this man was unfamiliar to her, he was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was able to remain calm when facing the attack of a Divine Emperor Realm expert. This kind of spirit was not something that an ordinary person could possess. These two Divine Emperor experts were obviously not easy to deal with. The Divine Emperor expert who fought with Jiang Chen was even stronger than Louis Zhenyi. Sun Zhan and Sun Yuan looked at each other and sneered. They shook their heads and said, "Looks like you really think that you can turn the situation around. Do you think that you can stand on the same level as me just because you exchanged a punch with me? Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. If I wanted to kill you, it would be no different from crushing an ant." Jiang Chen looked at Sun Zhan coldly without any fear. His domineering words made Sun Zhan even angrier. This fella really doesn't know what's good for him. Looks like there's no need to waste any more time with him. You're courting death. In this Thunder Mountain range, no one dares to talk to me like this. You're the first and the last. Sun Zhan said angrily. He didn't know what kind of situation he was in. How could he think that he could look down on everyone? At this moment, Sun Zhan felt like mocking Jiang Chen. You talk too much. If you want to fight, let's fight. Today, no one can leave this place alive. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as ice. His eyes met Sun Zhan's. A battle was about to break out. Fella, you asked for it. Hee hee, I'll play with you today. Chapter 33-37. Where did this guy come from? I'm afraid there's no such powerful expert outside the forbidden land of the divine continent that we don't know about. Han Yen looked at Lang Qianqian and said in a low voice. Could it be that he's from that place? Lang Qianqian looked at Han Yen in surprise. She was also confused and did not know where these people came from. But other than this explanation, it was hard to convince them. If he's really from that place, it seems that today's matter will be even more difficult to solve. Perhaps our situation will become unpredictable. Han Yen narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. That place was the place that the Forbidden Land Divine Clan and the Devil Clan did not want to provoke. That was the Slaughter Tower. That was one of the most terrifying places in the Divine Realm, and it was not far from the forbidden land of the divine continent. These two people did not belong to the forbidden land of the divine clan or the forbidden land of the uncomfortable forbidden land. Their identities were somewhat obvious. No matter what, I will always be by your side, Lang Chanqian said in a low voice. To her, following her heart was her biggest dream. To her, the devil clan of the forbidden land did not belong to her. If she was not saved by Louis XVII of the devil clan, perhaps she would have left the devil clan long ago. But now, it seemed that she had done enough for the forbidden land divine clan. Hence, she did not want to be controlled by the devil clan anymore. Han Yen wanted to pursue his dream, and so did she. I hope that little Chunzi can hold on. These two people are obviously not easy to deal with. Han Yen was worried. But at this moment, there was no turning back. Only by taking one step further would there be a chance of survival. Jiang Chen and Sun Jian clashed together in an instant. Waves of horrifying qi rolled out. Above the vast sky, dark clouds filled the sky. The giant axe split the sky, shocking the world. The giant axe shadow that fell from the sky covered the sun and the sky, shrouding everyone within it. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. He raised his hand and the heavenly dragon sword drew out a sword light. It pierced through the void and collided with Sun Jian's terrifying axe shadow. A bright light was drawn out and a deafening sound was produced. The sound of metal colliding was so loud that the birds and beasts in the forest were startled. Han Yen and the others were forced to take a few steps back. Their faces were pale and their expressions were solemn. The collision of the sword and the axe formed a series of terrifying ripples, constantly changing between Jiang Chen and Sun Jian. Both of them were facing the challenge with incomparable determination in their eyes. Limitless sword. 15th blade. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and his qi soared to the sky. He attacked aggressively and seized the initiative. Sun Jian did not expect that Jiang Chen would take the initiative in this battle. The scariest thing was that Jiang Chen's sword qi made his heart palpitate. It was as fast as a gust of wind and as shocking as a swan. When it moved, it was like a gust of wind breaking through the waves, and when it fell, it was like a leaf being cut by the autumn wind. In the hands of Jiang Chen, the realm of sword art was simply an unparalleled killing weapon. Except for Sun Jian, no one could feel the terror of Jiang Chen. That invisible throbbing was the unique aura of Jiang Chen's sword qi. The limitless sword. The sword art was endless. This was the true essence of the limitless sword. It was beyond the realm of the unity of man and sword, and the realm of the unity of heart and sword. Such a horrifying technique. Sun Yuan squinted his eyes. He knew that this man's strength was on par with Sun Jian's. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, they both displayed their unparalleled strength. Especially that sword, it emitted a cold light that caused people's hearts to palpitate. As soon as the sword shadow appeared, it shocked everyone. It was not surprising that Jiang Chen could fight Sun Jian to a draw, and even had the upper hand in the battle. However, Jiang Chen was only a half-step divine emperor and he managed to suppress Sun Jian. This was the most shocking thing. His sword qi swept across 100,000 li reincarnation axe. Sun Jian was domineering. He did not retreat but counterattacked. Both of them were facing each other with their auras clashing against each other. That kind of absolute domineering aura made the spectators' blood boil. The sky-splitting giant axe smashed down, causing the void around Jiang Chen to collapse. It was simply the punishment of the heavenly god. Above the sky, lightning and thunder rumbled. The axe shadow slashed towards Jiang Chen from all directions. There was almost no blind spot for him to escape. Divine golden bell. God sealing prohibition. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and he shouted in a deep voice. At this moment, his divine golden bell was invincible. Facing Sun Jian's horrifying attack, the axe shadow kept hitting the divine golden bell. However, it could not cause any damage to Jiang Chen. Because the Eastern Emperor bell had recovered half of its power. Although it could not reach its peak, it was still a primal origin treasure. What kind of divine weapon is this? How could it be so horrifying? Sun Jian's countenance changed. The axe shadow was completely blocked by the divine golden bell. The invisible pressure was instantly added to his body. Sun Jian's face turned gloomy. The reincarnation axe was one of his most powerful techniques. However, it could not even shake Jiang Chen. This guy is still as strong as ever. I'm not as strong as him. Han Yen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Leng Qianqian had never thought that Han Yen would say something like this because he had always been a man who would never admit defeat. Leng Qianqian had never seen anyone who could make him bend his back. But now, this brother of hers, Jiang Chen, could be considered as one of them. Leng Qianqian had never seen anyone like that before. The golden divine bell protected Jiang Chen tightly. Rays of golden light shot out in all directions, blinding people's eyes. That kind of supreme majesty and domineering aura made the divine golden bell's deterrence even stronger. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. Both of his hands were constantly moving. Countless axe shadows were shattered. Sun Zhan's countenance was extremely solemn. The divine golden bell quickly changed its direction and continued to expand. It was like a huge mountain, crushing down with an unparalleled momentum, shocking Sun Zhan. Sun Zhan rapidly retreated. His face was filled with shock. He swung his axe horizontally, hacking on the golden bell shadow of the Eastern Emperor bell. Deafening clanging sounds rang out unceasingly. However, it was unable to shake Jiang Chen's Eastern Emperor bell. That kind of supreme emperor might wasn't something that any divine weapon could possess. However, the Eastern Emperor bell was able to prevent the axe from unleashing its true strength. The pressure of the divine golden bell was unrivaled. It heavily injured Sun Zhan's body. Blood gushed out from Sun Zhan's mouth, splashing onto the divine golden bell. Sun Zhan retreated again and again. The axe in his hand had already started to break into pieces. His arms were trembling unceasingly. Sun Zhan knew that he had already lost this battle. It's him. Chapter 33-38. He knew who this person was. That day at the gate of the divine court, it was him and his Fuxi ancestor god that suppressed the evil demon. Sun Yuan wanted to stop him, but he couldn't do anything about it. To think that he would appear at this moment. However, Songzhan Kongying knew that he had lost the ability to compete with Yi Shiwen. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's strength was not something that he could compete with. The divine clock seemed to be his natal divine weapon. Even Sun Zhan's face turned pale. To think that a half-step divine emperor could possess such divine might. It was truly frightening. Songzhan Kongying knew that Songzhan Kongying had lost the ability to compete with Yi Shiwen. Interesting. The divine golden bell was just an illusion. However, Songzhan Kongying knew that it was the real divine bell behind the illusion. Eastern Emperor Sex, Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Looks like you're from the northern cold divine region. Interesting. Sun Yuan said faintly as he looked at Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. The Eastern Emperor sect was once a great sect. Even though it was not one of the top sects in the central region divine land, it was still one of the pillars of the northern cold divine region. Even though it had declined, no one would ever forget the existence of the Eastern Emperor sect. There was once a supreme expert who stood at the peak of the divine world. Even though it was only a legend, and even though not many people had actually seen it, it was undeniable that the Donghuang bell was the foundation of the Donghuang sect, and the ancient god of war Donghuang Tai had been revered by countless people in ancient times as one of the strongest gods. You know the name of the Eastern Emperor sect, and you still dare to show off? What a pity! The Eastern Emperor bell has lost its ancient war god, Eastern Emperor Tai. Without the Eastern Emperor bell, the Eastern Emperor sect is just a second-rate or third-rate sect. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art will never reach its peak without the support of the Eastern Emperor bell. Although the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art is powerful, it depends on each other. This is the reason why the Eastern Emperor sect declined. A disciple of a declining sect wants to rise in the divine land? Sun Yuan shook his head and said. Although the Eastern Emperor sect has declined for countless years, the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art is more than enough to deal with you. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Sun Yuan. You're quite arrogant. No wonder you were so confident earlier. It turns out that you have something to rely on. However, in my eyes that reliance of yours is too simple. Sun Yuan didn't agree. What Jiang Chen was relying on was the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. If he had the Eastern Emperor bell, the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art would definitely be one of the top 10 peerless arts in the Central Region Divine Land. However, if he didn't have the Eastern Emperor bell, the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art could only be considered as a low-grade art. Whether or not I can kill you, I'll know once I try. There's no need to say anything else. Don't tell me you're a noob like him? Jiang Chen looked at Sun Yuan suspiciously. You. Sun Zhan's face was livid. But at this moment, he was stopped by Sun Yuan, arrogant and conceited. One day, you will suffer the consequences of your actions. Today I will end you. I want to see how much of a storm you, a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect, can create in my hands. Sun Yuan said with a smile, looking very confident, as if everything was under his control. It's hard for you to enter the Hall of Elegance with words. Let me see how strong you are. I'm actually very weak, but it should be enough to kill you. However, I'm also curious. What are you relying on? Jiang Chen said, Lung Lung. You can know it now. In fact, everyone can know it now, because next, all of you will die. Sun Yuan said domineeringly. His eyes were filled with disdain as he glanced at everyone. At this moment, Sun Zhan's eyes were incomparably sinister. They only had one goal, and that was to kill everyone here. Not a single one of them would be able to escape. This place would be their burial ground. Could it be that you're from the Divine Pagoda? Ancestor Songzhan and Ancestor Zhu Ming's expressions changed. They had already guessed it, but they didn't dare to confirm it. At the edge of the Divine Land, there was still someone who dared to interfere in the battle between the Forbidden Divine Land and the Forbidden Divine Land. Only someone from the Divine Pagoda would dare to do so. Although they had always hoped that the two of them didn't come from the Divine Pagoda, it was obvious that their hopes had been dashed. You two old men seem to be very smart. However, you're still going to die. The heavenly lightning spirit should have been exhausted by you guys. Is it really worth it for a lay mother and son? Ha ha. Sun Yuan laughed crazily as he sneered at Ancestor Songzhan and Ancestor Zhu Ming. The two of them looked at each other and sighed. Although Sun Yuan's words were a little sarcastic, it was undeniable that he was right. Both of them, mid-divine emperors, had to suffer such a great calamity for a mere mother and son. This was no different from buying the casket and returning the pearls. To the divine clan of the Forbidden Land, this would definitely be a fatal blow. Songzhan Kongying could not help but lower her head. This was the biggest mistake that their Earth Infant tribe and even the Forbidden Area's God clan had made in the past 10,000 years. Because no one knew that the situation would develop to such a state. The Forbidden Area's Devil clan and Buddha's Pagoda had appeared at the same time, and it was practically impossible for them to change the formation. It's really them. Han Yen and Lang Qianqian looked at each other. Their guess was right. Jiang Chen was going to face two people from the Divine Pagoda. In the entire Central Region Divine Land, no one dared to touch the people from the Divine Pagoda. Perhaps this is our fate. Old Ancestor Zhu Ming looked at Old Ancestor Songzhan. The two of them had guarded the heavenly lightning grounds for countless years. Now, they were going to be defeated by an early divine emperor. It was a great humiliation, but at least they were defeated by the people from the Divine Pagoda. The Divine Pagoda. It's the Divine Pagoda. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Yan Qingqing's departure was closely related to the Divine Pagoda. That Yun Gayao was even more abominable. The Divine Pagoda was the place that Jiang Chen hated the most. Although he didn't have the strength to reverse the Divine Pagoda, Jiang Chen could kill these two people here. Since you're from the Divine Pagoda, then the two of you can forget about leaving here alive today. Jiang Chen said coldly, staring at the two fellas. Could it be that you're related to the Divine Pagoda? Hee hee. Looks like enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. No matter what enmity you have, you won't remember it from now on. Because the dead can't talk. Sun Yuan raised his blade and his eyes were sharp. He finally had the intention to fight against Jiang Chen. Fine. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Otherwise, I'm not used to someone fighting for the heavenly lightning spirit with me. The Divine Pagoda might be powerful in the eyes of others, but it's nothing in my eyes. Chapter 33-39. Arrogant scoundrel, how dare you look down on my Buddha Pagoda? I think you're tired of living. You'll die today. Sun Zhan shouted in a deep voice. His face was ice cold. The glory of the Buddha's Pagoda was not something that anyone could touch. The existence of the Buddha's Pagoda was like an unshakable sun in the Central Region Divine Land. A defeated general dares to speak so boldly? Trash, it's better for you to keep your mouth shut. Jiang Chen sneered. Sun Zhan was speechless for a moment. Indeed, he was a defeated opponent in Jiang Chen's eyes, but this defeated opponent wasn't someone that anyone could stand in front of. The glory of the Buddha Pagoda is not something that a small half-step divine emperor like you can change. To the Buddha Pagoda, you're just a useless trash. Brat, prepare to die. Sun Yuan stared at Jiang Chen. At this moment, he was ready to fight. All right. Today I, Jiang Chen, shall slash the Buddha Pagoda in anger. Jiang Chen sneered. He drew his sword and clashed with Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan held a long saber in his hand and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Both of them clashed with each other. Sun Yuan's aura was unstoppable. He was indeed much stronger than Sun Jian. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. He was fearless. A mere early divine emperor could not do anything to him, even though this fella's strength was not ordinary. Jiang Chen slashed with his sword, causing the heavens and earth to change color. He clashed with Sun Yuan continuously. His battle chi soared in the sky, extremely overbearing. The saber light and the sword shadow converged, forming a halo that lingered on the peak of the canyon, above the heavenly lightning. Each of Sun Yuan's attacks was deadly. There were no fancy moves in his hands. His blade was unsheathed and he only aimed to kill. Every step he took was filled with a majestic aura. His blade technique was incomparably exquisite. The light of his blade shuttled through the void, forming a terrifying astral wind that engulfed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was completely suppressed by Sun Yuan. Although it seemed like he was on the passive side, Jiang Chen knew that Sun Yuan's saber art was indeed powerful and unparalleled. At least among the divine emperors, Sun Yuan could be considered as a terrifying existence. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, Sun Yuan was just ordinary. Blood Rain Saber Art. Blood rain turns blue. Sun Yuan seized the opportunity to pursue Jiang Chen. He wanted to take Jiang Chen down with a spurt of energy, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen's resistance would be so strong. His blade turned into rain and his chi engulfed thousands of miles like a tiger, pushing everyone back. Compared to Sun Jian, Jiang Chen's chi was much stronger. Your friend seems to be on the passive side, Lang Qianqian said in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling. Of course, she didn't want Jiang Chen to be defeated. But at this moment, Sun Yuan had the upper hand. At this moment, Jiang Chen was fighting and retreating. He didn't launch any fatal attacks, but was entangled by Sun Yuan. Little Chenzi hasn't even used his dragon transformation yet. This brat is already unable to do anything to him. Looks like this is going to be another battle without any suspense. Han Yan was full of confidence in Jiang Chen. He believed that Jiang Chen had not used his full strength yet. Jiang Chen would definitely not put a mere early divine emperor in his eyes. In the past, he was able to fight against enemies who were a few levels higher than him. Now, this brat was just a drizzle. Really? Lung Qianqian did not really believe it. However, Han Yan's tone was unquestionable. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. This guy actually started to attack crazily. It seemed like he didn't want to leave any chance for Jiang Chen to survive. He couldn't continue to show his weakness to the enemy. He had to be decisive and kill him as soon as possible. He couldn't let the heavenly thunder spirit have any strength to resist. Roar! Jiang Chen roared furiously. Under the effect of the dragon transformation, his strength had once again become incomparably powerful. He no longer had any fear when facing Sun Jian. He advanced and retreated, punching and slapping, causing Sun Yuan to feel pressured. God Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Chen executed the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. However, Sun Jian's face was filled with determination. It's the same as before. I've said it before. Your Eastern Emperor Limitless Art is just a low-class martial art. It's not worthy to be on the stage. Sun Yuan said in disdain. Go ahead and try. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. At this moment, the Eastern Emperor Bell became bigger and bigger along with the divine golden bell, soaring up to the sky. Terrifying waves of air rolled over and covered the sky. Sun Yuan's expression slightly changed. Is this guy's Eastern Emperor Limitless Art really that powerful? He didn't have such a powerful aura just now. This. Impossible. Sun Yuan's facial expression changed. He quickly retreated because the Eastern Emperor Bell had already smashed down. Sun Yuan could feel the aura of death. Although he had slashed out 81 times, he still couldn't withstand the might of the divine golden bell. All the blade radiance seemed extremely weak under the divine bell. In the end, Sun Yuan was sent flying by the divine bell. Golden shadows filled the sky. Everyone held their breath. At this moment, looking at Jiang Chen who was holding the golden bell, he was like a god. They couldn't help but feel the urge to worship him. The one who was the most shocked was Sun Yuan. He was confident in himself. However, when the divine bell smashed down on him, Sun Yuan almost lost his battle strength. He didn't look down on Jiang Chen. However, the might of Jiang Chen's counterattack was too shocking. Was that really the power that the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art could unleash? Sun Yuan's face was filled with doubt and solemnity. Brother Yuan. Sun Zhan's facial expression changed. He quickly caught Sun Zhan who was sent flying. At this moment, even he was sent flying. The two of them looked at each other with a solemn expression. If they didn't join forces, it seemed that they wouldn't be able to fight against Jiang Chen. Kid, you asked for it. The person that my Buddha pagoda wants to kill will definitely not be able to escape from our hands. Sun Yuan's eyes were dark. He sneered and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was full of battle intent. Still want to fight? Hee, you really don't know what's good for you. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Did these two guys really think that he only had this little ability? Sun Zhan, this time, we must kill this bastard. The two of them nodded at the same time and attacked together. The giant axe and the long blade intersected and slashed down, making it impossible for Jiang Chen to hide. When the two of them joined forces, the effect was not 1 + 1 = 2. It was even stronger than 1 versus 1. Go to hell! Sun Yuan shouted angrily. Everyone broke out in cold sweat for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered. Looking at the sky full of shadows, the blade light and the axe shadow overlapped each other. Jiang Chen snorted. He held the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand and activated the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. When the bell smashed down, the sky and earth changed color. Wind and clouds gathered, lightning flashed and ghosts wailed. In an instant, both Sun Yuan and Sun Zhan were seriously injured and nearly had their bodies smashed to pieces. Both of them had become crippled. Under the golden bell, the two's faces were deathly pale. Jiang Chen looked at their miserable faces. Leng Leng said. Chapter 3340. Now, I finally know why you're so confident in him. Lang Qianqian couldn't help but take a cold breath. Her expression became extremely solemn. Jiang Chen's strength was too terrifying. 2 early divine emperors couldn't even withstand his attack. The mightiness of the cauldron shook the heavens and earth, causing people to shiver. Jiang Chen's divine mightiness had shocked everyone on the scene. The domineering aura of a monarch was unparalleled in the world. It was shocking to everyone. Looks like we've underestimated him. Old Ancestor Zhu Ming and Old Ancestor Songzan looked at each other and let out a sigh. Jiang Chen's strength made them feel threatened. He was not a half-step divine emperor expert. That kind of supreme divine might had made them, mid-divine emperor experts, palpitate. Especially the might of the divine bell. It seemed to have reappeared the peerless Eastern Emperor sect in the past. The divine golden bell looked down upon the world. Looking at her beloved man's peerless back, a smile flashed across Yu Jingxian's lips. Her man was destined to be an expert who stood at the peak of the 9 heavens. In the divine land where experts were everywhere, the young experts of the divine race and demon race of the forbidden land were unparalleled. Even the experts of the Buddhist tower could only be ruthless. Jiang Chen's strength made Yu Jingxian feel proud. Little Chenzi will always be Little Chenzi. He's one of our brothers and also the most terrifying one. A dog, a monkey, and a monk who drinks and eats meat. Only Little Chenzi is normal. But the most abnormal thing about him is that you never know where his bottom line is, Han Yan said with a smile. Jiang Chen had never disappointed him. From the Saint Origin world to the 9 regions immortal world, and now to the divine world, Jiang Chen had overcome all obstacles along the way. However, Han Yan knew that Jiang Chen's strength must have reached a rather terrifying level to be able to reach where he was today. However, before Jiang Chen's rise, he must have suffered an incomparably great pressure. To be able to stand here, Jiang Chen must have experienced much more pain and training than Han Yan. He's the most terrifying expert I've ever seen. Perhaps in the entire forbidden land of the demon race, only Lord Demon Lord can compete with him. Lang Qianqian said confidently. However, no one knew if Jiang Chen could become a supreme expert like the demon lord of the devil race in the forbidden land. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was only a half-step divine emperor. Even Louis XVII may not be a match for Little Chenzi. A meaningful smile appeared on Han Yan's face. What do you want to do? If you dare to kill us, you will not have a good ending. We are from the Buddha Pagoda. Kid, don't ruin your future. Otherwise, you will die for sure. Sun Jian shuddered. Looking at Jiang Chen taking a step forward and dashing towards them, he could feel the threat of death looming over his head. Really? Is the Buddha Pagoda very powerful? I don't think so. Perhaps one day, I will step into the Buddha Pagoda and let you know what true terror is. Jiang Chen and Lung Lung said, boasting shamelessly. If you have the ability, then kill us. Otherwise, you will regret it. Sun Yuan said coldly, looking at Jiang Chen in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Do you think that I won't dare to kill you? Hee, the Buddha Pagoda. What a Buddha Pagoda. I, Jiang Chen, hate the Buddha Pagoda the most. Jiang Chen slapped Sun Yuan and Sun Jian's faces. At that moment, both of them felt a burning pain on their faces. The pain was not intense, but it was undoubtedly a great humiliation to them. Sun Yuan and Sun Jian's faces turned gloomy. They were extremely angry. Jiang Chen was humiliating them. You'll definitely pay for what you've done. You'll regret it. Sun Yuan continued to speak. He clenched his teeth and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Slap, slap, slap. Jiang Chen's expression was ice cold. He kept slapping Sun Yuan and Sun Jian's faces. This kind of anger was the greatest humiliation they had ever received in their lives. As members of the Buddha Pagoda, they were actually bullied like this. What's the difference between killing you and letting you go? If I kill you, the Buddha Pagoda will not forgive me. If I let you go, won't you take revenge and make a comeback? Do you take me for a fool? Or are you the idiots? Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully. These two people were absolutely shameless. However, after being slapped so hard by him, they actually gave up resisting and became silent. What a young hero. He actually dared to touch the people of the Buddha Pagoda. Looks like this guy is really tired of living. The corners of Ancestor Songzan's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Even if it was him, he would not dare to bully or even kill these two people from the pagoda in his peak condition. The pagoda would definitely not let this matter rest. No one knew where this guy came from. He might even have appeared out of nowhere. However, he was destined to pay for his actions. It was just that now was not the time. Yun Gayao, you should know her, right? Jiang Chen said coldly. You know Yun Gayao? Sun Jian said with a gloomy face. Although Yun Gayao did not belong to the same Buddha Pagoda as him, she was also an extremely powerful disciple. She was also rather famous in the Buddha Pagoda. Sun Jian could not be compared to her. Sun Jian did not expect that this guy in front of him would actually know of Yun Gayao's existence. You know her? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and his face became increasingly gloomy. Because Yun Gayao had kidnapped Yan Qingqing, Jiang Chen must find her no matter what. At this moment, he had finally found the people of the Buddha Pagoda. Naturally, Jiang Chen would not let them go so easily. Shut up, Sun Jian. Don't talk nonsense. Sun Yuan shouted angrily. Sun Jian's face changed and he nodded heavily. However, Jiang Chen slapped Sun Yuan's face again. Sun Yuan was completely enraged. This was a great insult to his character. Since he doesn't want to say, then you will say it. Who is Yun Gayao, and where is she? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes were extremely cold. He could no longer control himself. Jiang Chen even wanted to kill the two of them. I won't say anything even if you beat me to death. Don't even think of getting a single bit of information about the Buddha Pagoda from us. Sun Yuan said indifferently. Even though he was repeatedly insulted and attacked by Jiang Chen, he was still indifferent. You have a very strong backbone. I, Jiang Chen, am the least afraid of tough bones like you. I want to see if you can withstand the pain of 10,000 souls devouring your body. If you can withstand it, consider yourself lucky. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 33-41. Sun Yuan's body trembled. He clenched his teeth and remained calm. Great Yu soul-forming light. Jiang Chen extended his hand and the Great Yu soul-forming light appeared in his hand. He then threw Sun Yuan into the Great Yu soul-forming light. Instantly, an incomparably miserable shriek was heard from the Great Yu soul-forming light. Even Sun Jian could hear it clearly. The miserable shriek made Sun Jian's heart palpitate. Sun Jian's body trembled when he heard it. That was the tearing and agitation from the depths of his soul. It was an incomparably terrifying aura. Sun Jian's face turned green and his eyes lost focus. Although he was not thrown into the great Yu soul-forming light, he could feel Sun Yuan's pain and how terrifying it was. Ah! Kill me! I beg you! Kill me! Sun Yuan's voice was filled with despair and deathly stillness. However, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. As long as Jiang Chen didn't allow him to die, he would never die. It's not a good feeling to be in a state where you can't die. Jiang Chen smiled and said. The pain in his heart was not something that Sun Yuan could understand. For Qingqing, he would not let them feel good even if he turned into an evil spirit. Now, are you going to tell me or not? Jiang Chen looked over at Sun Jian. At this time, Sun Jian's spirit had completely collapsed, because he didn't want to end up like Brother Yuan, being thrown into the terrifying divine lamp and being unable to live or die. That was the most painful thing, because his life and death was no longer under his control. At that time, despair could no longer represent the struggle in his heart. I'll tell you everything. Just ask me. I'll tell you everything I know. I'll tell you everything I know. Sun Jian could only choose to compromise in order to live and not to end up like Brother Yuan. I'll tell you too. Please let me out or kill me. Sun Jian's voice became incomparably weak, but he couldn't die at all. The 10,000 souls were devouring his soul, causing his soul to suffer unparalleled damage. Do you want to tell me now? It was too late. Now, you shall endure the burning for 100 years in the great Yu soul-forming light. When I think of you again, I might be merciful and let you go. Ha! Jiang Chen's laughter made Sun Yuan, who was in the great Yu soul-forming light, feel hopeless. Sometimes, death isn't scary. What's scary is that you can't die even if you want to. Instead, you have to suffer unparalleled pain. Jiang Chen, my Buddha's pagoda will surely not let you off, it will surely not. Sun Yuan's voice disappeared from the great Yu soul-forming light. Sun Jian could not help but shiver and looked at Jiang Chen with a pale face. To be honest, I won't throw you into the great Yu soul-forming light. If you don't listen to me, it's another matter. He won't die. As long as I don't want him to die, he will continue to enjoy the journey in the great Yu soul-forming light. I'll set a small target for him and lock him up for 100 years. Let's see if he'll still be honest. Jiang Chen's threat worked perfectly. Even Sun Yuan had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap. However, Jiang Chen didn't want to listen to him anymore. Who is Yun Gayao? How strong is she? Tell me. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and stared at Sun Jian. Yun Gayao is the second disciple of Buddha Longxiang. She is extremely strong and has a high position in the Buddha's pagoda. Although Sun Yuan and I are both Stupa's disciples, we aren't core disciples. There are only 2 true core disciples in every stupa. The eldest disciple is usually the last disciple, and the second disciple is usually the strongest representative left behind by each stupa. Sun Jian said in fear. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would throw him into the great Yu soul-forming light. How many Buddhas are there in the Buddha's pagoda? How strong are each stupa? Jiang Chen continued to ask with a frown. There are 8 Buddhas in the Buddha's pagoda. Every Buddha is the symbol of the Buddha's pagoda. However, the Buddha will never show up in the world. I heard that the last time a Buddha appeared was more than 30 million years ago. The first disciple of the Buddha rarely shows up in the Buddha's pagoda. However, there are 8 great elders in the Buddha's pagoda. They are the representatives of each Buddha and their strength is not to be underestimated. These 8 people are the real rulers of the Buddha's pagoda. 8 Buddhas. Looks like the Buddha's pagoda is really powerful. Jiang Chen murmured with a hint of shock on his face. The Buddha's pagoda is so powerful. They are just some of the disciples in the Buddha's pagoda. Looks like the hidden strength of the Buddha's pagoda should not be limited to this. Even if the 8 Buddhas did not show up, the entire Buddha's pagoda could still be the absolute overlord in the central region Divine Land. They could even be on par with the Martial Dan Palace. If the 8 Buddhas revealed themselves, wouldn't they become the only absolute force in the central region Divine Land? Where is Yun Gayao now? How powerful is she? Jiang Chen continued to ask. Yun Gayao's strength should be around the mid-divine emperor realm. However, she is not in our Buddha's pagoda. The Buddha's pagoda is divided into 8 divisions. We belong to the first Buddha Venerable, Sun Jian said in a low voice. He did not even dare to raise his voice. Jiang Chen was even more shocked in his heart. He did not dare to guess how terrifying the Buddha's pagoda was. Could there be an Emperor Realm expert in the Buddha's pagoda? One must know that there was a rumor in the Central Region Divine Land that Emperor Realm experts were already extinct tens of millions of years ago. However, Yun Gayao's strength was at the mid-divine Emperor Realm. Moreover, she was only the second disciple of Buddha Venerable. Wouldn't the eldest disciple be even stronger? How could the 8 Buddhas Venerable's strength be weaker than an Emperor Realm expert? Jiang Chen did not dare to guess blindly. However, at this moment, he became extremely solemn. Where is Buddha Venerable Longxiang's sect? I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Where can I find Yun Gayao? South of the Central Region Divine Land, Chonghua Mountain Peak, Lingyun Cave. That's where Yun Gayao cultivates. Sun Jian said. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He could finally go and find Yan Qingqing. You might not be able to go there. Chonghua Mountain Peak, Lingyun Cave. It's not a place you can go just because you want to. A deep voice resounded in the sky. Sun Jian's face suddenly lit up. He was finally going to be saved. The two of them originally didn't have the strength to seize the heavenly Thunder Soul. They were originally the vanguard. A true expert had finally appeared. Chapter 33-42. Thunder rumbled in the sky. A green-clothed figure slowly descended from the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was cold and indifferent. His bright eyes were filled with coldness, as if he was looking down on the world. It was as if no one existed in his eyes. The green-robed man gave Jiang Chen a cold glance with an indifferent expression, as if he didn't have any feelings for Jiang Chen. To him, Jiang Chen was like a wisp of air, a wild beast, or a drop of rain. Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to stir the green-robed man's heart. Sun Jian's eyes were filled with splendor. He had been struggling to survive because he was waiting for this person who could save his life. Sun Yuan thought that he was unyielding, but in the end, he was still thrown into the great soul-forming light by Jiang Chen. Enduring the torture of being devoured by thousands of souls was the most painful thing. Sun Jian knew that a wise man submits to circumstances. At least he was still alive and well, waiting for his senior brother's arrival. Sun Jian's mouth was cold. At this moment, Jiang Chen was definitely going to die. He and Sun Yuan were just the vanguard to clear the obstacles for their senior brother. He did not expect that they would encounter Jiang Chen and be taught a lesson. But now his chance had come. He no longer had to act like a coward in front of Jiang Chen. Haha, little bastard. Just wait for your death. My second senior brother is here. You will not be able to escape. My Buddha pagoda is not a place that anyone can go against. Sun Jian said with a sneer. He had been frightened by Jiang Chen just now. Now, he would never give Jiang Chen another chance. Let's go. Let's go. Jiang Chen sneered and shook his head. From his point of view, Sun Jian was only a clown. He was too lazy to care about him. Sun Jian was far inferior to Sun Yuan. Even if he died, it would not be a pity. The land of heavenly lightning is not a place you should come to. Let Sun Yuan out and I will leave your corpse intact, Lu Chongtian said indifferently. Lu Chongtian said flatly. His expression was cold and arrogant, as if he didn't want to talk to Jiang Chen anymore. Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha, pretending to be a wolf with a big tail? You don't have the qualifications. If you had Yun Gayao's strength, perhaps I would give you some face. Leave me an intact corpse. You don't need to do anything. I can do it myself. However, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I might consider handing Sun Yuan over to you. However, he will only be a corpse. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled. His aura was not weak at all. He met Lu Chongtian's eyes. Jiang Chen would not give him such a chance. This guy was too full of himself and thought he was a supreme emperor. You are the first person who dares to speak to me like this, and you will be the last. Lu Chongtian was not angry. Instead, he smiled and nodded slightly. In my opinion, you are also the first person to put on such an embarrassing act. Since you want the spirit of heavenly lightning, you will have to get through me first. I would like to see what you are capable of making me, Jiang Chen, bow down before you. I will kill every person from the Buddha Tower on sight. Today, none of you will be able to leave this place alive. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Changtian with a smile. Their gazes had already clashed several times. Neither of them took a step back. This Jiang Chen is really a newborn calf that is not afraid of the tiger. Interesting. Sun Yuan and Sun Zhan were both defeated by him. However, this Lu Changtian makes me more curious. Who will come out on top? Said old ancestor Songzan with a smile. What he hoped now was that both of them would be injured. Only then would he be able to profit from the battle. Otherwise, they would be in a very dangerous situation. No matter who won, the outcome wouldn't be optimistic for them. Looks like it's going to be a fierce battle. Hehe. Old ancestor Zhu Ming nodded slightly. Both of their eyes were extremely sharp. They could tell that the two of them were on par with each other. Previously, Jiang Chen had defeated two of them in a row. Both of them were quite powerful, but this Lu Changtian was obviously more calm and composed. This battle would be more interesting. The people from the Buddha's pagoda are truly too shameless. It will be quite difficult for little Chunzi to deal with this guy. Han Yen frowned, his face was solemn. This person was much stronger than the previous two. Jiang Chen was only a half-step divine emperor after all. It would be quite difficult for him to fight against him. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. A mere half-step divine emperor dares to show off in front of me. Lu Changtian sighed and shook his head. A half-step divine emperor is enough to kill you. Jiang Chen stood upright with his hands clasped behind his back. His aura was like a sharp sword that was showing off its edge. All right, I will fulfill your wish then. Lu Changtian's expression turned cold. He took a step forward and punched out fiercely. His aura swallowed the heavens and tore the void apart. Your life ends here. This punch was so powerful that it shook the heavens and earth. Everyone held their breath and focused their attention, not daring to look at Jiang Chen. They were afraid that Jiang Chen's soul would be shattered by this punch. Kid, this is what you get for going against the Buddha Tower. Humph. Sun Zhan harumphed coldly, looking at the void with a sneer. Jiang Chen was fearless. Under the dragon transformation, he clenched his fist and collided with Lu Changtian's fist. Jiang Chen was pushed back for more than 10 steps while Lu Changtian remained unmoved. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt a tremendous pressure. This fellow was really strong. Although he had yet to reach the mid-divine emperor realm, he should be at the peak of the early divine emperor realm. He was almost on par with old ancestor Songzan. He was worthy of being a member of the Buddha pagoda. You're too weak. You're no match for me. I don't want to waste time. Kneel down now and I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, just wait for your soul to scatter and die. Lu Changtian said coldly. Do you people from the Buddha Tower talk so much? Jiang Chen frowned. His expression was as cold as ice. He clenched the heavenly dragon sword and pointed it at Lu Changtian. Since you insist on dying, I'll have to go through some trouble. Lu Changtian's face was cold and his eyes were sharp. He held the heavenly halberd in his hand and attacked fiercely towards Jiang Chen. Go to hell. Lu Changtian waved the heavenly halberd and smashed it into the void, creating a loud rumbling sound. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. Both of them continued to rush forward. The heavenly halberd turned 9 times and struck out a domineering sharp light that cut through the sky. Jiang Chen's sword shadow broke through the wind and lightning in the sky. His sword was like a dragon that shot out in all directions. It roared and roared furiously as the shadow of a dragon soared into the sky. 16th sword. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. After all, the opponent he was facing was not an ordinary expert. Gale Absolute Slash. Chapter 33-43. Well done. Ha ha ha, good job. Senior brother. Sun Zhan kept shouting and cheering for Lu Changtian. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat step by step. He was even heavily injured by Sun Zhan. The might of the heavenly halberd was fully displayed. A strong wind was blowing. The fatal slash swept across thousands of years. Jiang Chen took each step carefully. He held the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand and swung his blade horizontally, cutting through the sky. Divine Golden Bell. God's Sealing Prohibition. As soon as the golden bell was raised, Jiang Chen was slashed down by the rays of sharp light. Within the Eastern Emperor bell, Jiang Chen's perimeter was trembling. However, The divine golden bell was still able to withstand the gale-exterminating breath slash and the heavenly halberd's imposing manner. However, the Eastern Emperor divine bell was trembling and its mightiness was unstoppable. Although Jiang Chen was suppressed by Lu Chongtian in terms of strength, he still managed to maintain his dignity. There was an insurmountable gap between the half-step Divine Emperor realm and the Divine Emperor realm, let alone the peak of the early Divine Emperor realm. The gap was so huge that it made people speechless. However, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He knew that he would be defeated in this battle, but he would never back down. Get lost! The last strike landed on the golden bell fiercely. Jiang Chen was pushed back more than 10 steps. However, the golden bell did not dissipate even after a long time. Although Jiang Chen's qi and blood were surging and he was pushed back by Lu Chongtian was incomparably angry. He could not break through Jiang Chen's defense. This was a great humiliation to a peak early divine emperor like him. Such a terrifying technique. Is the Eastern Emperor limitless art of the Eastern Emperor sect really that powerful? Lu Chongtian murmured in his heart. The Eastern Emperor sect had been in decline for hundreds of millions of years. It was already a miracle that they could still exist. But now, he could not break through the defense of the Eastern Emperor limitless art. You have completely infuriated me. Now, I will not give you any chance. I want to see how many of my attacks you can block. Lu Chongtian shook his head and said. He tightened his grip on the heavenly halberd, and his eyes were filled with sharpness. Jiang Chen was no match for him. If it wasn't for the Eastern Emperor limitless art, he would have died over 800 times. Sword of Solitude. Sword shakes the winds and clouds. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to attack. Being passive would only put him in a more difficult situation. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. At this time, there were many divine burying flags in his hands. He had to trap and kill Lu Chongtian with the tactical matrix. Jiang Chen also wanted to see how terrifying his dark tornado formation was. Whether he could kill Lu Chongtian depended on this move. Facing Lu Chongtian head-on, Jiang Chen could only retreat temporarily. With the heavenly halberd in his hand, Lu Chongtian was like a god of war. His aura was not any weaker than Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen had to use his absolute strength to fight against Lu Chongtian, and at the same time, he set up the tactical matrix when Lu Chongtian was unprepared. His situation became more and more difficult, and it was reasonable that he was gradually suppressed by Lu Chongtian. However, even if Jiang Chen was seriously injured, he would never retreat. He would live and fight to the death. This was his way of conquering the heavens. The heavenly dragon sword and the heavenly halberd intertwined, and the flames were wantonly piercing through the void. Every move and every style the weapons met each other in close combat. Although Jiang Chen was always at a disadvantage, his aura was not weak at all. His injuries were more serious than Lu Chongtian's. Lu Chongtian did not gain any advantage from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was exchanging blows with him, which was totally a self-inflicted injury. Although Lu Chongtian knew this, he was not willing to give in. After all, his strength was stronger than Jiang Chen. Even if he could exhaust his opponent, he would still be able to kill him. What was there for him to be afraid of? Heavenly soul-extinguishing halberd. Lu Chongtian roared and rushed up to the clouds to exchange blows with Jiang Chen. He repelled Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword 3 times, and Jiang Chen was sent flying. His perlicue was torn, and blood was dripping down. However, the bloodthirst in his eyes was getting stronger. The injuries on Jiang Chen's body were quite serious. However, his dark whirlwind formation was gradually being completed. Do you still want to overturn the sky? Humph, you can't escape from my palm. Lu Chongtian looked at Jiang Chen coldly. A half-step divine emperor is just as trash will always be trash. If you still have the ability, just use it. Otherwise, this halberd in my hand will not be merciful. Lu Chongtian said proudly. At this moment, Jiang Chen was gasping for breath, and his body was bleeding non-stop. Everyone could see that Jiang Chen was an arrow at the end of its flight. Under Lu Chongtian's powerful attack, Jiang Chen, a self-proclaimed genius of the half-step divine emperor, could only die. The gap in strength could not be made up by talent. Really? Let's see if you can escape from my palm first. Jiang Chen kept his heavenly dragon sword and moved his palm. The black burying flag was grasped tightly in his hand and he waved it in the air. 36 divine burying flags that were at the peak origin divine tool realm instantly filled up the mountainside. The black burying flag was waving in the air and the banners were fluttering in the wind. In an instant, the entire heavenly thundergrounds was swept up by a violent gale. The wind and thunder were rolling and the black whirlwind was blowing continuously. It brought with it many terrifying sharp blades. The valley was filled with killing intent once again. Is this a formation? Lu Changtian squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. His expression became serious. He felt that the formation was a little tricky. Even old ancestor Songzan and old ancestor Zhu Ming, who were watching from the side, looked at each other in shock. They knew that they might not be able to withstand this formation. This half-step divine emperor kid was too terrifying. As soon as the formation was cast, the heavens and earth changed. The black whirlwind blew strongly, and the wind blades were like a rain of swords, sweeping across the sky. Lu Changtian's expression was solemn, and he kept retreating to avoid the sharp blades. However, Jiang Chen would not give Lu Changtian the chance to do so. Jiang Chen's purpose was to kill Lu Changtian. Only by killing Lu Changtian could he get rid of all the obstacles in his way. At that time, it would be his chance to attack the Sky Thunder Spirit. Trying to kill me? You're too naive. Chapter 3344. Good timing. Lu Changtian roared and kept rushing down to fight with Jiang Chen. The dark whirlwind formation was constantly changing. With Lu Changtian's skills, he could not break out of the range of the dark whirlwind formation. Instead, he became more and more flustered. The black hurricanes, like giant ghost faces that could devour the starry sky, began to crush Lu Changtian. Every time the hurricanes tore the void, Lu Changtian's face turned pale. Although he advanced and retreated steadily, he could not withstand the power of Jiang Chen's black submerged flag. The hurricanes were like wind blades. Lu Changtian suffered severe injuries one after another. At this time, he also realized that he was in danger. Now it seemed that his preparation was not enough. He was trapped by Jiang Chen's formation. No, I have to get out of here quickly. Otherwise, this formation will trap me alive. Lu Changtian's face changed. Jiang Chen's dark whirlwind formation was more terrifying than he had imagined. He could not resist it at all. The divine spirit qi in his body was almost torn apart. He was in extreme pain and his injuries were getting worse. Lu Changtian's body trembled and his expression froze. At this time, he knew that his situation had become extremely dangerous. River setting sun, divine halberd disrupts the wind and clouds. Lu Changtian exerted all his strength to break out of the formation. But Jiang Chen did not give Lu Changtian any chance. At this time, the black submerged flag in his hand burst out in extremely terrifying power, constantly suppressing Lu Changtian. The dark whirlwind formation began to shrink gradually. Lu Changtian's situation became more and more difficult. His body was constantly pierced by the hurricanes, and the wound on his chest was getting deeper and deeper. This attack made the sky dim and the clouds change color. Although Jiang Chen had withstood it, he was also seriously injured. The dark whirlwind formation was almost torn apart by Lu Changtian. Fortunately, Jiang Chen defended the formation with all his might. Lu Changtian's body trembled and he staggered back, his face extremely pale. Puff! Fresh blood spurted out, and the divine halberd fell. His figure almost fell down. He knelt on one knee, and his expression was cold. Danger lurked in every direction, and the hurricane around him tore apart, forcing him into a dead end once again. Bastard! Damned formation, do you dare to fight me? Lu Changtian roared crazily. His meridians were all damaged. No one could feel the deathly stillness in this desperate situation. It was a fear that Lu Changtian had never felt before. This dark whirlwind formation will be your burial ground. No one will be able to save you, Jiang Chen coldly said as he defended the black whirlwind formation with all his might. However, at this moment, there wasn't much time left for Jiang Chen. The black whirlwind formation was extremely draining on Jiang Chen. You coward, you don't even dare to fight me head-on. You only know how to use such despicable methods. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Lu Changtian kept hitting the formation, trying to rush out, but the result was like ripples on the water. Like a stone sinking into the sea, no waves could be stirred up again. Life and death are decreed by fate. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? You're going to be a dead man soon. Do you really think you're a match for me? Jiang Chen sneered, his eyes surging with killing intent. Although the black whirlwind formation was not enough to kill Lu Changtian, under the Dou formation technique, Lu Changtian would definitely die. Dou formation technique activate. In the face of Lu Changtian's desperate attack, Jiang Chen finally used the Dou formation technique. This would be Lu Changtian's final performance. Under the effect of the Dou formation technique, the black whirlwind formation had completely changed. It was a few times stronger than before. The wind blades were like blades, sweeping across the place, leaving no place for Lu Changtian to hide. At this moment, he finally realized Jiang Chen's killing intent. In this black whirlwind formation, he was completely at Jiang Chen's mercy. You can't kill me, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Lu Changtian was still desperately attacking, but at this moment, he could not withstand the overwhelming wind blades. His whole body was instantly torn apart, cut into pieces, and turned into ashes. No matter how unwilling he was, it was all in vain. No matter how much he shouted, it was all useless. Now, he had already turned into a pile of dust, dispersing into the air. The so-called experts of the Divine Pagoda, the true peerless experts, the peerless prodigies of the early Divine Emperor realm had also turned into a fleeting cloud. 7 breaths. Only 7 breaths. Jiang Chen directly killed Lu Changtian. Lu Changtian's body was smashed into pieces, and his soul was also sucked into the great soul-forming light by Jiang Chen, never to be reincarnated. Everyone was incomparably solemn. Jiang Chen's ultimate kill made everyone see how terrifying this guy was. The black flag was fluttering even though there was no wind, as if it was declaring its power and terror. Songzhan Kongying squinted his eyes slightly. The black whirlwind flag was supposed to be his, but in the end, it was obtained by Jiang Chen. That was originally the possession of the ancestor of the divine clan, Fuxi, in the forbidden area. Sun Zhan was also dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's unparalleled and unstoppable move made Sun Zhan truly understand what it meant to be invulnerable. Now, he knew that he was in a desperate situation, and no one could save him anymore. This is the little Chenzi that I know. Ha ha ha, Han Yan said proudly. Han Yan's expression was one of arrogance. It was as if he had participated in this battle as well. His eyes were filled with pride. Yu Jingxian's beautiful eyes flickered. When Jiang Chen and Lu Changtian were fighting, her heart was tightly clenched. She was afraid that Jiang Chen would be defeated. If Jiang Chen really died, perhaps she would not choose to live alone. Yu Jingxian was clear that Jiang Chen had become an indispensable part of her heart. However, after defeating Lu Changtian, Jiang Chen's situation was extremely dangerous. The black whirlwind formation had almost consumed all of his divine origin qi. At this moment, it became extremely difficult for him. Although Lu Changtian was dead, Jiang Chen's footsteps were far from stopping. Jiang Chen looked at the land of heavenly lightning from afar. His heart was filled with great ambition. This time, he must break through to the divine emperor realm. Ancestor Songzhan and Ancestor Zhu Ming looked at each other. At this moment, they knew that Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He no longer had the strength to fight. They must take this opportunity to take him down. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to do so in the future. Although Ancestor Songzhan and Ancestor Zhu Ming's strength was damaged, they were still mid-divine emperor experts. They had recovered a little, and although they were far from their peak state, they were still not to be underestimated. Boy, I have to say that you are indeed very strong. But now, no one can leave this place alive. The dignity of the divine clan in the Forbidden Land cannot be violated. You want to snatch the lightning mother and son and kill the heavenly lightning spirit? That's simply wishful thinking. Hand over the heavenly lightning spirit and Mother Lei. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Ancestor Zhu Ming said faintly. He looked at Han Yan and Jiang Chen coldly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although they were not the oriole yet, they would be the final winner. It's too early for you to be happy. Chapter 33:45. You're already at the end of your tether. Do you still want to stir up a storm? Hee. Us two brothers have been guarding the land of heavenly lightning for millions of years and we have never lost it. Unless you step over our dead bodies, don't even think about entering the land of heavenly lightning. Old Ancestor Songzhan said coldly. He had already recovered some of his strength and was not afraid of Jiang Chen at all. After all, They were both mid-divine emperor experts. They were much stronger than everyone else. Your blind confidence is giving me a headache. You're about to die but you still want to struggle. I'm speechless. Jiang Chen snorted and sneered. Let's see what else you have up your sleeves. Eat my palm first. Old ancestor Zhu Ming stretched out his hand and rushed towards Han Yen. The killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. His palm was like lightning and thunder rumbled. Han Yen wanted to take a step forward but he was pushed back by old ancestor Zhu Ming. Han Yan's face was extremely gloomy. Little Chunzi, catch. Han Yen threw the mother and son to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and caught the mother and son with a faint smile on his face. Old ancestor Songzan stared at Jiang Chen. Looks like it's time for him to take action. A mere half-step divine emperor wants to fight me? Trash. Old ancestor Zhu Ming's aura was at its peak. Han Yan's expression turned solemn as he took action. Jiang Chen's strength had suffered a great blow. Han Yan must not let Jiang Chen take action. As old ancestor Zhu Ming's brother, it was his duty to take action at this moment. Be careful, Lang Mo Lang Qianqian was already prepared. She followed closely behind Han Yan and the two of them attacked old ancestor Zhu Ming. Old ancestor Zhu Ming fought two people at once. Me too. Old ancestor Songzan quickly joined the battle. Yu Jingxian didn't stay idle either. Jiang Chen was severely injured. As a woman, she couldn't just stand by and watch. She finally knew that Lang Mo was Jiang Chen's brother. No wonder Lang Mo left without a trace and Jiang Chen escaped unscathed. Since then, they never talked about each other again. She was the princess of the Green Feather family and the reincarnation of the 9 generations Yu family. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Before this, she did not attack because she wanted to hide her true strength. But now, for Jiang Chen's sake, she decided not to hide anymore. Her jade-like hands formed a series of palm seals. Flames burst out from her palms, pressing towards old ancestor Song Zan. The battle between the two of them was getting more and more exciting and exciting. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and the flying immortal sword appeared in front of Songzan Kongying. At this moment, Songzan Kongying's life was in Jiang Chen's hands. Brat, how dare you kill me? The Forbidden Area Divine Clan will not let you go. Songzan Kongying said fiercely. She almost wet her pants because of Jiang Chen. Her face turned pale. There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I even killed the people of the Buddhist pagoda. Do you think you can survive in my hands? I didn't want to kill you at first. The Forbidden Area Demon Clan will definitely launch a large-scale attack if I kill you. At that time, the balance of the Divine Land will be lost. The Forbidden Area Divine Clan and the Forbidden Area Demon Clan will fight each other. Countless people will die. Moreover, your old ancestor seems to be very dissatisfied with me and won't let me enter the Sky Thunder Canyon. So, I can only kill you. What does this have to do with me? Let's go to hell. I want to enter the Sky Thunder Canyon and kill anyone who dares to stop me. Jiang Chen said in an incomparably domineering manner. Songzan Kongying was terrified in an instant. Then what do you want? If you kill me, the Forbidden Area Divine Land will be in chaos and the people will be killed. This is what your Earth Infant tribe asked for. You can't blame others. The two old men have already attacked me. How can I just sit back and wait for death? So go to hell. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and the corner of his mouth turned cold. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. The limitless sword had a threatening sword aura and directly cut through the sky. Songzan Kongying's eyes gradually widened. However, he was already seriously injured and could no longer escape from Jiang Chen's palm. Bastard! Old ancestor Songzan roared angrily and his eyes almost popped out. Songzan Kongying was the leader of the Earth Infant tribe and the only one who could support the situation among the 4 clans. Once he died, it would affect the entire Forbidden Area and the Divine Land would be in chaos. Do you want to leave too? Jiang Chen looked at Kong Ledi who was not far away. Kong Ledi wanted to escape when no one was paying attention to him, but he did not escape Jiang Chen's eyes. I'm with Lang Mo. Do you want to kill me too? Kong Ledi's face turned pale and he shouted in a deep voice. Little Chenzi, there's nothing to regret about killing him. If he runs back to the devil race in the Forbidden Area, it's likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Han Yen looked at Jiang Chen and said coldly. Bastard, Lang Mo, Demon Master Louis will kill you if you do this. How can you face Demon Master Louis? Kong Ledi's body trembled. He knew the combat strength that Jiang Chen had shown previously. Under Jiang Chen's attack, he had nowhere to hide. I never planned to return to the devil race in the forbidden area. So what if you die? What does it have to do with me? Han Yen sneered. Jiang Chen also nodded slightly. It seemed that he had nothing to worry about. Kong Ledi was a sinister and cunning person who deserved to die. Not to mention that he was a member of the devil race in the forbidden area. Although he didn't think that the divine race in the forbidden area was any better, no one was allowed to speak of what happened today. Jiang Chen cut the Gordian knot and directly blocked Kong Ledi's way. Kong Ledi's soul almost left his body. He desperately tried to escape, but in the end, he was mercilessly obliterated by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably cold. He looked at the remaining two protectors. It was time to give them a fatal blow. Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards, set up the formation. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. With a wave of his hand, 7 Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards descended from the sky and formed a formation, trapping old ancestor Zhu Ming in the middle. The 7-man formation completely trapped the old ancestor Zhu Ming. At this moment, Yu Jingxian was like a hot knife cutting through butter. With the help of the 7 Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards, she rapidly approached old ancestor Zhu Ming. Old ancestor Zhu Ming's expression was stern. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The formation of the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards had restricted his movements. Yu Jingxian's flames burned him, causing him to melt. Soul trying to escape? You're thinking too much. Jiang Chen's great Yu soul forming light firmly trapped him. Without any suspense, old ancestor Zhu Ming was sucked into the great Yu soul forming light. Old ancestor Songzan was also shocked. He didn't expect that a mid-divine emperor like him would die in such a humiliating manner. Now that old ancestor Zhu Ming was completely obliterated, his death was not far away. Chapter 3346. To think that I, the old ancestor of the divine clan of the Forbidden Land, would die here. I am unwilling. Old ancestor Songzan's face was pale. Under the combined attack of Han Yen, Lang Qianqian, the 7 heavenly guards and Yu Jingxian, he was completely suppressed and death was approaching. You guys should not have stopped me. The people from the Divine Pagoda are already dead, but you guys still want to kill me. I did not have any intention to kill, but you guys forced me to do so. Therefore, you have only yourselves to blame for your deaths. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. The 7 heavenly guards soared into the sky and killed old ancestor Songzan with their spears. At that moment, the entire valley became quiet. Sun Zhan and Sun Yuan were suppressed by Jiang Chen in the great Yu soul forming light. Lu Chongtian died tragically in the dark whirlwind formation. Old ancestor Songzan and old ancestor Zhu Ming died without a burial. At this moment, only Jiang Chen, Yu Jingxian, Han Yen and Lang Qianqian were left. Good brother. Jiang Chen and Han Yen gave each other a big hug. After a long while, the two of them separated from each other. The brothers worked together in this battle, and it was a hearty battle. Although there were a few dangerous moments, they still managed to kill everyone in the end. Little Chenzi, let me introduce you. This is Lang Qianqian. She's my woman. Han Yen said softly. Lang Qianqian's face turned red and she nodded. Nice to meet you, big brother Jiang. This is Yu Jingxian. You two can keep each other company. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Now, it's going to be the most difficult part. Han Yen retracted his smile and met Jiang Chen's eyes. No matter how dangerous it is, I must go. With my current strength, it should not be difficult for me to fight against experts below the mid-divine emperor realm. But if I meet someone stronger, I'm afraid I'll have to surrender. The strength of the Slaughter Pagoda is not something we can imagine. As one of the strongest forces in the Central Region Divine Land, they are ranked as the strongest forces in the Divine World along with the Martial Dan Hall. How can they be so weak? Now that Qingqing is in the hands of the Slaughter Pagoda, if I don't quickly increase my strength and become stronger, we will have to face even more terrifying dangers. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Thunder Spirit heavily injuring Ancestor Zhu Ming and Ancestor Songzan, he wouldn't have such an opportunity. It was likely that the Heavenly Thunder Spirit had suffered a great blow. Now was the best opportunity. He couldn't miss it. The heavenly thunder spirit could crush 2 mid-divine emperor realm experts to this extent. Are you really prepared? Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. She didn't want Jiang Chen to go because Jiang Chen might not be able to return. The 2 mid-divine emperor realm experts almost did not come back. It was imaginable that the most terrifying thing was not the people they killed, but the heavenly thunder spirit in the bottomless sky thunder canyon. But Yu Jingxian was also very clear that once Jiang Chen had decided on something, it was impossible to change his mind. Only he knew how persistent he was. She's right. Little Chenzi, you have to think it through. We don't need to tell you how dangerous this trip will be. We can take it slow. You need to improve your strength step by step. It's very dangerous for you to devour the heavenly thunder spirit forcefully. Han Yan had always been fearless. He also knew that Jiang Chen would not be able to change his mind once he made up his mind. But hearing the word dangerous from his mouth, it was enough to foresee that none of them had the slightest confidence in dealing with the heavenly thunder spirit in the canyon. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at them. But he knew better than anyone else that the heavenly thunder spirit was the most terrifying existence in the Thunder Mountain range. This trip might be a life-or-death one. However, Jiang Chen could not back off. The 1,000-flame destructive thunder in the Thunder Canyon was much more terrifying than any of the thunderbolts that he had encountered before. It was enough to prove that the 2 divine Emperor Realm experts were afraid of it. However, with danger came great benefits. If Jiang Chen could devour the heavenly thunder spirit, not only would he be able to break through to the divine Emperor Realm, it was highly possible that the 4 heavenly thunders could fuse together and make Jiang Chen soar to the sky. He would become an invincible existence in the divine Emperor Realm. Jiang Chen was very worried, but he could not show it. He still had no idea how powerful the 1,000-flame destructive lightning was. Therefore, he was the most nervous one. However, he could not put the pressure on Han Yan and Yu Jingxian, or else they would not be able to eat and sleep well. Jiang Chen was worried. Be careful. If there's another attack from this mountain range, don't worry about me. Just leave. Jiang Chen said. He took a step forward and went straight into the canyon. Jiang Chen. I'll wait for you. You must come back alive. Yu Jingxian shouted towards Jiang Chen's back. A tear appeared on her face uncontrollably. Han Yan's expression was stern. He closed his eyes and said indifferently, he will definitely come back. Jiang Chen took a step into the valley. The dark valley was filled with a cold and murderous aura. Yellow leaves were piled up everywhere, and it was as cold as frost. Is this really the place where the 1,000-flame destructive thunder is located? Jiang Chen frowned. An invisible pressure made him feel depressed. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 old ancestors of the God clan had come here and suppressed the heavenly thunder spirit for a short period of time, he would not have believed that the heavenly thunder spirit would be in this place. Gotcha! A deafening sound came from the 9 heavens. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, lighting up the entire void. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked forward. In the canyon, a huge mountain appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. There was a gully that looked like the Milky Way in the middle of the mountain. Lightning flashed continuously in the gully, lighting up the entire canyon. Amidst the thunderbolts, the sound was extremely penetrating, causing people to feel a sense of desolation in their hearts. In Jiang Chen's eyes, the heavenly lightning seemed illusory. Lowly human, you bunch of bastards. You coveted my mother and son. If it wasn't for the ancient formation, what could you do to me? A deep voice was heard. Jiang Chen frowned. Jiang Chen felt the pressure from the voice. Is this the heavenly thunder spirit? You're the heavenly thunder spirit? Jiang Chen said. So what? You're just a half-step divine emperor. How dare you enter my territory? You're courting death. The heavenly thunder spirit's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears again. It sounded like it was coming from all directions. I'm looking for you. I'm here to take you. Chapter 33-47. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and sparks flew everywhere. It was like purgatory in the mortal world. The mountains and valleys were all surrounded by lightning bolts. Boasting shamelessly. Do you really think that you can bargain with me here? Do you still want to compete with me after entering this place? You're just a half-step divine emperor. You must be dreaming. The voice of the heavenly thunder spirit was extremely cold, without a shred of emotion. It was domineering and majestic. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and said faintly, "You should know better than anyone else how strong you are, right? Even 2 mid-divine emperors could severely injure you. I think your strength is just though. You're probably an arrow at the end of its flight now. How big of a wave can you make?" Hee. Jiang Chen's words caused the surrounding heavenly lightning to roar even more violently. The dreadful heavenly lightning began to descend around Jiang Chen. "Are you provoking me? Ha! Arrogant fool. A half-step divine emperor. I can crush someone like you with just a finger. Do you think you can talk to me? Then why don't you just kill me? A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. You don't have the confidence either, do you? That's why you're afraid of my existence." Jiang Chen smiled. "Those 2 mid-divine emperors are dead. I killed them," Jiang Chen said confidently. At this moment, the heavenly thunder spirit became silent. "You killed them? Do you think I'll believe you? You can choose not to believe me. But you'll realize how stupid you are. Going against me will only result in death. I only have one goal today, to devour you." Jiang Chen was extremely confident and proud. "You're dreaming. Even if you were the one who killed those 2 old fellows, it's simply impossible for you to devour me. Do you really think you can devour me and make me yours? That's no different from courting death." The heavenly thunder spirit laughed loudly. Jiang Chen's shameless boasting made him even more disdainful. However, the spirit of heavenly thunder was also quite shocked. The fact that Jiang Chen could enter the Sky Thunder Canyon meant that the outside world had calmed down. Although he did not know what had happened outside, he knew that those people were trying to rob Lei Chen and his mother. The 2 mid-divine emperor experts were both heavily injured by him. Even he himself had suffered a great loss. It was impossible for him to recover to his peak state in a short period of time. "How do you know if you don't try?" Ha! Jiang Chen was in high spirits. His eyes were filled with pride. At this moment, he was ready to face death with equanimity. Jiang Chen was like an arrow on a bowstring. He would not return until he destroyed Lu Lan. "You're courting death. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Mid-stage divine emperors are trash in my eyes. It's their good fortune that those 2 old farts were able to escape, but it's impossible for you to leave this place." The heavenly thunder spirit's deep voice resounded in Jiang Chen's ears again. The atmosphere became extremely tense. The lightning around Jiang Chen was getting more and more intense. "Accept the judgment of the heavenly thunder." A voice that came from the 9 heavens resounded in the canyon. Jiang Chen knew that this fellow was going to attack him. 5 lightning break of lightning punishment. The heavenly thunder spirit turned into 5 terrifying lightning bolts, piercing through the void. Jiang Chen held his saber and rushed to the peak of the heavens. The 5 lightning bolts landed on Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's face was solemn and fearless. As the lightning bolts passed through his body, Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. The heavenly thunder spirit was extremely shocked. If it was an ordinary person, even a mid-divine emperor would not dare to take the 5 lightning break head-on. However, this half-step divine emperor was able to take it head-on. Moreover, the lightning bolts passed through his body without any sense of danger. What's going on? The heavenly thunder spirit was shocked and confused at the same time. In the middle of the canyon, an incomparably huge fiery red lightning shadow turned into a human face. It gathered in the void and almost filled the entire canyon. Lightning flashed in the eyes of the giant eyes. "Motherfucker, this feels great." Jiang Chen flexed his muscles and bones, a smile creasing his face. "Your heavenly thunder seems to be useless against me. If this is all you've got, I guess you're going to die here today." "Ha! Arrogant fella, let's see how long you can last." Heavenly thunder bringer. The huge face of the heavenly thunder spirit spat out incomparably fiery red thunderbolts. They were like huge pillars of magma, but also like a volcanic eruption. They poured down in torrents, and the entire canyon turned into a fiery red sky. It was incomparably dazzling. The crazy fiery red lightning crushed down. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. Compared to the heavenly thunder just now, this was the real terror. The heavenly thunder spirit had just started to use its own origin energy. It was completely different. The fiery red lightning poured down, the sky darkened, the magma burst, the lightning flashed, the brilliance overflowed. Jiang Chen was directly hit by the lightning. That terrifying pressure made Jiang Chen's body feel extreme pain and difficulty. If it was an ordinary early divine emperor expert, just the terrifying power of the lightning would be enough to make them collapse. Divine Golden Bell. God's Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand. The terrifying divine bell went up and protected Jiang Chen in the divine bell, no matter how hard the wind and rain blew. The heavenly thunder fell on the Eastern Emperor Bell. The might of the divine bell was overflowing with colorful radiance, complementing the dazzling light of the heavenly thunder. This is the Eastern Emperor Bell. The giant face's pupils shrunk. Its expression was extremely solemn. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art activated the Eastern Emperor Bell, rising up and withstanding the 9 heavenly thunder. At that moment, the brilliance flowed. The Eastern Emperor Bell almost withstood all the attacks of the heavenly thunder. Jiang Chen's eyes were also extremely solemn. Under the Eastern Emperor Bell, layers of heavenly thunder struck down, but he was not hurt at all. However, the huge consumption of energy from activating the Eastern Emperor Bell made Jiang Chen feel helpless. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell only has half of its soul, it's already so terrifying. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver. The soul of the Eastern Emperor Bell was a great boost to him. It was a great reward for him after entering the door of the Divine Palace. However, the suppression power of the Eastern Emperor Bell couldn't be exerted at this moment. Jiang Chen was already quite satisfied as long as he could stabilize the situation. Chapter 3348. Why does this fellow have the Eastern Emperor Bell? Isn't Eastern Emperor Tai already dead? The Eastern Emperor Bell is broken into pieces, but that's clearly the Eastern Emperor Bell. The heavenly thunder spirit murmured. His lightning attack was not weak at all. If the Eastern Emperor Tai was here, he would definitely not be his opponent. Right now, his heart was beating like a drum. What was the relationship between this guy and the Eastern Emperor Tai? Why does he have the Eastern Emperor Bell? And he even knows the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Could he be the successor of Eastern Emperor Tai? Jiang Chen wielded the Eastern Emperor Bell and had already used the dragon transformation. His combat strength was terrifying, but under the attack of the 1,000 flame lightning, he still couldn't break free. Who are you? Why is the Eastern Emperor Bell in your hands? Who is Eastern Emperor Tai to you? The heavenly thunder spirit said in a low voice. A formless pressure enveloped Jiang Chen. The power of the heavenly thunder dissipated. Jiang Chen's mouth was dripping with blood. If it wasn't for the Eastern Emperor Bell, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to block this supreme heavenly thunder. You actually know Eastern Emperor Tai? Could you be the heavenly thunder that has existed since ancient times? Jiang Chen said. There are some things that you shouldn't know. Although you have the Eastern Emperor Bell in your hands, you are too weak. Also, the Eastern Emperor Bell isn't a complete divine weapon. It's impossible for you to do anything to me. Even if you are the successor of Eastern Emperor Tai, don't even think about flaunting your might in front of me. A Eastern Emperor Bell isn't enough to suppress me. The heavenly thunder spirit shouted. Once again, the heavenly thunder spirit attacked Jiang Chen. A Eastern Emperor Bell isn't enough? Let's have another one. Jiang Chen sneered. The flag in his hand fluttered and the black submerged flag was tightly grasped in his hand. A terrifying aura instantly spread out. The black wind wreaked havoc and continuously intertwined with the heavenly lightning. The power of the wind and lightning formed a chaotic storm and started to overturn the entire canyon. Rocks and sand flew everywhere, raging waves beat against the shore and bursts of heavenly lightning rolled, forcing Jiang Chen back once again. It was definitely not that easy for Jiang Chen to break through the defense of the heavenly lightning spirit. Jiang Chen fought and retreated at the same time. With both of his hands, the formation changed again. With one hand, he set up the dark submerged whirlwind formation while the other set up the Ashura sword formation. As he fought and retreated, the formation continued to form. The black submerged flag and the heavenly dragon sword split into 2 sides of the formation. This time, Jiang Chen decided to give it his all and followed the heavenly thunder spirit. They would fight to the death. This sword. It feels so familiar. I seem to have been injured by it before. This black submerged flag seems to belong to a peerless demon lord. The eyes of the heavenly thunder spirit became solemn again. Jiang Chen had more than 1 or 2 divine weapons. The Eastern Emperor Bell, the heavenly dragon sword, and the black submerged flag instantly attracted the attention of the heavenly thunder spirit. He felt that this fellow in front of him was somewhat difficult to deal with. He was only a half-step divine emperor, but he had so many divine weapons in his hands. Even a divine emperor would be invincible if he had one of them. However, he actually had so many of them. It was really enviable. Even if you have these treasures, I will still tear you into pieces. I would like to see what kind of background you have. The heavenly thunder spirit knew that Jiang Chen had a lot of treasures in his hands. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. When Jiang Chen transformed into his human form and the heavenly lightning turned into rain, he would return to being an Emperor Realm expert. At that time, the divine weapons in Jiang Chen's hands would all be rare treasures. If he could kill Jiang Chen and obtain these 3 treasures, his future achievements would definitely be greater than before. The Eastern Emperor Bell, the Heavenly Dragon Sword, and the Black Submerged Flag. These 3 divine weapons, especially the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was known as the #1 divine weapon in the ancient times, suppressing the 10 heavenly weapons. Otherwise, the heavenly thunder spirit would not be so afraid of it. However, it seemed that the Eastern Emperor Bell was not complete and his strength was too weak. Hence, the heavenly thunder spirit coveted the Eastern Emperor Bell even more. In that case, break through my 2 formations first, then we'll talk. Jiang Chen controlled the black submerged whirlwind formation with one hand. The wind blew across the sky, the hurricanes fell, the mountains and rivers were swallowed, the clouds were flying. The black submerged whirlwind formation had been formed. To Jiang Chen, what he needed to do was to resist and consume the power of the heavenly thunder spirit. It was almost impossible to wear him down directly. Hence, Jiang Chen could only use a roundabout strategy to consume the power of the heavenly thunder spirit. Jiang Chen had the body of the myriad qi. He was not afraid at all. As long as the heavenly thunder spirit was worn down, Jiang Chen would have the chance to devour it. Jiang Chen moved his right hand and the Ashura sword formation was laid out. It was the first time for Jiang Chen to control 2 great sword formations at the same time. The consumption of power was extremely shocking. Even the heavenly thunder spirit was shocked. The 2 great formations could not break through Jiang Chen's defense at all. This half-step divine emperor human looked weak, but he was much more difficult to deal with than the 2 mid-divine emperor old men. 2 great formations. Interesting. But you have underestimated my power of heavenly thunder. The giant human face above the canyon began to change gradually. Its smile became more and more charming. The chubby face seemed to have a plan. Lightning strike of 1,000 flames. Terrifying origin of lightning flashed along with the sparks. Jiang Chen's 2 great formations faced it head-on without any fear. At this time, the attack of the heavenly thunder spirit became sharper. However, Jiang Chen's formation was still defending. Even if the lightning and the origin of lightning exploded, it could not destroy the 2 great formations in an instant. Damn it! The heavenly thunder spirit roared. His origin of lightning was getting more and more exhausted. However, Jiang Chen's formation was still as stable as Mount Tai. There were no signs of it being broken. However, only Jiang Chen could get rid of his own pain. The pressure of the 1,000 flame destruction lightning was not simple. It was not simple to force 2 mid-divine emperors back. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. It was not the right time for him to fight the 1,000 flame destruction lightning to the death. Break! The heavenly thunder spirit roared. Lightning spurted out from his mouth. The origin of lightning wreaked havoc in the void. Jiang Chen's 2 formations finally could not withstand the origin of heavenly thunder spirit's origin of lightning. The destructive attack directly made Jiang Chen retreat. His body was heavily injured. The 2 formations were torn apart. Jiang Chen was still a step behind and was heavily pushed back. Do you still want to fight me now? The heavenly thunder spirit said faintly. Why not? Let's see who will have the last laugh. Please start your performance. Ha! Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with determination. Good, good, good. Let's see how long you can last. You're a real man, even if you're on your last breath. The heavenly thunder spirit sneered. His left eye flashed and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Fire surged and lightning flickered in his eyes. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor Bell in one hand, the Cold River Sword in the other, the Heavenly Dragon Sword in the other, and the Black Submerged Flag in the other. The 4 divine weapons were unleashed at the same time. Chapter 33-49. The four divine weapons formed a line, wanting to suppress the heavenly lightning. The spirit of the heavenly lightning became more and more solemn. The divine weapons in Jiang Chen's hands were endless. The lightning of the spirit of the heavenly lightning clashed against the four divine weapons, but Jiang Chen managed to block it. Cold River Stone. This is the destructive ice god's item. Where did you come from? The spirit of the heavenly lightning was a little greedy. Was there a destructive ice god behind Jiang Chen? Or was there Eastern Emperor Tai behind him? Why did he dare to be so unbridled? Why did he dare to devour it? Looks like there's no smoke without fire. This kid's background was worth the attention of the spirit of the heavenly lightning. There are still many things that you don't know. Now, I'll let you see my heavenly lightning. With the four divine weapons protecting him, Jiang Chen held three heavenly lightning in his hands, intertwining with each other. Dawn Sky Golden Lightning, 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning, Severing Drought Heavenly Lightning and the Terrifying Heavenly Lightning Pearl. 4 heavenly lightning converged in an instant. At that moment, even the spirit of the heavenly lightning could not remain calm. Bastard, how can you control so many heavenly lightning at the same time? The spirit of the heavenly lightning was incomparably shocked. It was a spirit of the heavenly lightning that had survived since the ancient times, yet it was weaker than a half-step divine emperor brat. 4 divine weapons, and 4 heavenly lightning. How did he do it? Such a monstrous genius. Even in the ancient times, he was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Now, the spirit of the heavenly lightning was even more curious about his identity. To be able to have so many divine weapons and treasures, he must be someone with great luck. Who knows? Maybe his terrifying background could allow him to gain even more. That's why I want to devour you too. At that time, I will be able to fuse more heavenly lightning. At that time, you will become a part of my heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen smiled brightly. The 4 heavenly lightning had already converged in his hands. The huge face of the spirit of the heavenly lightning was also filled with shock. 4 heavenly lightning converged together. That terrifying explosive power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. This entire canyon might even cease to exist. I'm not that easy to deal with, said the spirit of heavenly thunder coldly. Lightning flashed in its eyes, and electricity shot out from its mouth. Strand after strand of origin energy transformed into lightning dragons that appeared in the sky. They intertwined with the death lightning lotus in Jiang Chen's hand. Splendor of youth. The entire space turned deathly silent. For the first time, Jiang Chen felt the threat of death. The terror of the 1,000-flame annihilation lightning had even exceeded his imagination, especially now. That terrifying fiery lightning dragon shuttled through space. Although it was heavily injured by the death lightning lotus, it did not fall. However, this attack made both Jiang Chen and the heavenly lightning spirit feel incomparably uncomfortable. Both of them had suffered a great deal of damage. Exactly who would be able to have the last laugh was something that everyone was incomparably puzzled about. The heavenly lightning dispersed, the death lightning lotus turned into the void, and the origin energy of the heavenly lightning spirit was also exhausted. Jiang Chen's body trembled, and he knelt on one knee. At that moment, he was already completely exhausted. The divine origin energy in his body was almost completely exhausted. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the terrifying giant face. It had already shrunk by more than 10 times, and the figure was also becoming weaker and weaker. Jiang Chen knew that the heavenly lightning spirit was probably in great pain as well. Its condition might not be any better than his. Old thing, you're not dead yet, right? If the heavenly lightning spirit is extinguished just like that, it'll be really embarrassing. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. He constantly recovered his divine origin energy. At this moment, he believed that he would definitely recover faster than the heavenly lightning spirit. Brat, I have to admit that you're harder to deal with than those 2 mid-divine emperors. But do you think that you have nothing to worry about now? Do you think that I'll be defeated just like that? The heavenly lightning spirit was still as cold as ever. It seemed that it wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of it. It didn't feel that Yi Futian was in any difficulty. Don't pretend. Your current situation might not be any better than mine. You've already suffered heavy injuries before, and you've also fought with me. If you still have the strength to kill me now, will you stop? Jiang Chen snorted. You're smart. I might not be able to kill you, but can you kill me? If you want to devour me, Even if I'm at my last breath, even if you're at your peak, you might not have the chance to devour me. Not to mention that you've already lost all your fighting strength." The heavenly lightning spirit said disdainfully. Both of them seemed to be forcing each other to take action. However, whether it was Jiang Chen or the heavenly lightning spirit, neither of them took action forcefully. First of all, they didn't have the ability to do so. If it was the last attack, it was very likely that they would fail completely. Jiang Chen was probing. Wasn't the heavenly lightning spirit the same as well? "If you tell me where you came from, maybe I can spare your life," the heavenly lightning spirit said. "Do you think I need you to spare me? I think that the one who should be begging for mercy should be you." Heavenly lightning spirit. Hee. You're just a... Jiang Chen's arrogance and overbearing made the heavenly lightning spirit even more furious. It was still 100 feet tall, floating in the void. Its eyes were almost spitting fire. It had never met a guy as arrogant as Jiang Chen. "Later, you'll know how stupid you are," the heavenly lightning spirit said coldly. "Really? I'll wait and see." Jiang Chen stood up with his sword in hand. He stood proudly and looked straight at the heavenly lightning spirit in the void. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. "My soul power isn't something that you can reach. Therefore, from this moment on, your soul is under my control," the heavenly lightning spirit said. "Really? Then you can try first. Let's see who's stronger between my Emperor Realm soul and yours." Soul-stealing divine technique. Soul-killing soul. In an instant, Jiang Chen's terrifying Emperor Realm soul began to sweep across the sky. The entire canyon was filled with Jiang Chen's soul power. With a strange attack, it stirred up the 9 heavens with lightning speed. "No! This is impossible! Bastard! Who the hell are you?" An angry roar came from the heavenly lightning spirit's mouth. Its face was gloomy and frightening. Everything has a spirit. Everything has a soul. Even the heavenly lightning spirit was no exception. It originally thought that with the power of its soul, it could easily suppress Jiang Chen. However, it didn't expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Its soul actually suffered a soul-destroying attack and suffered great damage. Chapter 3350. The soul of the heavenly thunder spirit suffered a fatal injury. At this time, it was finally terrified because it knew that its soul power had become extremely weak. This guy who came out of nowhere actually had the soul of an Emperor Realm expert. This was too inconceivable. The spirit of the heavenly soul was strong, but the devil grew stronger. Jiang Chen's strength became even more terrifying. Under such a strong attack, the spirit of the heavenly lightning finally became dispirited. At this moment, Jiang Chen's physical strength was completely exhausted. His whole body was in extreme pain. If it wasn't for the strength of his soul, Jiang Chen would have been killed by the heavenly lightning. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you've lost. From now on, you're no longer a threat to me. I'm going to devour you and achieve the strength of a divine emperor to merge with the 4th heavenly lightning." Jiang Chen stood up slowly with a proud expression. Hard work pays off. He finally defeated the heavenly thunder spirit. The golden hoop narrowly escaped death. However, the final result was very gratifying. To think that I would lose to a half-step divine emperor kid. It's fate. However, you won't be able to devour me with your current strength. My soul energy will never yield to you. Even if I'm on the verge of death, even if I don't resist, you won't be able to do it. Because you're too weak. Too weak. The heavenly thunder spirit said. Then let me try today. Let's see if I can suppress you. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He didn't believe it. The more the heavenly thunder spirit said that he couldn't suppress him, the angrier Jiang Chen got. He didn't believe that he couldn't suppress the heavenly thunder spirit. I'm the heavenly thunder divine dragon from the ancient divine palace. Even the Eastern Emperor Bell can't trap me. Moreover, the Eastern Emperor Bell in your hand is incomplete. The heavenly thunder spirit said coldly. Divine palace? Divine palace again? Jiang Chen frowned. What was the origin of this divine palace? Where was this place? He was already curious about the gate of the divine palace. Now, he was even more curious. Then you can give it a try, sir. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword, the Eastern Emperor Bell, the cold river dagger, and the black submerged flag. These 4 divine weapons suppressed the heavenly thunder spirit, but the unyielding will of the heavenly thunder spirit still shocked Jiang Chen. These 4 divine weapons might be incomplete, but they were unable to suppress the soul of the heavenly thunder spirit. He still stood there with his head held high. That was a kind of unyielding will that had nothing to do with strength. It was like a supreme expert from the 9 heavens. Their aura was something that ordinary people could not compare to. Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen once again took out the Zulong Tower. At this time, the heavenly thunder spirit cried out in shock. It's him, why is it him? But I can't remember anymore. The heavenly lightning spirit slowly turned into a middle-aged man dressed in white. He was majestic and had a powerful aura. He stood in the air, surrounded by lightning for a long time. You know the Zulong Tower? Jiang Chen slightly squinted his eyes. So what if I know it? So what if I don't know it? Ha ha ha, I've already forgotten everything. Even that sword, I've already forgotten about it. It's just that the memory in my mind is too deep. I can't forget it even if I want to. The heavenly thunder spirit said faintly. His face was cold as he looked at Jiang Chen. When their eyes met, Jiang Chen could feel the domineering and ferocious aura of the heavenly thunder spirit. It was like a sharp killing weapon that made people not dare to get close to it. Even with this broken Zulong Tower, it's still impossible for you to suppress me. What kind of power can a few remnant divine weapons have? Ha ha ha. The heavenly spirit stood with his hands folded and said in a deep voice. Again. Myriad Qi Cauldron. Suppress it for me. Jiang Chen took out the Myriad Qi Cauldron again. At this moment, the heavenly thunder spirit's face turned ugly. His soul also appeared a little sluggish. Jiang Chen knew that his chance had come. There's more? This is Shen Nong Cauldron. You even have the Shen Nong Cauldron. This time, the heavenly thunder spirit was completely speechless. This half-step divine emperor fella was too abnormal. This was simply asking for his life. As soon as the Shen Nong Cauldron was taken out, the heavenly thunder spirit completely lost his arrogance. At this moment, his soul power was finally suppressed by Jiang Chen. Now you should understand who the real boss is. You're still too inexperienced to fight with me. If I don't suppress you, how am I going to devour the lightning? Hee. Jiang Chen sneered. No matter how strong the heavenly thunder spirit was, he could still suppress him. Now that Jiang Chen had a lot of divine weapons in his hands, he was not afraid of this fella at all. Shen Nong Cauldron, Eastern Emperor Bell, Zulong Tower, Heavenly Dragon Sword, Black Submerged Flag, Cold River Stone. Kid, are you really from the immemorial era? How did you get your hands on these legendary divine weapons? The heavenly thunder spirit said with a sigh. He knew that he would not be able to escape death today, but he did not want to die without knowing the reason. It's the will of the heavens. The one chosen by the heavens is so capricious. So what? Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest, a cold smile on his lips. Don't you want to know the origin of the divine weapons in your hands? Are you willing to just kill me? I don't think you will. The heavenly thunder spirit said. Are you bargaining with me? Jiang Chen said. Just taking what we need. The heavenly thunder spirit said. Tell me about it. Jiang Chen looked at the heavenly thunder spirit with interest. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this fella could play. You want to devour me? Sure, but leave a trace of heavenly thunder origin in me. After 10,000 years, I can still be revived. I was born from the heaven and earth. If you completely devour me, you will be going against the will of the heaven and earth. You will not have a good ending. As for me, I can tell you about the origin of your divine weapons. Because I saw a trace of curiosity in your eyes, it means that you are not very familiar with the divine weapons in your hands. Although I have forgotten most of my memories, I still know the origin of the divine weapons in your hands. This deal is not a loss for you. Leaving a trace of heavenly thunder origin in me will not hinder you from devouring my heavenly thunder origin and obtaining the power of heavenly thunder. Chapter 3351. We can talk about this. It's not impossible for me to leave you with a strand of origin energy. However, if I find out that you're lying or trying to fool me, you won't be able to imagine how miserable you'll be. You know all these divine weapons. You should be familiar with this one as well, right? Jiang Chen knew that the Great Yu Soul Forming Light had a great origin. The moment he took out the Great Yu Soul Forming Light, The expression of the heavenly lightning spirit became extremely unsightly. You're truly making me more and more unable to see through you. If you can successfully break through to the immortal emperor realm, you'll become the strongest immortal emperor in the history of the divine world. These divine weapons aren't something you can fully unleash right now. How sad. However, I have a word of advice for you. If you want to reach the immortal emperor realm, it won't be so easy. Ever since the primordial war, the ancient civilization has been destroyed. If you want to reach the immortal emperor realm, it's no longer the same as before. It's not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. Without great luck, without great fortune, it's basically impossible. The heavenly lightning spirit seemed to be giving Jiang Chen a piece of advice. Jiang Chen knew that the heavenly lightning spirit was right. There hadn't been an emperor realm expert for tens of millions of years. It was enough to show that the divine world was no longer the same as before. The immemorial war had already passed for millions of years. Jiang Chen didn't know what kind of pressure or barriers there were in the divine world now. All right, I promise you. I'll leave a strand of your soul behind. I won't devour you completely. With a strand of origin energy, you should be able to cultivate again after 10,000 years. Jiang Chen nodded. Fuxi had already disappeared. Even if he wanted to know more about the immemorial era, no one would be able to tell him. Although the heavenly lightning spirit was someone he wanted to devour, it wasn't a bad idea to leave a strand of origin energy behind. It was something that was nurtured by the heavens and earth. It was unreasonable to kill the heavenly lightning spirit. What Jiang Chen wanted was the origin energy of the thousand flame destruction lightning. He didn't want to kill the heavenly lightning spirit. A gentleman keeps his word. I like people like you who are frank and straightforward. The heavenly thunder spirit's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. You're about to be devoured by me, yet you're still so happy? Jiang Chen smiled. Isn't it worth a laugh to escape from death? I believe you won't lie to me. Devouring 99% of my origin energy is already enough for you. Leaving a strand of my origin energy isn't a big deal to you, so there's no need for you to lie to me. Leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. Ha ha ha, said the spirit of heavenly thunder with a smile. At this moment, the eyes of the two of them converged once again, filled with complicated emotions. What do you want to know? Say it. What kind of place is the divine court? Is it an organization or a sect? Jiang Chen said. AI, speaking of the divine court, even if it's me, I'm not willing to talk too much about it. My memories are incomplete and the things I know are limited. I can only tell you that the divine court was once an alliance of deities. But now, the divine court no longer exists. Back then, I was one of the experts in the divine court. After so many years, the heavenly dipper sovereigns were thrown into chaos during the Great War of the Supreme Ancient Era. The divine court could be considered as the ruler of the divine world during the Supreme Ancient Era. However, it has already been reduced to ashes. Not long ago, the divine world was so glorious. Heroes fought for hegemony. Countless experts stood in great numbers. Emperors were as many as the hairs on a cow. Hundreds of races contended for supremacy. But now, the divine court is no longer as glorious as it was in the past. As for the fall of the divine court, I can't remember it anymore. I only remember that the sky was dark and the earth was collapsing. More than half of the experts in the Supreme Ancient Era died. No one could hide in the world. That was like the end of an era. The glorious Supreme Ancient Era was instantly reduced to ashes. As for what happened in the end, I have no memory at all. My strength was greatly damaged and my memory is also incomplete. It's already a lot for me to remember these. Although the heavenly thunder spirit's explanation did not satisfy Jiang Chen, it at least gave him some understanding of the divine court. It seemed like the prosperity of the immemorial era was incomparable to the present era. Some things had already passed, vanished into thin air, and vanished into the dust of history. Why is the myriad chi cauldron in my hand called the farmer god cauldron? What kind of background did it have? Back then, Fuxi also said the same thing to me. Was this myriad chi cauldron called Shenong cauldron in the past? Jiang Chen continued to ask. This was what he was most concerned about. It seemed that this myriad chi cauldron was not just a cauldron for concocting medicine. Things were far from as simple as he thought. Since it could breed myriad chi, it must be something extraordinary. You've seen Fuxi, ancestor god? The spirit of heavenly thunder's pupils shrank and his face became extremely solemn. Yes, it's just a remnant soul. He is already dead. Even if it's a remnant soul, it didn't stay for long before it dissipated. Jiang Chen said. I see. It seems that you really don't know about Fuxi ancestor god and the others. These 5 ancestor gods were the most powerful ancestor gods since the creation of the divine world. However, ancestor gods were not necessarily the most powerful existences. These 5 ancestor gods were the symbols of the divine world. But for some reason, all 5 ancestor gods were sacrificed in the primitive ancient war. Even Emperor Dong Hua of the divine court couldn't preserve their bloodline. That was the beginning of the divine world's nightmare. I seem to have digressed. I only know a rough outline of those things. I only know that this Shenong cauldron is the life divine weapon of ancestor god Shenong. As for how you got it, I don't know. Ancestor god Shenong. It seems that this myriad chi cauldron has a great origin. I know that this Eastern Emperor bell belongs to Eastern Emperor Tai. But do you know what is a 9th reincarnation venerable? Jiang Chen had another doubt. Eastern Emperor Tai left him a message to find a 9th reincarnation venerable. However, Jiang Chen had no idea whether a 9th reincarnation venerable was a person or something. A 9th reincarnation venerable? I've never heard of him either. However, the Eastern monarch Tai's power is comparable to the 5 elder gods, and he was also a major figure of the primordial era. It seems that you've encountered quite a good fortune. Not only were you able to obtain so many divine weapons and treasures, you were even able to meet the Fuxi elder god and the Eastern monarch Tai. Your Eastern Emperor bell should only have half of its soul left. That's why you can't unleash its full power. If you had the power of a divine emperor and the Eastern Emperor bell was complete, just this divine weapon alone would be enough to seal me. The spirit of heavenly spirit laughed at himself. However, almost all the magical weapons like the Eastern Emperor bell were incomplete. Chapter 3352. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. With a raise of his hand, a bronze throne suddenly appeared in his hand. At that moment, the heavenly thunder spirit's face suddenly changed. He staggered a few steps back, his face extremely pale. His eyes also changed a few times. At that moment, even his breathing became heavy. Jiang Chen wanted to ask, but he realized that the heavenly thunder spirit was already stunned. There was an indescribable fear in his eyes. You. Where did you get this thing? The heavenly thunder spirit even stuttered. Why? Is this thing very scary? Jiang Chen's smile became even brighter. It seemed that he had asked the right person. This guy really knew what this thing was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a frightened expression. If you used this thing to suppress me from the beginning, my soul would probably have dispersed. The heavenly thunder spirit's words stunned Jiang Chen. This bronze throne was actually so powerful? Compared to the Eastern Emperor bell and the myriad chi cauldron, it was even more monstrous? Tell me about it. I don't know what this thing is. The heavenly thunder spirit shook his head. His face was filled with fear and he kept his mouth shut. Jiang Chen frowned. This guy seemed to want to go against him. If you don't say it, you should be able to imagine the ending. The heavenly thunder spirit pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, I can only say that one of the 5 great ancestral gods in the immemorial era, the ancestral god of the Yuchao clan, was suppressed to death by this bronze throne. As for who this bronze throne belonged to, I don't know. I really don't know. Even if I knew, it might have been erased from the depths of my memory. My memory is not complete. I don't need to lie to you about this. It's because in my memory, there is such a memory. When this bronze throne appeared, it suppressed the ancestral god of the Yuchao clan to death. That's why I'm so afraid. Is that true? Jiang Chen was skeptical. It seemed that the heavenly thunder spirit wasn't lying. Since it could directly suppress the ancestral god of the Yuchao clan to death, how terrifying was this bronze throne? What kind of background did he have? Jiang Chen wanted to ask about the origin of the man in the ice, but he found out that he had no idea what the man's name was or how he looked like. It was as if the man's existence was just a shadow that came and went without a trace. Jiang Chen couldn't fathom him at all. This bronze throne further deepened Jiang Chen's curiosity towards the man in ice and this ghastly thing. It seemed like there were too many things that had happened in the primordial era, and it was impossible to explain them clearly in a short period of time. Even this fellow who had lived in the primordial era couldn't explain it clearly. His soul had been erased, which was an extremely strange matter. Could it be that someone didn't want him to know what had happened? Jiang Chen didn't continue asking because he could sense that the Heavenly Thunder Spirit seemed to be extremely fearful of him. There were some things that the Heavenly Thunder Spirit didn't want to say. Even if the Heavenly Thunder Spirit wanted to lie to him, Jiang Chen wouldn't know. Although knowing these things wouldn't be of much help to Jiang Chen, at the very least, it allowed the Heavenly Thunder Spirit to know some secrets and characters of the primordial era. There was no harm in leaving a strand of origin energy in the Heavenly Thunder Spirit. Now, are you finally prepared to be devoured by me? Remember, don't resist. I've said that I won't regret leaving a strand of origin energy in you. If not, I can make you unable to reincarnate for eternity. Jiang Chen calmly spoke. Using several divine weapons to suppress the Heavenly Thunder Spirit, he no longer had any way to retaliate. Right now, he could only wait on the ground like a lamb. I hope you can keep your promise. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit spoke. I, Jiang Chen, have always been true to my words. You are born from the heavens and earth. There's no benefit to me if I sever your path of retreat. A strand of origin energy of the Heavenly Thunder Spirit isn't of any harm to me. As he spoke, Jiang Chen began to frantically devour the Heavenly Thunder Spirit. The origin energy contained within the Heavenly Thunder Spirit was extremely vast. If it wasn't for the suppression of several divine weapons, it would be impossible for him to devour the Heavenly Thunder Spirit in one go. The eyes of the Heavenly Thunder Spirit were tightly shut. He knew that there was no turning back. The best outcome was that he would be able to leave a strand of origin energy behind. Only then would he be able to cultivate again in the future. Due to the suppression of several divine weapons, it wasn't too difficult for Jiang Chen to devour the origin energy of the 1,000 flame destruction lightning. Not only that, he didn't resist at all. Hence, when Jiang Chen devoured the 1,000 flame destruction lightning, he was like a fish in water. Compared to the time when he devoured the Xiaoyu drought lightning, it was much easier. Time passed by quickly and 3 years had passed. The heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's eyes became more and more pure and terrifying. Dragon marks covered his entire body. Tens of thousands of dragon marks gradually gathered into terrifying divine origin qi, filling every part of Jiang Chen's body, meridians, and every cell in his bodies. As time flowed, Jiang Chen completely devoured the 1,000 flame destruction lightning. The pain and suffering he experienced naturally wasn't something that others could understand. He could only endure it alone. However, Jiang Chen still left a strand of origin energy behind. This was what he promised the Heavenly Thunder Spirit. He wouldn't go back on his words. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached a terrifying 5 million, almost reaching the peak. The dragon marks in his body surged and the 92nd floor of the ancestral dragon pagoda gradually opened. Jiang Chen's strength had also reached the divine emperor realm at this moment. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roar. The roar of a dragon resounded through the heavens. Jiang Chen could feel that his strength had become stronger. At this moment, he had broken through to the divine emperor realm. It could be considered as a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. At this moment, Jiang Chen didn't need to worry anymore. With his current strength, Jiang Chen was confident that he could defeat a mid-divine emperor. Even a late divine emperor would be able to put up a fight against him if his opponent wasn't too strong. I've finally reached the divine emperor realm. Ha ha! Jiang Chen said with a loud laugh. The radiance in his eyes turned into sharp swords that soared into the sky. With a flip of Jiang Chen's palm, the 4 heavenly lightnings converged together. The terrifying energy ripples made people's hearts palpitate. Even Jiang Chen himself was curious about the 1,000 flame destruction lightning. If he could fuse all 4 heavenly lightnings together in the future, he wouldn't dare to imagine how terrifying his combat strength would be. Looks like it's time to see what's on the 92nd floor of the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen murmured. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and the ancestral dragon pagoda appeared out of nowhere. Golden light shone everywhere. At this moment, he could feel a strong aura. Looks like the ancestral dragon emperor is going to wake up soon. Chapter 3353. Another bluestone jade strip. Jiang Chen's eyes became solemn and his breathing became rapid. Back then, Jiang Chen obtained a bluestone jade strip on the 91st floor. It was the first seal of the expansive sky seal. Could it be that the second bluestone jade strip was the second seal? If Jiang Chen wanted to cast the first seal now, It would be extremely difficult, and he would need to take a great risk. If this was really the second seal, it would undoubtedly be a great help to Jiang Chen. However, the current him might not be able to use it, or it could be said that he didn't have the ability to cast it yet. Jiang Chen held the bluestone jade strip in his hand. At that moment, his soul power entered the bluestone jade strip. Jiang Chen's body trembled and his expression became solemn. The smile on his face became more and more mellow. If it's true, the expansive sky seal should be an extremely terrifying cultivation technique. The first seal, the expansive sky seal, is already capable of destroying the heavens and earth. The second seal, the expansive sky seal, should be even more terrifying. If I open the last 9 floors of the Zulong Tower, I should be able to obtain the 9 great seals. Jiang Chen looked at the bluestone jade strip in his hand and memorized the expansive sky seal in his mind. Shortly after, he destroyed the bluestone jade strip in his hand. At this moment, the vibration of the ancestral dragon pagoda became more and more intense. Dragon roars reverberated in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen sighed and murmured with a helpless expression on his face, "Senior Ancestral Dragon Emperor, are you finally going to wake up?" As expected, not long after Jiang Chen finished his sentence, a golden shadow slowly appeared in the sky from the ancestral dragon pagoda. The dragon's mightiness was peerless. At this moment, the power of the ancestral dragon pagoda became extremely terrifying. The ancestral dragon emperor had finally awakened. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor's strength had reached the early divine emperor realm. He was much stronger than before. The current ancestral dragon emperor gave Jiang Chen a great pressure. Even Jiang Chen would not be able to defeat the ancestral dragon emperor easily. This was the unparalleled might of the ancestral dragon emperor. The terror of the king of beasts. Thinking back to the past, the ancestral dragon emperor's strength was not much stronger than Jiang Chen's at that time. Jiang Chen had been supporting the ancestral dragon emperor step by step, allowing the ancestral dragon emperor to recover to his current realm. Time flew by. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions in his heart. "Senior Ancestral Dragon Emperor, you're finally awake," Jiang Chen said with a smile. The golden dragon in front of him eventually turned into a golden-robed man. His eyes were filled with brilliance and radiance. Compared to his previous senile look, his image had completely changed. He stood with his hands clasped together, looking high-spirited, like a domineering war god. His chi was peerless. "Little guy, I didn't expect your strength to improve so much faster than I imagined. You've actually reached the same realm as me, the Divine Emperor realm. That's unbelievable. Ha ha. Back in the 9 regions Immortal World and Saint Origin World, you were so weak that you couldn't even withstand a gust of wind. Now, it seems like I didn't misjudge you," the ancestral dragon emperor said with a laugh. His eyes were filled with gratification. The two of them relied on each other and supported each other. The ancestral dragon emperor was filled with respect and gratitude towards Jiang Chen for being able to reach where he was today. Of course, Jiang Chen felt the same way too. The ancestral dragon emperor allowed him to be successful in his cultivation. Both of them were indispensable. In the end, they stood at the peak of the Saint Origin World, the peak of the 9-region Immortal World and the peak of the Divine World. Although it was still too early to say this, the ancestral dragon emperor was confident in himself and Jiang Chen. "Everyone needs to grow. Time is the best weapon," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Good. Well said. Time is the best weapon. I, the ancestral dragon emperor, have been in seclusion for hundreds of millions of years. Today, I'm finally going to return to the divine world." The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. Jiang Chen could not understand the complicated look in his eyes. "I'll take back what I've lost with my own hands. I'll kill my enemies with my own hands. I, the ancestral dragon emperor, am finally back." The passion in the ancestral dragon emperor's eyes was something that Jiang Chen could not understand. It was a kind of anger and sorrow that had been suppressed for hundreds of millions of years. It was the joy of being reborn. From this moment onwards, the ancestral dragon emperor no longer needed to stay in the Zulong Tower. From this moment onwards, his journey back to the divine world officially began. "Senior Ancestral Dragon Emperor, you should be able to leave the Zulong Tower now, right?" Jiang Chen asked. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, "It's not time yet. Although I've reached the Divine Emperor realm, there are still people who can kill me. I can feel that although the divine world is not as glorious as it was in the past, There are still many Emperor Realm experts. What? There are still many Emperor Realm experts? Didn't they say that there hasn't been any Emperor Realm experts in the divine world for millions of years? Jiang Chen's heart sank. He was shocked and confused. That's just what some experts said. The number of Emperor Realm experts now is much lesser compared to the immemorial era. It might even be less than 10%. Due to the lack of spiritual qi, the divine world is no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Many Emperor Realm experts do not have great perseverance and talent. However, there are still some who manage to become Emperor Realm experts. Emperor Realm experts are considered to be extremely powerful. However, to the true rulers, Emperor Realm experts are considered to have just stepped into a realm of cultivation. Because only those who have reached the Emperor Realm can cultivate their own Tao. However, you don't know how deep those guys are hiding. Many Emperor Realm experts have gone into seclusion to cultivate in seclusion, or for some reason they no longer appear in the world. At the very least, the current divine world looks calm, but it's not to the extent that there are no Emperor Realm experts emerging. Therefore, under the calm surface, there might be undercurrents surging, it's just that we don't know. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's words gave Jiang Chen a better understanding of the divine world. At first, he thought that he would be able to find a worthy opponent after reaching the divine Emperor realm. However, it seemed that many experts had gone into seclusion. That's why the divine world looked so peaceful and harmonious. If I were to appear, I would likely stir up a storm in all directions. All of my enemies from back then would likely swarm toward me. Most importantly, the current Dragon Clan is likely to be in a turbulent situation. Back then, my death was greatly related to the appearance of a spy in the Dragon Clan. Even if I were to return to the Dragon Clan now, I might not necessarily be able to wield great authority again. Therefore, before that, you must make a trip to the Dragon Clan. Consider it as opening up a path and finding out where the danger lies. Chapter 3354. Jiang Chen nodded. Not to mention the divine world, even the Dragon Clan was divided. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor did not dare to return to the Dragon Clan. One could imagine how powerful the Dragon Clan was. In another 20 years or so, it should be the Rising Dragon Banquet of the Dragon Clan. It is held once every 3,000 years, and the experts of the 8 demon clans will participate. The Dragon Clan is the lord of all beasts and is worshipped by all. At that time, the Rising Dragon Banquet will be a gathering of heroes. Whoever can come out on top will be able to enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan to cultivate. At that time, I need to go to the ancient land to find someone. Only he can help me return to the Dragon Clan. The ancestral Dragon Emperor and Jiang Chen looked at each other. Jiang Chen had never seen such determination in his life. Billions of years had passed, but Jiang Chen could see the impatience in the ancestral Dragon Emperor's eyes. He did not want to return to the ancient land of the Dragon Clan at all times. That was his hometown. He could not get rid of his homesickness in his life. But the Dragon Clan had been split apart. Even if he did not go back, he knew that the Dragon Clan had changed a lot. The Rising Dragon Banquet of the Dragon Clan will be held in more than 20 years. At that time, we must definitely make a trip there. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said. All right. I will try my best to help you return to the Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Returning to the Dragon Clan is inevitable. However, what I am most worried about is still the general trend of the world. Another era has arrived. I wonder what the great tribulation of the world will be like this time. I wonder how many people will appear. The waters of the Dragon Clan are still quite deep. It won't be easy for me to complete my transformation and return to the Dragon Clan. I hope that day will come later. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said faintly. World's calamity? What's that? Jiang Chen frowned. Maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't. I am just guessing. Hee, don't take it to heart. The ancestral Dragon Emperor smiled. However, Jiang Chen knew that the ancestral Dragon Emperor did not want Jiang Chen to know too much. Looks like there are some things that the ancestral Dragon Emperor is hiding from Jiang Chen. To the ancestral Dragon Emperor, Jiang Chen's strength was still far from enough. To the ancestral Dragon Emperor, the strength of a divine emperor was just trash. Now, it's time to leave. Jiang Chen said quietly. Jiang Chen only had one goal, which was to go to the peak of Chonghua Mountain, the Ling Yun Cave, where Yun Gayao was. Jiang Chen would only be at ease if he could get there. This time he must save his loved one. Qingqing, wait for me. I won't let you wait for too long. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He was full of confidence and his lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. He wanted to kill everyone in the Divine Pagoda. He wanted to rush to the divine land of the Middle Region. With the might of a divine emperor, Jiang Chen wanted to flatten Cheonghua Mountain. Although he still didn't have the strength to challenge the Buddha Pagoda and perhaps there was still a long way to go, Jiang Chen had to do this at this moment. Yan Qingqing must be suffering a fate worse than death. She must be eagerly waiting for him to save her. One more thing. Senior Dragon Emperor, how much do you know about the Divine Pagoda? Jiang Chen looked at the Ancestral Dragon Emperor and asked. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor frowned and his expression became complicated. The Divine Pagoda is very complicated and the forces are very complicated. I can only tell you that even I, who was in the immemorial era, was not willing to go against them. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor's words made Jiang Chen gasp. He had already overestimated the Divine Pagoda. However, he never expected that even the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was not willing to go against the Divine Pagoda. This meant that the Divine Pagoda was extremely powerful. The era of my death was almost the same as the Gautama Buddha's death. The death of the Gautama Buddha was inextricably linked to the pagoda, and the decline of the Eastern Emperor sect was also closely related to the pagoda. Back then, the second-generation sect master of the Eastern Emperor sect, Dong Huang Tianyi, who was also the son of the ancient great god Dong Huang Tai, was killed by the pagoda, and the Eastern Emperor sect was also chased out of the Central Region Divine Land. At that time, the pagoda had enemies everywhere, but no one could compete with it. The Divine Pagoda could be said to be the incarnation of the Buddha world. However, the Buddha world was split apart and the Western Buddhist land was probably destroyed. As for the relationship between the Western Buddhist land and the Buddha world, I have no idea. But if you want to go against the Buddha's pagoda, you still have to consider it properly. You must not underestimate your enemy. All those years ago, countless sects either submitted or were directly annihilated under the iron fist of the Buddha's pagoda. That sort of horrifying could be said to be the most horrifying war in the immortal dimension after the primeval war. Jiang Chen nodded his head silently. He did not dare to underestimate the Divine Pagoda anymore. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to stand on the same side as the Divine Pagoda. Otherwise, how could he save Qingqing? Jiang Chen knew that he had too many things on his shoulders. At this moment, he wanted to go to the Jade Mountain and save Yan Qingqing in the Lingyun Cave. After that, he would forcefully enter the Central Region Divine Land. At the very least, he had to choose a sect. At that time, his path of vengeance would start. The hatred of the craftsman god had always been engraved in Jiang Chen's heart. He would never forget that the craftsman god was the reason why he was able to reach where he was today. Jiang Chen would never forget the kindness of the craftsman god. The inheritance of the craftsman god was what he relied on to enter the divine world. Now that he had achieved success in his cultivation and stepped into the Central Region Divine Land, his first goal was to avenge the craftsman god. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Dragon Emperor. Jiang Chen nodded his head heavily. Although I have reached the Divine Emperor realm now, I cannot act recklessly. Otherwise, my enemies will definitely sense my aura. The strength of an Emperor realm expert is not something you can imagine now. Therefore, I need to go into seclusion as soon as possible. I will enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan 20 years later. At that time, I will have the chance to step out of the Central Region Divine Land. You don't have to wake me up unless it's absolutely necessary. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said. Then he turned into a golden light and disappeared from the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. Seems like I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Becoming a Divine Emperor realm expert was not enough for him to be complacent. However, reaching the peak of the Jade Mountain, the Lingyun Cave, and fighting against Yunga Yao was a must. Above the Central Region Divine Land, at the border between the Forbidden Land and the Divine Land, the All-Life Pagoda Hall. An ancient hall that reached the clouds. It was grand and magnificent. Spiritual qi lingered around it. The hall was about 100 zhang tall. The walls stood tall, symbolizing the supreme authority. On top of the hall, there was a huge gold-stamped stone board. The word pagoda was carved on it. Chapter 3355. What a bunch of trash. They can't even handle such a small matter. I have to do it myself. The middle-aged man had a murderous look on his face. Not far behind him stood a skinny old man. His body was as thin as a match and he looked extremely weak. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Dongfang Lianshua, it's time for you to take action. You're the only mainstay in the Buddha Hall. Your great senior brother has been in seclusion for 1,000,000 years. I don't know what realm he's at now. I'm the only one left to take charge of the Buddha Hall. The old man shook his head and sighed. His haggard face was filled with coldness and killing intent. First Elder, it seems that Lu Chongtian and his fellows are not making any progress in your hands these years. Dongfang Lianshua sneered. As the second disciple of the all-living Buddha sect, his strength was naturally incomparably strong. Even the great elder had to give him some face. However, apart from him, Lu Chongtian and the others were much weaker. Some people are as stupid as pigs. What can I do? I'm old and useless. However, someone dares to kill the people of the Buddha Tower. I won't let him continue to be free. The great elder smiled and said. He was not angry at all. His eyes were calm. He was neither arrogant nor humble when facing Dongfang Lianshua's question. I'd like to see who dares to kill the people of the Buddha Hall. Dongfang Lianshua waved his long sleeves and his cloak fluttered. He turned around and stepped on a dark cloud, disappearing from the Buddha Hall. When Jiang Chen walked out of the canyon, the dark clouds were rolling. It had been more than a few years. However, no one left at this moment. Both Han Yen and Yu Jingxian were waiting for Jiang Chen silently. At this moment, Han Yen seemed to have comprehended something. It seemed like he was about to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Recently, I've always been able to enter a mysterious realm. That realm seems illusory. I feel that I'm about to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, Han Yen said. Han Yen said in a low voice. Even though his expression was still icy cold, there was a wisp of joy that couldn't be concealed. That's great, Yen. You're finally going to break through. It seems like we didn't neglect our cultivation here. Sister Jingxian, the two of us have to work hard too. Leng Qianqian smiled. Han Yan's breakthrough was imminent and she was even happier than Han Yan himself. Yeah, congratulations, Yen. I don't know when Jiang Chen will be able to walk out of the Sky Thunder Canyon. Yu Jingxian forced a faint smile, but she was extremely worried in her heart. Don't worry, I can feel that little Chunzi is still alive. As long as he's still alive, he should be out soon. Han Yen said in a low voice. He was trying to comfort himself. As a matter of fact, he had no idea when Jiang Chen would come out. He just didn't want everyone to worry about Jiang Chen's safety. Thunder Rush Canyon, land of heavenly lightning, it is indeed here. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the valley. Han Yen and the others' expressions changed slightly as they sensed an extremely powerful aura approaching them from the east. Quick, hide! Han Yen said in a low voice. His breathing was extremely heavy. He could feel that the aura was extremely terrifying and it was hard for him to withstand it. There's no need to hide anymore. Today all of you will die. A black figure flashed across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared above Han Yen and the rest. Who are you? Han Yen asked in a deep voice. You dare to ask me who I am after killing my people from the slaughter tower? Interesting. The few of you should be waiting for someone. There's indeed another aura in the land of heavenly lightning. I'll kill the three of you first before going to look for that guy. Dongfang Lianshua said faintly. He didn't put Han Yen and the others in his eyes at all. He didn't even bother to look at them. That kind of disdain was innate. It's the people from the slaughter tower. Yu Jingxian and Lang Qianqian looked at each other and gasped. This person's strength was too powerful. He completely blocked their way and there was nowhere for them to hide. So what? You want to kill us? Let's see if you have the capability to do so. Han Yen said coldly. Even though he knew that he was not a match for the other party, he did not retreat. Because he wanted to buy time for Jiang Chen, even though he had no idea how long Jiang Chen would need to get out of the land of heavenly lightning. Stubborn little fella. The few of you are too weak. I'm not interested in dealing with you guys at all. Dongfang Lianshua said disapprovingly. He shook his head and sighed. A half-step divine emperor. Is this the group that defeated Lu Chongtian? What a disappointment. that Lu Chongtian deserved to die. However, he was still a member of the Slaughter Tower and his junior brother. Dongfang Lianshua still wanted to kill these people to avenge Lu Chongtian. After all, the reputation of the Slaughter Tower was inviolable. "You have to get past me first," Han Yen shouted. He took a step forward and charged towards Dongfang Lianshua. Dongfang Lianshua sneered and struck out with his palm. Thunderbolts surged and wind and thunder roared. The heavens and earth seemed to have changed because of his existence. Han Yan's fist could not land on his target no matter how hard he tried. Dongfang Lianshua's palm moved slightly and covered Han Yan's fist. With a slight movement, Han Yan's entire arm was shattered. Han Yan's face turned pale and he was sent flying. He was defeated by the black-clothed man in front of him in just one move. "Ah Yan!" Lang Qianqian exclaimed and her expression changed. She quickly caught Han Yan. However, Han Yan's arm was already crippled. Dongfang Lianshua's attack was as powerful as a thunderbolt, causing Han Yan to lose his ability to fight. Han Yan's face turned pale. He was filled with emotions. "I'm not his match. Where did this fella come from? Is the Slaughter Tower really that powerful? The three of you must die." Dongfang Lianshua did not say anything, but he had already sentenced the three of them to death. Han Yan was forced to retreat and lost his ability to fight. Yu Jingxian and Lang Qianqian did not even have the strength to fight back. "All of you go to hell." Dongfang Lianshua struck out with his palm. An invisible palm fell from the sky and shrouded the three of them. Han Yan, Lang Qianqian and Yu Jingxian could feel the threat of death. At that moment, they were really in despair. "You're not qualified to kill my people." You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.